151 I accept the challenge. Maybe. This is love. Fuyu looked at Obito, who left with a look of loss, shook his head, and ignored it. Anyway, it was not Obito's love affair, why did he care so much? Continue to walk into the store. As for Obito's grandmother, because of Obito's fame in the ninja world, his grandmother is now quite famous in the Uchiha family. Of course, there is still some difference in her fame with Obito. At that time, many people were curious about what kind of family could teach such a great ninja. In the end, it was found that it was just an ordinary family with only a grandmother and a grandson who had lost their parents. Obito's change must have nothing to do with his grandmother. Especially Obito's grandmother, kind-hearted, also likes to help others, a kind old woman. Result. But I didn't expect. A kind old lady is as brave as the elder? Is this the power hidden in the Uchiha bloodline? The power of pursuing love. I returned to the milk tea shop in a sigh. After saying hello to Lingyan, I sat directly in front of the computer. A few days ago, White Zetsu renewed his internet subscription, and this time he paid the money seriously. It seems that Madara should have saved a lot of money for future plans, plus the money that Black Zetsu has been hiding for thousands of years. This is a big customer. He picked up the teacup with emotion, his eyes flickered, and looked at the data on the backend. This world is wrong. This net name full of Chiyunibiu is probably Madara. Madara has always believed that the ninja world is wrong, ninjas are wrong, and Hashirama is wrong, so it is not surprising to choose this name. It's just that I thought he would choose the Ninja World Dance King, Battlefield Rose, or something like that. I didn't expect that he was none of them. Perhaps he was hiding his identity. Fuyu sighed with emotion, then directly retrieved Madara's data through the system, and was immediately happy. Wow! Senju Hashirama is full of stars and full level. In just a few days, he defeated Darkness of Konoha and Light of Konoha, who were originally in the first place, and took the top spot on the list. It seems that he must have spent a lot of money. However, the result was checked. Wow! Senju Hashirama is full of stars before the 100th draw? Is Uchiha Madara still a lucky guy? But thinking about the luck of Senju Hashirama, it is possible that Uchiha Madara is a lucky guy. Love and hate each other. Lucky guy. Fuyu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and sighed again, shaking his head with emotion. Then, in order to let Uchiha Madara understand that Senju Hashirama is hard won, cherish the game characters, and improve the experience, I lowered the hit rate a little. Then I remembered Madara's wealth and Black Zetsu's explosive library. I could afford so many White Zetsu to drink milk tea and surf the internet. To be honest, he was greedy. So, Fuyu turned on the computer and logged into his Ninja World OL. At the same time, the elderly Madara looked at the computer in front of him with disdain, thinking that the game was interesting. That's it. That's it. If he recharged some money, he, Senju Hashirama, would be invincible. Boring. It was as if he had returned to his youth, the invincible era when only Senju Hashirama could fight him. Lonely. Boring. He hadn't used even 1/10,000th of his strength, but he had recharged a few 648 and became the top brother on the list. What about Konoha Light and Dark? They were all little losers. There was no one in the entire Konoha who was his opponent. No one knows Senju Hashirama better than him. How to use Hashirama to be cool and powerful, now he is probably the only one in the whole ninja world who knows. Even if he only uses Hashirama, he, Uchiha Madara, can still blow up the whole ninja world. The ninja world has really declined. After playing for a few days, Madara began to feel a little bored. Now he is only slightly interested in those messy forums. After all, from it he can get a lot of information from the outside world, but the information is too messy, there is everything on it. For example, the one I saw yesterday. A large reward. What kind of business can make money in the ninja world now? And the one that was refreshed just now. My grandma likes someone, what should I do? Confused. That's my only relative. My grandma has been taking care of me since I was very young. And behind. It's all a bunch of blessings. Brave blessings. Grandma has taken care of you for so long, now that you have found love, shouldn't you bless her? It's really ridiculous. What kind of mess is all this? That Uchiha Shame made a good tool, but he doesn't know how to use it. Waste. Naive. As naive as Hashirama back then. Madara opened his ninja, looked at the empty list, sighed, and muttered to himself, only Hashirama is qualified to join my friend list. After a quick look, he looked at the invincible ninja world, shook his head leisurely, and felt melancholy in his heart. Even Hashirama was gone, who else in the whole ninja world could be his opponent? Turning around to continue hanging up a white zetsu to prolong his life, and then, when he was about to turn off the computer. Hey! The dog-legged whirlpool-faced white zetsu suddenly made a curious sound, Madara. Someone on the World Channel wants to challenge you. Humph. What qualifications do a bunch of trash have to challenge me? Madara sneered disdainfully, boring guys. Turn it off for me. He was a little tired. I lost a lot of white zetsu these days because of curiosity. Now I should continue to sleep until his spokesperson appears. After saying that. Okay. Uzumaki-faced white zetsu walked forward happily, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, how can these losers compare with Lord Madara? You know that Lord Madara is now full star and full level Senju Hashirama, invincible in the game. You still say that no one knows Senju Hashirama better than him? It's a joke. Lord Madara knows Hashirama the best. Unfinished. Suddenly stunned. White Zetsu looked at an old hand that suddenly stopped him. That was Lord Madara's hand. He raised his head in confusion and saw Lord Madara with a cold face and turbid eyes for no reason. He was immediately frightened and trembled. Madara, Lord Madara, do you still want to play? What happened to Lord Madara? Isn't he going to get off the plane? However, at this time, just a piece of trash. How dare he say that no one knows Hashirama better than him? How ridiculous! A cold light flashed in Madara's eyes, and the fatigue on his body seemed to disappear. He sat down again. Let me see what kind of character this guy Konoha rich man has. After he finished speaking, directly let the Uzumaki-faced white Zetsu bastard control the computer again. Although Hashirama deceived him and was still a bastard, but except for him, he was qualified to say so, qualified to scold Hashirama, no one else was qualified. So, let Uchiha Madara see what kind of character he had to say that he knew Hashirama Senju better. If a piece of trash was humiliating Hashirama, then don't blame him, Uchiha Madara, for being rude. I accept the challenge. At this time, on the other side. Seeing Uchiha Madara accept the challenge, Fuyu's eyes flickered slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a weird smile. Sure enough, did it succeed. After saying that, he opened the invitation to the ninja battlefield. 152 Beware of internet fraud. After a while, KO. 2 wins in 3 games. Madara won. But he was not happy in his heart. Because he lost a game. Uchiha Madara's right hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, and even his eyes spun wildly, revealing a scarlet light. He actually lost? He actually lost when playing Hashirama Senju? Although he only lost 1 game, it was a shame for him. And the last game was a narrow victory. What a shame! Madara-sama. The white Zetsu who was watching the game behind him trembled when he saw Madara emitting black energy. Madara-sama was angry. Very angry. He hurriedly said carefully, Madara-sama don't be angry. Madara-sama is the best. That's right. That's right. Madara-sama won. The opponent is a loser. He must have just been lucky. Madara-sama, take care of yourself. How can he compare with Madara? The white Zetsu echoed and cheered. And at this time, ding ding. The sound of the message. Humph. I just sneezed just now. Otherwise, I would have won long ago. As expected, I am the one who understands the god of ninja world the most. You are just lucky. Madara raised his eyelids and looked at the arrogant words. He was about to continue to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Another message came. Then Bara finished typing the message. If you want to fight, then fight. Show off your keyboard skills. Just as he was about to send it, the other party. The avatar went dark. Offline. Bara raised his eyelids, took a deep breath, covered his chest, and looked at the presumptuous message with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. His face seemed to be ferocious. I'll see how you can defeat me tomorrow. Speaking of this. A roar, white Zetsu. Here. Recharge me 106.48. Yes. All the white Zetsu said in unison. As long as Lord Madara doesn't get mad, the rest just 648. It's just a small thing. On the other side. Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and after temporarily shutting down, he stretched his body. No way. Uchiha Madara is indeed a close friend of Senju Hashirama. He can be controlled just like the real Senju Hashirama. You can't win without cheating. Then the system was called up again, and it was controlled to prepare 10 gift packs for tomorrow. The next day. It was sunny and windy. Ninja World launched the VIP 10 gift pack on time. Many people knew about it, so they got up early in the morning to grab the gift pack. This gift pack is really too generous. What a pity. In the blink of an eye, all 10 gift packs were gone. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? They grabbed it so quickly? You know, 6,480 is not a small amount. However, at this time, a dual field. K.O. Another best of 3. Madara sneered, looking at the lying Hashirama Senju. Even if the rich man from Konoha on the other side was lucky enough to grab a ninja gift bag, so what? He still won. No one knows Hashirama Senju better than him. Madara tapped the keyboard with disdain. What? I know Hashirama Senju the best. However, after a while, tisk. It's just that you were lucky enough to grab 9, otherwise, all of them would have been taken away. See how you won. Sure enough, I am the one who knows the god of ninja world the best. You are just lucky. Madara raised his eyelids and looked at the arrogant words. Why does it feel a little familiar? Sure enough, below. Forget it. There will be a VIP 20 gift pack tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. There are only 10 in the whole server, each for only 64,800. There are not only a lot of resources in it, but also VIP 20 for free. When I buy it and my chakra reaches 5 million, I will settle the score with you. Then I went offline again. But this time, Lord Madara was not angry, and looked at the news with disdain. No matter what, Uchiha Madara will not lose. You know. He is Uchiha Madara. Waving his hand, keep charging for me. After the words fell, the white Zetsu looked at each other. Lord Madara, isn't this a bit too much? You know, this money is prepared for the future. How many cups of milk tea can you buy? But seeing Lord Madara's cold expression, how could white Zetsu, as a tool, refuse Lord Madara's words? So they said nothing and charged directly. The third day. 2 consecutive days of Big the Gift Pack shocked all the players in the entire Ninja World OL. They could no longer patiently develop the Ninja Village and collect cards. If this continues, the gap will definitely get bigger and bigger. So Many people came to wait early in the morning. However, 64,800 is not a small amount. How many times can I draw it in a row? However, still didn't draw it. Fug. Who is it? So fast. Cheating. Maybe a physical ninja? The kind of ninja that focuses on hand speed. Uchiha Obito. Many people outside suddenly became curious. And at this time, it's the duel again. KO. 2 out of 3. But this time Uchiha Fuito won. Bandera's face turned pale in an instant, and he kept holding his chest and gasping for breath, which scared the white Zetsu next to him and almost killed another white Zetsu to extend the life of Lord Madara. After a while, swish. I've already said that you're just lucky, so what? Even if you get 9, I'll still beat you. Sure enough, I'm the one who understands the god of ninja world the most, and you're just a lucky guy. Banara raised his eyelids, looked at the arrogant words with a gloomy face. Finally, took a deep breath and continued to look below. Forget it. Since you let me go once, I'll let you go once. There will be a VIP Supreme Shadow gift package at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I heard that this is the last event. There are only 3 in the whole server, worth 188,000. Not only are there more resources, but also free VIP Supreme Shadow, golden name, golden skin, and dominance of the server. I guess you, a poor guy, can't afford it. After I buy it, when the chakra reaches 10 million, let's see what you can do. Interesting. Ban sneered, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to calm down, but the looming black mist behind him indicated his inner anger at this time. He still waved his hand, recharge for me. After saying that, the white Zetsu trembled, and although they thought it seemed a bit strange, they quickly nodded in agreement, because the current Madara was too scary. The 4th day. In the morning, many people got up again. Although this Supreme Shadow gift package was a bit exaggerated, they would not spend money like this, but it was okay to watch the excitement. It was so exciting. Is this how rich people play games? Now many people can tell who bought it by looking at the rankings. It's this world that is wrong who was domineering as soon as he appeared and the rich man of Konoha who looked quite rich. It's a fight between dragons and tigers. And at this time, no more. No more. All 3 were sold out at once. More than 5 million. I'm scared. Is this a rich person? Who robbed them? All were robbed by that. It's this world that is wrong. Awesome. And at this time, Madara also gave an arrogant smile, looking at the 3 gift bags he had snatched with disdain, but he did not use them. Since that guy didn't get it, how could he, Uchiha Madara, use it? Sure enough, he is the strongest. Just when he was about to invite that ignorant guy to the duel, suddenly, a broadcast in the world. It was a broadcast from the game. After system detection, Kano rich man engaged in online fraud. The amount of fraud was huge, and now he is given a permanent ban. I hope all players will beware of fraud. If you find any problems, please report them in time. Madara was stunned. After a while, his face turned green, his right hand covered his chest, and his left hand trembled as he pointed at the screen. You. Inarticulate. Immediately scared the white Zetsu behind him and panicked. Lord Madara. Card. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resti. 153 accelerate the plan. A few days later, the first account ban in the ninja world, or the permanent account ban, has also faded. As for the dozens of gift packs, it has little impact on the game. After all, one of the people who bought the gift packs was banned, and the other one didn't know why. From that day on, he hasn't been online since. To this day, internet users in the Land of Fire still don't know what happened at that time. Underground cave. It's warm in winter and cool in summer here, and there is an internet cable. It's really a good place for otakus. At this time, a black face black looking at the old man with grey hair and a pipe plugged in his back on the stone chair next to him, and then looking at the white Zetsu in front of him with a smirk on his face. What are you guys doing? My mother is still waiting for him to save her. But now, the spokesperson hasn't been found, and Uchiha Madara is about to die of anger? He, Black Zetsu, has been hiding in Madara's shadow, ready to wait for the right time to become Madara's will, supervise as Madara's spokesperson, and make them all carry out his plan obediently. You know, he waited for 1,000 years until the right time for Indra to reincarnate. At that time, as long as Madara is resurrected and summons the 10 tails, then he can rescue his mother. But now, he is about to die, but he still hasn't found a spokesperson? Don't you know he is already very old? You still let him play this online game. And recently, the money he has saved for 1,000 years seems to be a lot less. What are these white Zetsu doing, what the hell? Drinking milk tea and playing games, and now playing games with Uchiha Madara? Are these idiots? Guide Uchiha Madara to choose a spokesperson. We tried hard. We tried hard. One of the white Zetsu raised his hand and said with a face full of grievance, it's just that there was an accident. That Uchiha Obito is too obvious. He became famous in the Third Ninja World War. If he replaces Madara, he will definitely be exposed. Then let him not be exposed. Using other ninjutsu won't work. Black Zetsu felt too tired. These weapons made by his mother were not normal, especially one of the spiral faces. I don't know if it has more cells from Hashirama Senju, which makes it even more abnormal. He took a deep breath. As his mother's will, only he, Black Zetsu, can lead these idiots. That kid is the most suitable. According to the news sent back by White Zetsu, he seems to have awakened the Manjiki, plus the space-time ninjutsu. No one is more suitable than him to fall into darkness. After the words fell, all the white Zetsu spread their hands helplessly. It's a pity that they all failed. It's not that they didn't try hard, but there were a few accidents. He no longer loves women, and Kakashi has become a Jinchuriki. According to the news sent back by the white Zetsu who plays the role of Uchiha Obito's grandmother, Obito's brain may be a little abnormal. The abnormal Uchiha is the normal Uchiha. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. It makes sense. The white Zetsu nodded blankly and looked at the black Zetsu. At this time, the black Zetsu looked at them coldly again, with a cold tone. Let the white Zetsu who plays the role of controlling his grandmother continue to deepen the bond with Uchiha Obito, and finally, let his grandmother accidentally die. It's best to die in the hands of the Hokage. Let him hate Konoha. After the words fell, this another white Zetsu scratched his head and said hesitantly, the white Zetsu applied to return to the team a few days ago. I heard that Uchiha Obito seemed to have misunderstood him. It seems that he misunderstood something. Keeping a man outside? So Uchiha Obito said that he would bless his grandmother, and he would move out and stop disturbing his grandmother, so that his grandmother could pursue her own happiness. WTF? Black Zetsu was stunned. What's going on? He just heard it wrong? Is the grandmother's line going to fail too? What the hell have you been doing in the past few years? The words fell. The white Zetsu smiled awkwardly. No. No. It's just an accident. Accident. Small accident. It's not us who are wrong, it's the world. Forget it. Black Zetsu sighed helplessly, as long as there is no accident with the Samsara Eye, it's fine. The words fell. He looked suspiciously at the white Zetsu who suddenly raised their heads and whistled in front of him, and was silent for a while. The Samsara Eye, couldn't it be wrong? Yes. Yes. How is it possible? You have to believe us. No. It's just it hasn't fallen into darkness yet. The plan is all slow. Black Zetsu was silent again. If he had eyelids, he might raise them now. What else did these white Zetsu do except drinking milk tea, playing games, and charging 648? Oh, no. They almost pissed off Uchiha Madara to death. Finally, he lowered his eyes coldly, starting today. Reduce all your white Zetsu activity funds. No need to eat, drink, or poop. What are you wasting money on? As for Nagato, as long as the Samsara Eye is fine, don't worry about it for now. Now execute the plan well and guide Madara to let me be born as his will. What about Uchiha Obito? Continue to deepen his bond and let him fall into darkness. Madara is about to wake up now. Remember. Don't let him get angry again. Okay, okay. The white Zetsu patted their chests confidently and said in unison. Just when Black Zetsu just merged into Madara's shadow. Yet. A low groan. The white Zetsu were stunned. Then. Quickly approached Madara with sadness and tears. Madara, you are awake. Oh. I thought Madara couldn't wake up. Madara, what is your account password? I forgot. Bang. The white Zetsu ignored a white Zetsu that was smashed to the ground and looked at Madara happily. Madara-sama finally woke up. I am still alive. Madara, whose breath seemed to become weaker, touched his chest, as if he remembered something. Suddenly, his whole body was full of vigor and his eyes were fixed. Where is that guy? Madara-sama. Madara-sama. He was banned. That's right. That's right. He was banned permanently. Madara-sama, let's ignore him. He was banned, so he must have cheated. Madara-sama won. That's right. Madara-sama won. The white Zetsu hurriedly flattered him, worried that Madara-sama would faint again, and don't recharge. No money. Black Zetsu is very angry. Now their more important task is to guide Madara to continue to implement the plan. So, don't go online, it's easy to hurt your body, they can go online. After all, you have paid for the internet. However, Madara was silent for a while, and finally sneered with a sound. He said calmly, help me up. Hey? Master Madara, are you going to poop? Bang. Madara ignored the white Zetsu who was smashed to the ground and said calmly, how long can I live? After saying that, the white Zetsu looked at each other, as if they didn't understand why Master Madara asked this. He scratched his head and said, as long as Master Madara is not angry, you can still live. Really? Madara's eyes condensed, with a self-deprecating smile on his face. It seems the plan needs to be accelerated. I've had enough of this useless body. 154 I'm not dead yet. It's been so many days, why haven't you been online yet? Fuido looked at the data in confusion. These days, the avatar is black and has not been online. Could there be something wrong? Is he angry and no longer going online? Fuido touched his chest and seemed to have a dull pain. Sure enough. He is a man with a conscience after all. I can't bear to steal or cheat an old man who is staying in the intensive care unit and relying on tubes to keep his life. So, at that time he would make a prompt decision and close the net directly, because he was afraid of cheating Madara's coffin. Everyone in Konoha knows he is an honest, kind, and loving businessman. So, he can't stand this kind of condemnation of conscience. It's better not to go online. The internet is deep, and it's not something an old man like him can control. Fuido sighed with emotion and took a sip of the teacup. Suddenly. Dong dong. He was stunned and looked at the computer interface. He seemed to see something. He suddenly put down the teacup, and quickly tapped the keyboard with both hands, muttering softly, the rich man in Konoha can't use it anymore. I have to pick a new online name. As long as he doesn't get angry, he can still survive. But what about this? What he wants is to prove to Hashirama that he is right and create a world with true peace. Instead of sleeping like now. So, the plan has to be executed. How ridiculous it is now. Hashirama is dead. He is fighting with a boring guy for these boring things. He is really old. Of course. It is not his fault. It is Hashirama. If Hashirama is not wrong and does not listen to him, why should he do this now? Although he has prepared a backup plan, as long as the time comes, he can use his samsara eye to revive again, but now someone must execute his plan after his death. So, those boring things can't be touched again. Now, apart from guiding the ninja world to true peace, there is nothing he wants in the ninja world. Ban entered his account expressionlessly. This time he will not play games or do other messy things, just to execute his plan. However, the white Zetsu behind him looked worriedly at the back of Madara, who had a few more tubes. This time, in order to save Madara, they sacrificed a lot of white Zetsu. Therefore, there must be no more accidents. If there are more accidents, maybe even more white Zetsu will be useless. After all, Madara-sama's vitality is now maintained by white Zetsu. Dead is dead. Ninja world. The only way to revive the dead is to use the samsara eye. But the samsara eye cannot be used at this time. After all, the plan has not started yet. So, they must watch carefully and prevent Madara-sama from playing games again. Moreover, Black Zetsu knows. No more money. No more milk tea. No more 648 recharge. And at this time. Ding! Hearing this sound, white Zetsu was stunned and lowered his head to look at the corner of the computer desktop. Hey, someone actually added Madara-sama as a friend. Uzumaki-faced white Zetsu came over curiously, is it that guy? He opened a new account to provoke Madara-sama. Oh my! Isn't he afraid of death? Tomorrow I will go to investigate where his network cable is. Kill him. Don't pay attention to him, Madara-sama, leave him to us. The white Zetsu behind him said in unison, and Madara was also stunned, then frowned slightly and looked at the flashing avatar with a disdainful sneer. You know, not just any cat or dog can enter his friend list. In this ninja world, only Hashirama can make him recognize him. He directly opened the chat window and was about to close it. Uzumaki-faced white Zetsu said again, it doesn't seem to be that guy. After the words fell, the white Zetsu also looked up in confusion. Since it wasn't that guy, who could actually add Madara-sama as a friend? Even Madara frowned slightly and glanced at it. It was written on it. Hello. I am the manager of the FANFIC group. A few days ago, I saw you spend millions without hesitation, so I knew that you are very wealthy and generous. Now our company has an account to cooperate with you. This is a secret policy of the FANFIC group. No one outside knows it. Only those who are selected have a chance. We are a little short of time here, so I won't talk nonsense. We have a financial project called 1024 Financial Project. As long as you invest. Boring. Madara sneered disdainfully, glanced at it and lost interest, and turned it off directly. It's just a matter of making money. Money Uchiha Madara can have as much as he wants. In addition to the pillar time. No one is qualified to cooperate with him. The white Zetsu behind him was slightly stunned, and then looked at each other. It seems to be a matter of making money. But since Lord Madara is not interested, they don't care, and continue to look at Lord Madara and take care of Lord Madara. Lord Madara can't get into trouble again. At this time, Lord Madara pondered for a while, and then said calmly, what is Uchiha Obito's ninja number? After the words fell. I know. I know. I know too. You know that we know. Yes. Madara looked at the white Zetsu behind him with a black face, hurry up and tell me. This group of idiots. Okay, okay. Although he didn't know what Lord Madara wanted to do, White Zetsu still honestly said the ninja number. After hearing this, Madara's eyes flickered, as if he thought of something, and directly opened the add friend and entered the ninja number. At the same time, on the other side, Fuyu, who did not receive any reply and did not successfully add friends, frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is 1024 financial engineering not attractive? Looking at the background data, he seems to have checked the message. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara is still too rich, and he probably doesn't like this kind of small rebate. Or maybe he saw this as a huge pit. Fuyu scratched his head and saw Madara, who did not reply. Finally, he sighed and muttered to himself, "Forget it, anyway, I know where they live. This method doesn't work, so I'll think of other ways." Ding! Friends were added successfully. Madara sighed melancholy, looking at the online name called "I want to be the man of Hokage," his eyes turned cold, childish. Didn't he once become the man who wanted to become Hokage? But he was deceived by Hashirama. It's impossible for an Uchiha ninja to become Hokage. Madara-sama. Madara-sama. Uzumaki's pale face hesitated for a moment, and asked curiously, "What is Madara-sama going to do?" "It's time to let him join us." "Obito?" "But he has fallen into darkness." After opening the Mangeki, darkness has already been born in his heart. As long as he understands that this world is fake, it is illusory. With my guidance, he will understand. Madara's eyes flashed red, with a hint of coldness. "I can't wait any longer. If it doesn't work, he can only use other methods to control the kid." So, Madara was silent for a moment, and then put his hands on the keyboard again. "Da-da-da! Little devil! I am Uchiha Madara. Actually, I am not dead yet." 155 Report directly. "Obito, what's wrong with you? Are you stuck in the plot? Some idiot said he was Uchiha Madara and asked me to believe him. He also said that Nanga Shrine was hiding some big secret. Where did this liar come from?" "Ignore him!" Asuma yelled while typing on the keyboard, "Hurry up and get through the plot." "Okay." Obito took a look, replied Psycho, and ignored it. When he was about to close the window, he hesitated for a moment, then clicked report, and then continued playing the game. "By the way," Shiranui Genma took off the senbon from the corner of his mouth, "how is your grandma's matter?" Obito was silent for a moment. "I wish her happiness." "Be happy. At least your grandma has someone to take care of her." Asuma glanced at Obito and said happily, "I heard that there will be new games and new movies in a few days. Let's go and relax." "Oh, I heard that there are advertisements for that game during this period, saying that you must choose Uchiha at the beginning. Uchiha has an exclusive Nanga copy, high crit rate, high experience, and can also blacken to open the legendary Mangekyo, and the combat power will directly soar to the top of the list." "Awesome!" At the same time, Uchiha Madara also looked at the reply in front of him in silence. He had already guessed that Uchiha Obito would not believe it so easily, so this was nothing. Therefore, according to his plan, first, use doubts to make him doubt and plant seeds, then use the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine to expand the last darkness in his heart, and finally, let his grandma die in Konoha's hands. Believe it. Uchiha Obito will come and find peace with him. If it fails, then just use illusion to expand the darkness in his heart. I believe he will come at that time. So, he was not angry about Uchiha Obito's reply. He looked at the word lunatic with calm eyes. After frowning slightly, he stretched out his hands and placed them on the keyboard, ready to guide him to see the secret of Nanga Shrine. As long as he has the Mangekyo, I believe he will understand. However, the other party has blocked you. Ban raised his eyebrows and twitched his mouth. "Old man." Before he finished speaking, A prompt popped up. After testing, it was confirmed that the user had committed fraud and was punished with a 1-week ban. I hope the user will surf the internet in a civilized manner. Old man, old man, old man. Uchiha Madara covered his chest again and panted heavily, "Old man, fuck you." Before he finished speaking, he spread his hands, tilted his head, and slumped down on the chair. Baiju behind him was stunned. After a while, the white Zetsu rushed up in panic. "Lord Madara! It has only been a short while since he woke up. Offline again?" Fuido looked at the black avatar in surprise. "It has only been a short time, why did Madara go offline? Could it be that he quit the internet because he was cheated once? How old is he? Still so stingy?" He sighed and ignored it. It seems that his 1024 plan has failed. What a pity. The new movie and the new game will be online in a few days. After they are successfully online, he will start to leave the village. And the network coverage over the water country can be carried out with the permission of the 4th Mizukage. It seems that it should be a return of favor. It is estimated that the previous task commission allowed the Hidden Mist village to quickly pass the empty period. Therefore, the new 4th Mizukage, Yagura, was very grateful and allowed him to provide network coverage. As more and more people go online, the internet will be more lively, and in order to promote the development of movies and games, these things have to be open to the outside world, otherwise, relying on his system all day long, the development is too slow. He controls the platform and makes others make money for him, so he can make more money. Of course, if the 1024 project is successful, with so many white Zetsu, Madara, especially the black Zetsu who has been hiding for 1,000 years, it is really tempting. But I don't know why Madara is not interested. What a pity. It seems that as long as it has nothing to do with Senju Hashirama, he doesn't care. So he not add with the permission of the Senju family? Is it a policy left by Senju Hashirama? At the end, will Madara believe it? Sure enough, it's not easy to make some money. Yu sighed, "Come on. Ling Ian, help me press it. Recently, I'm really tired. Exhausted physically and mentally." For lying he is also strongly self-condemned in his heart. "Okay." After hearing this, Ling Ian came over with a gentle smile. Fuido lay down directly, feeling the little hand coming from behind, and immediately hummed. Back then, it was really right to ask Ling Ian to be a female secretary. Comfortable. And at this time, Fuido Ling Ian's soft voice. Fuido closed his eyes comfortably and asked in confusion. "Are you going out in a few days?" Sister Kushina asked you when you will report the mahjong competition? The nine-tailed fox is too annoying. Let's see it after I come back. A new movie will be released in a few days. Yes. Is it good? It should be good. It was made by the system, and he didn't pay attention. At this time, there was a sudden pain in his back, and Fuido was so scared that he trembled all over. The force was a bit strong. The whole person became energetic, and he seemed to understand something in his heart. He said leisurely, "Do you want to go to see it together in a few days?" The words fell. Sure enough, the force behind her became gentle again, and she let out a soft hum. "It's so comfortable." Name. Kushina looked at the keyboard in front of her and muttered, "Let's just use 9 tails. Otherwise the locked 9 tails." At this point, a burst of red chakra suddenly appeared all over her body, and her face suddenly changed. Hey! Hurry up and take back the chakra. I bought a computer recently. If you damage anything, my family won't have money to buy a new one. And isn't your name 9 Tails? I took a day off today to help you apply for an account. It's so abominable. They kept quarreling for several days. I couldn't sleep well. Kurama. The voice of the nine tails came from her mind. The name is the strongest tailed beast Kurama. So you have a name? Of course. My name is good, isn't it? Hee hee. Kushina pouted and typed it in as the nine tails meant. Anyway, she guessed that others wouldn't take it seriously. Gender. Suddenly she said hey. By the way, hey, I still don't know if you are male or female. The tailed beasts have no gender. It's a bit difficult, there are only these two options. Tell that kid Fuyu to change it quickly, he is discriminating against the tailed beasts. Forget about this little thing, or just choose female. Male. Male. Choose male. Damn it. You can't sleep tonight. Okay. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Kushina shook her head helplessly and said seriously, but remember, in a few days I'm going to the movies with Minato, please don't bother me anymore. I know. Human. You can't bother me at night. Damn human. I'll top up 648 for you. Okay, Kushina, can you top up now? I'll make it all back later. Hee hee. Kushina sneered disdainfully, then put the mouse down. Done. Fill in the information, remember your account and password, and you can start. Ha ha ha. Now let me kill everyone. 156 Plan Mutation. A few days later. Banara woke up again, his turbid eyes calmly looking at the rock wall, and said faintly, Uchiha is also corrupt. Surprisingly. Directly report. It's too unbecoming. Become like Hashirama, even others can't you listen to people anymore? Sure enough. The whole Konoha is decaying. Madara-sama, the white Zetsu beside him, looked worried. However, before he finished speaking, it's fine for me. Madara waved his hand calmly, as if he had figured out something. Amir Jr. won't make me angry to death. Hee hee hee, Madara-sama's ninjutsu is unparalleled, and he unified the ninja world. A group of little white people quickly offered their flattery. However, Madara didn't care. Since he created this group of idiots with the outer path demon statue, he was tired of hearing these flattery. He closed his eyes lightly and prepared to have a good rest. However, after a moment, he opened his eyes again in confusion and looked at the group of white Zetsu gathered in front of him. What are they doing? Watching a movie, Madara-sama. White Zetsu said, today, the new movie is released simultaneously on the internet. We can watch it on the computer and spend some money. Movie. Madara frowned. Oh, Madara doesn't know. It was also made by Fuyu. The last one was quite interesting. Does Madara want to watch it? I heard that this one is about the Uchiha and Senju clans. Uchiha Senju, Madara muttered to himself, stretched out his hand, let Baizetsu support him, and walked over. In that case I'll take a look. After the words fell, all the Baizetsu were relieved. As long as Madara-sama doesn't play games or chat now, it will be fine. Scared? Scared? At that time, the black Zetsu was almost mad. Immediately. Quickly took Madara-sama to the computer and started watching the computer. At the same time, Fuyu and Ling Ian were also sitting in the cinema, watching the big screen. After a while, the movie started. At the beginning it was a familiar advertisement. Then, 7 huge words appeared directly in front of them with unparalleled momentum. Ding! 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 Ninja, Black Child Advents. Fuyu's mouth twitched suddenly. Hey, hey, hey! System, you are such an asshole. At this moment Fuyu immediately guessed what the plot was about. Beauty, you can also call it Red Eye Advent. Black Child? Ban is still handsome, and he is so handsome. What's dark there? At this time, the movie started, and the audience quickly quieted down and watched the movie seriously. You know, this is the second movie in the ninja world. Everyone laughed at the beginning. The heaven and earth gave birth to the power of chakra. Under the refinement of the legendary six-path sage, it turned into Yang Pearl and Yin Pearl. The Yang Pearl is made of the purest chakra between heaven and earth, and the Yin Pearl is made of turbid chakra. When the time comes, it will definitely confuse people's hearts and harm the world. In order to prevent the Yin Pearl from harming the world, the six-path sage set a taboo in it. When the time comes, the Yin Pearl will be directly dispersed, and the Yang Pearl will be reincarnated to benefit the world. Especially here. The white Zetsu in the cave was stunned. How strange! It looks like Asura and Indra. Does that Uchiha Fuyu know something? Impossible. Black Zetsu has erased all of these. Coincidence? Coincidence. The spores kept flying around, whispering. Next. The reincarnation was due to the carelessness of an old toad. A little accident happened. In the end, Yangzu was reincarnated into Senju Bing, and Yinzu was reincarnated into Uchiha Jia. Fuyu felt a stomachache and didn't know what to say. Awesome. The system is really awesome. I was originally feeling bored, but I started to get curious. It seems a little interesting. As time passed, the plot slowly moved forward. The background is the Warring States period again. The grudge between Senju and the Uchiha clan. The naughty Uchiha Jia also made a lot of jokes. Like the Uchiha clan, he was misunderstood and rejected by others. He also met the reincarnation of Yangzu and got a fat nine-tailed fox that turned into a yin-yang wheel. Fuyu suddenly felt I should not go to the nine-tailed fox to play mahjong recently. It is easy to have accidents. At this time. The position at the back. Ha ha ha. Kushina saw the fat nine-tailed fox and laughed out loud, so funny. Is the nine-tailed fox so cute? Damn it. Damn it. I must kill that brat. The nine-tailed fox kept roaring at Kushina, that Uchiha brat, I will definitely kill him. He looked at Kushina who was laughing while holding her stomach angrily, you kill him too. Kill them all. And you're still laughing. Actually, it's quite cute. Kill him. Kill him. Okay. The fat one. It's cuter than you. Damn it. Minato next to him looked at Kushina who was laughing while holding her stomach helplessly, nodded apologetically to the people around him, and whispered to Kushina, don't laugh. Everyone is watching. Okay. Okay. Stop laughing. Kushina also stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly and continued watching the movie. This is quite interesting. However, unexpectedly, after laughing, tragedy struck. There is no way to eliminate the power of the six paths. Uchiha Jia misunderstood and slipped away directly under the wind-fire wheel transformed by the nine-tail. Finally, Senju Bing's identity was exposed, and the feud between Uchiha and Senju broke out in an instant. Finally, the power of the six paths descended. Uchiha Jia said, I don't believe in fate, I will bear my own life. And faced the challenge and was shocked by all the audience. However, they still died. Fortunately, the Miyaboku mountain toad used magic to collect their souls so that they would not be too sad like the previous movie. Fuyu was also very grateful, otherwise, it is estimated that his arm would be scratched by Suzune and bleed, and he might not be able to enjoy Suzune's thin fist massage in the future. And Uchiha and Senju join hands to build peace again. A refreshing movie. When I left the door, I heard that many people were going to watch it again. It seems that the movie is gradually gaining popularity. I'm a little hungry, let's go eat barbecue. Just like that, Fuyu took Suzune to Fuyu barbecue. At the same time, at the end of the movie, Ban was stunned, and his mind kept thinking about Uchiha Jia's words. My life is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. The old body trembled, and his face kept changing. Master Madara the White Zetsu were shocked. Did Madara discover something? Before they could speak, My life. It's up to me. Madara suddenly roared, and then, before all the white Zetsu could react, the black scepter in his hand flew out. Then, while the white Zetsu were all confused, a black Zetsu with an equally happy face appeared. He was finally born. However, before he could call Master Madara by Master Madara's will, just saw. Bang! Madara directly pulled out the tube behind him, and then, looking at Black Zetsu coldly, I don't want to live like this anymore, living a boring life. Black Zetsu is my will, and will replace me, supervise you, and execute my plan. After the words fell, closed his eyes, sat down on the chair. Gone. The white Zetsu and black Zetsu looked at the hopeless Madara with confused faces. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? There was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Black Zetsu was so angry that he grabbed Madara's collar and said, "Fuck you. Wake up. Bastard. Oh my god. His plan is not like this." 157 Smashed that harmful thing. Although the premiere of the movie was over, it still had a great impact. Many people on the street were talking about Black Child's birth. Some people who hadn't seen it listened to it and became curious and went in to watch it. So, the reputation has increased a bit, attracting more people. And the movies selected by the system seem to have some hidden meanings. For example, this one is because Uchiha Ja was misunderstood, and what he saw might not be real, and was misunderstood by the people. In the end, only after the misunderstanding was resolved, he was understood. Besides, Uchiha Ja was to protect civilians, and the Uchiha family was also the Konoha guard, guarding the safety of Konoha. I heard. Recently, the villagers' attitude towards Uchiha has improved a lot. Although their faces are still so sour, they no longer look at them with annoyance as before. Therefore, the great elder was pleased to call on the clansmen in Uchiha to watch the movie to support him, and asked all the clansmen to watch it. It can be said that it's a hit. This movie is really a hit. It's not even just a hit in Konoha. At this time, in a small city in the land of fire, a blonde, curvy woman walked out carelessly, and while walking, she casually said, "I underestimated that Uchiha brat. I didn't expect that he could come up with such an interesting thing. Your own life? Didn't his great-grandfather and Uchiha Madara do the same?" The entire ninja world was in chaos. Only his great-grandfather and Uchiha Madara gave up their hatred and worked together to build Konoha, hoping that the young child would no longer go to the battlefield. What a pity! It is true that the great-grandfather is still alive. But now, Konoha has long been rotten. She was a little surprised when she heard that the brat Minato Namikaze succeeded the 4th generation Hokage some time ago. Of course Minato is also very good, and may be able to change Konoha. Tsunade had a gloating look on her face, muttering, "I heard that Orochimaru probably didn't expect that he would be preempted by a disciple of Jiraiya, and he might be mad in his heart." After the words fell, the black short-haired girl behind her stepped on her little feet and ran towards the impetuous Tsunade, pouting and saying, "Tsunade-sama, wait for me." Looking at Tsunade, who was slightly stunned and stopped, it seemed that she just remembered that there was such a person as her. Shizuan said helplessly, "Did Lady Tsunade forget me again?" "Ha ha ha. How is that possible?" "It seems so." Shizuan sighed helplessly, but she had already gotten used to it and didn't care. "Lady Tsunade, where are we going now?" "To the internet cafe. I haven't played mahjong for a few days, let's go play a few rounds." "You can't charge 648. If you don't charge, the free ninja beans are not enough. I think square dancing is pretty good. Every time Lady Tsunade dances, she will definitely attract a lot of people's attention." Shizuan said seriously, "Why don't we go dancing?" At first she thought that 648 would allow Lady Tsunade to play for a long time. In any case, it was better than going to the casino. Booty didn't expect Tsunade-sama's luck in playing mahjong is so bad that she can get several 648s in one round. It's amazing. Let's play a smaller game later. Tsunade didn't care and said carelessly, just top up 648. She didn't care about Ling Ian's words. She wanted to top up, and Ling Jingian couldn't stop her. She went straight to the internet cafe and walked in. Network administrator, turn on the computer. She asked the network administrator to turn on the computer skillfully, and then sat down directly. When she was about to open the game platform, suddenly, a window popped up on the screen, and Tsunade looked up curiously. Today's server is open. Choose Uchiha at the beginning. You must choose Uchiha. Uchiha has an exclusive hidden copy. Time moves a little bit. Danzo, who finished watching the movie with a bunch of guards, also sighed and walked out of the cinema. Looking at the moviegoers coming and going, he shook his head, that Uchiha brat his business is really getting better and better. Finally, he still failed. Of course. Although more than 100 million was spent, at least those stores are still there, and he can get some back when the time comes. What a pity. Hiruzen no longer believes in him, otherwise relying on him and Hiruzen, he will definitely succeed. Forget it, go back and open a new game. This time we have to defeat Hiruzen in it. He is different. Recharge. I will never lose to Hiruzen again. Although the root organization's actions are not so convenient after Hiruzen's retreat, it is still okay to recharge a few 648, which is not a lot of money. That is, the cells of the first generation of Hokage will be delayed for a while. After all, insufficient funds. The darkness of Shinobi. He will definitely have invincible power. Thinking of this, Danzo remembered Orochimaru who helped him crack the secret formula some time ago, and hesitated for a moment. Let's go to the laboratory first. After saying that, he took a deep look at the crowded cinema again, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. If I can do this too. In his heart. Suddenly, he had another idea. Orochimaru has been quite bored recently. The war has been over for a while, the old man has retired, and the fourth generation Hokage has also taken office. But his wood release cells have not been seen yet. Shimura Danzo. That's a pit. Why haven't they started yet? Is there no money? Orochimaru smiled softly and continued to do simple experiments. If that guy hadn't promised that there would be cells of Hashirama Senju, he wouldn't want to stay in this laboratory full of barbecue sauce and milk tea. Waste of time. And at this time, Danzo is here. A shout came from outside. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, his eyes moved, his heart moved, as if he guessed something. He licked his lips with a smile. Is it finally going to start? Just as he finished speaking, sure enough, he saw Danzo walking slowly over under the protection of several root ninjas. Danzo-sama. Orochimaru spit out apricots and looked at Danzo with a feminine smile. It's really rare. It's really rare. Danzo didn't care about Orochimaru's unreasonableness. I thought I needed to send someone to find you. I won't leave until I see what I want. You will see it. Is it today? No. But it's almost time. Danzo raised his eyelids, but did not show any other expression, and still said calmly, I came to you today, but I still need your help to study something. Orochimaru was stunned, his mouth twitched, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Danzo in front of him with a haze. This guy seems to be worth 1 billion? Suddenly he thought of his locked-up mother, and shouted gloomily, enough. Hurry up and smash that harmful thing. House 158. Since a few days ago, Uchiha Madara suddenly brought him out, and then, for unknown reasons, he committed suicide. This group of white Zetsu began to let go of themselves. Directly grabbed the computer, and even prepared to make the first charge. Sure enough, they are a bunch of rubbish. Just. Damn it. Why did he commit suicide for no reason? To this day, Black Zetsu still has not forgotten that day. He was stunned and didn't know what to do. Let him follow his will to execute the plan? It's just a joke. If he told others that he was Madara's will for no reason, who would believe it? Ghosts will believe it. No one would think that Uchiha Madara could live until now. Besides, why did he pretend to be Uchiha Madara's will? Isn't it just to conceal his identity and hide behind the ninja world? And now, Madara is dead. He died for no reason. He died before even choosing a spokesperson. I am so tired. I really can't carry him. Black Zetsu sighed and looked at the group of white Zetsu in front of him who had quieted down under his roar. Since Madara is dead, then there is no need for them to pretend anymore. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Madara? Black Zetsu said gloomily, how did you do it? All the white Zetsu looked at each other. This is really unexpected. Yes. Yes. We didn't expect this to happen. Lord Madara probably did this because he was so angry twice in a row. What a pity. I don't even know Lord Madara's account and password. A very smart white Zetsu said with regret, Lord Madara has charged a lot of money. What a waste. After the words fell, all the white Zetsu looked at him suddenly, and then shook their heads with regret. What a pity. Black Zetsu's eyelids raised. If he had eyelids, of course he really wanted to kill them now, and then make another batch. At this time, he is still thinking about the game? Black Zetsu took a deep breath, looked at white Zetsu who lowered his head with a weak face, and said in a cold voice, has Uchiha Madara's body been collected? It's already collected. People dug very deep and they will definitely not find it. Yet. Black Zetsu nodded. Finally, a serious matter was done. Then he glanced at the computer and said, Uchiha Fuyu, what's going on? I don't know. White Zetsu also spread his hands. Six-Path Sage, the reincarnation of Yin Chakra and Yang Chakra, is very similar to Ashura and Indra. Did you find something? It should be a coincidence. After all, didn't Black Zetsu clean up all the history? So, it's just a coincidence. Black Zetsu pondered after hearing it. Didn't White Zetsu who was monitoring him happen to have anything? No. In that case, keep watching him. Once you find a problem. A cold light flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. Kill him. But he must not be discovered. After the words fell. Yet. The White Zetsu nodded. Then. Black Zetsu also nodded with satisfaction, and seemed to feel a lot more comfortable. Since Madara-sama's spokesperson hasn't come yet, they must continue to guide Madara-sama's spokesperson to appear. Only in this way can it be difficult for others to discover his true secret. Looking at the well-behaved white Zetsu, these tools are not useless. At this time, I just exclaimed in my heart. A smart white Zetsu raised his hand. Can we finish it now? The new server is open today, we will have no time. This group of idiots. Uchiha Madara committed suicide for no reason, and Fuyu didn't know that Black Zetsu was born early, or even if he knew, he didn't care. The only pity is, it has been a few days, and Uchiha Madara still hasn't come to ask about Project 1024. It seems that his plan has really failed. After explaining the village's affairs, Fuyu also set off for the Rain Country. This time's plan let the Rain Country fully cover the network, and let Channa study the Sharingan given to him by the Great Elder, and then go to the Wind Country to see if it can also cover the network. If that doesn't work, just promote the Mahjong tournament that Konoha is going to hold, and then let them go online once, and that will probably be enough. No one can resist the temptation. Next. By the way, take a look at how your house is being built. The house in Konoha is still under construction. Maybe after returning this time, you can move into the new house. Besides, before leaving the village, he has already opened up the movie and game production, and even sold the related tools. Please take a look at the village's Ling Ian. If you find something good, stay and he will take a look at it later. Maybe you can see something interesting? Fuyu sat quietly in the luxurious carriage, looking at the rain country getting closer and closer, sighing in his heart, muttering to himself, I don't know if that salamander Hanzo is honest. If he is not honest, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The war is over, then let's get rid of him. Hee. You are poisonous. Sneeze there. I just won 2 games, and you start to despise me? Is the samsara eye so narrow? The masked salamander Hanzo raised his eyebrows and looked at the disdainful Nagato in front of him. Isn't it just a few dollars? Now the whole rain country is under your control, and you are still so stingy. How much money is that? That's several hundred taels. He has been saving for a long time. How many steamed buns can he buy? Nagato rolled his eyes and said unhappily, you can continue to care. Forget it. I can't afford to offend you. Salamander Hanzo shrugged and said calmly, boy. Be magnanimous. Be magnanimous. You are a strong man anyway, don't be like a little punk. Rich brother say, no matter what kind of capacity, as long as you are happy, it's fine. That guy is quite capable. Hanzo snorted, but he is from Konoha Uchiha. Brother Fuyu is Brother Fuyu. Forget it, I won't tell you anymore. Little girl, take away the detonating talisman. Is it really okay to sneak attack an old man like me like this? Hanzo said unhappily, and then looked at the guy who was busy not far away. What are you doing recently? How come the whole rain country is full of them? Network equipment. Zionin put away his paper bird. It was obviously just a very cute paper bird. How could it be detonated? Brother Fuyu said that as long as we have this thing, we can communicate even if we are far away. Really? Hanzo looked at the strange thing with interest. Then I will see it when the time comes. After saying that, he patted his butt and stood up. I won't fight with you guys anymore. You're still glaring after losing. I'm going back. Hey, I told you that's Brother Fuyu's house. Didn't that kid give it to me at that time? You can't even cheat an old man. Nagato and Konan looked at each other, and finally shook their heads helplessly. Forget it, Brother Fuyu will be back in a few days, so let Brother Fuyu solve it himself. Nagato also patted his butt and stood up. It was painful to lose a few hundred taels. I'll go to the prison to take a look. Those guys are not honest recently, especially the 4-tailed Jinchuriki who was arrested a few days ago. It seems that they are also involved with them. That group of guys. What a trouble. Can't they just be quiet? 159 Prison Break Squad. Rain Country. Today. The scorching sun. But it's still drizzling. The iron ore in the mine is still very hot, and the drizzle on my face is particularly hot. The iced milk tea outside is still a dream that I dare not hope for. We can't do this anymore. Biwajozang angrily threw the tools in his hand to the ground. These guys are going to trap us to death here. Speaking of this, he looked coldly at the red-haired boy who had a calm face and ignored him, still knocking on the mine. Red Sand Scorpion of Sand Village. He is also a famous puppeteer in Sand Village, but for some reason, he was also imprisoned in this prison, and this prison with 9 twists and turns is said to have contributed to it. An old senior said. A long time ago. This prison was not so solid. Until a hero appeared. In the end, no one wanted to escape from prison anymore. Even if one person escapes. However, Scorpion's eyes did not fluctuate at all. After glancing at him lightly, he said, "You are a rebel." "I am a rebel. Most of the people here are rebels. If you escape from here, where can you go? It's just running from one prison to another, and you may even lose your life." "I'm not a rebel." The red-haired bearded man raised his hand and said, I just came out to travel and train. Although he disagreed with the stubborn political views of the third Suchikage, he did not betray the village. And I don't want to stay here anymore. Then you guys run away. Scorpion was unmoved, stood up calmly, glanced at his task. Sorry, I'm done with today's work, it's time to rest. We need you. Biwajozo looked at his back and growled, only you. Plus me and Lao Ziai. The three of us have a chance to leave this damn place. Not interested. Do you want to be a coward for life or cooperate with us? Even if you fail, you'll be a hero. Biwajozo looked at him firmly. Is Scorpion, the genius puppeteer of the Sand Village, a coward? The words fell. Scorpion's footsteps paused slightly. Then, it seemed that he didn't care, and walked forward calmly without saying anything. Suddenly, Biwajozang showed a disappointed look. He was not afraid of failure. He was afraid that he would give in without doing anything. He smiled contemptuously, shook his head, and looked at Lao Ziai, who was sitting cross-legged and calm, and was about to say something. Come to my place when you have free time in the evening. Scorpion's light voice suddenly came over. The words fell. When the two heard it, they were stunned, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. I knew that you, a little kid, would not give up easily. They looked at the back that was walking forward calmly. The heart seemed full of self-confidence. The jailbreak team was officially established. At night, after dinner, as agreed, they came to Scorpion. After being trapped for many days, this time, they are finally going to escape from this hellhole, and Biwajozang is of course very excited. There is no milk tea or barbecue here, and there are 1 billion waiting outside. How can he continue to waste time here? If he goes out too late, what if the 1 billion has been cashed out? So, he must leave this hellhole as soon as possible. At this time, the three of them looked at each other seriously. I think we must find more like-minded partners. Biwajozang looked at the team of only 3 people including him. Now it is difficult for us to extract chakra, and we can only use pure physical skills, but there is that one outside. The red-haired monster stared. So, one more person means one more force. However, after the words fell, before Lao Ziai nodded in agreement. Sorry. I quit. Scorpion refused directly. X2. If you add more people, I quit. Why? Too many people. Scorpion was silent for a moment, and then said calmly, too many people means a big target and it is easy to be discovered. Is that so? Biwajozo and Lao Ziai looked at each other, but nodded in agreement. After all, although the kid in front of them was younger than them, he was said to be a veteran in jailbreaking. He was the focus of attention in the prison. So, he had enough experience and it was okay to listen to his command. As a ninja, the most taboo is the idiot who pretends to know and doesn't listen to orders. What's your plan? Plan? Scorpion sneered slightly, and his originally calm eyes suddenly seemed to sparkle with light. He drew a diagram of the prison structure on the ground. This time we will walk out in front of them, in front of them. After the words fell, the two were shocked and looked at Scorpion in disbelief. It sounds like it's awesome. But how are you so familiar with this prison? The next day. Today, the sun is still shining, but the rain is heavier than yesterday. Biwajozo looked at Lao Ziai with a hidden look in his eyes, and both nodded slightly. The time has come. According to Scorpion's plan, they are ready to leave in front of all the prison guards during the day. After all, there are many people during the day and it is lively outside. As long as they are not paying attention to them all the time, even the perception ninjas will not be able to find them all at once. So, the first step is to create a conflict and separate the two. You bastard! Why do you keep touching my butt? Biwajozang glared at Lao Ziai, do you want me to beat you up? After saying that, Lao Ziai was stunned. This idiot. Although it's a good excuse to cause a conflict, you can't find such a disgusting one. However, now is not the time to be in a daze. Everyone is paying attention to this side, so we must increase the conflict as soon as possible to attract the attention of the prison guards. I just touched it. What if I touched it? Lao Ziyi took a step forward and touched it again in front of everyone. What do you want? I touched it. This situation. Everyone was stunned. I've heard that there are many gays in rock ninjas. Is it true? Isn't it about cloud ninjas? Almost. From the beginning, I felt that these two were gay, especially the mist ninja, who was close to the rock ninjas and sand ninjas all day long. Since they are so open, what's wrong with being touched by others? You have a good figure. You are so lucky. Everyone started to whisper. Even Scorpion's mouth twitched. He did say that he would try to attract everyone's attention. But he didn't say he had to attract so much. Of course, it seems that the effect is not bad now. The group of prison guards also noticed it. Just when the two were about to fight, the prison guard came over and stopped the fight fiercely. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you want to work twice as much? He touched my butt. The prison guard didn't expect this reason either. He twitched his mouth and looked at Lao Ziyi. Suddenly, there was a moment. Lao Ziyi felt that this place was pretty good. Really? I don't want to escape from prison. However, we don't support it, nor do we discriminate. But you all have to work honestly here. The prison guard coughed and said seriously, now work quickly. If it gets bigger, it will really be super doubled. No, I want to apply for a change of workstation, otherwise, I feel dangerous here. Biwajozo refused. The prison guard hesitated for a moment and agreed. It would not be good to cause any problems. It would not be a big problem to change places. Nodding, he took Biwajozo to another place. And Biwajozo turned his head obscurely when he was about to leave, and looked at Xie and Lao Ziyi with a confident smile. Success. Suddenly, Lao Ziyi and Xie also knew why Biwajozo used this excuse. So that's it. Not bad. Let the prison guard transfer the person away without any doubt. Scorpion looked at Biwajozo's departing back with a strange light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The first step. Success. 160. What a coincidence. The second step. Keep attracting the attention of the prison guard until he gets impatient. I want to go to the toilet. Hold it. I can't hold it anymore. Why is there so much water? I'm a mist ninja, I know water escape. Let's go. The prison guard had no choice but to take Biwajozang out to relieve himself. However, after coming back, I want to go to the toilet. Didn't I just go? Too much water. Hold it. You can't work if you hold it. The prison guard had no choice but to continue to take him there helplessly. What a pity. After coming back again, I want to relieve myself. Are you trying to make trouble? The prison guard looked at him threateningly. You have it again so soon. Physical fitness. Biwajozang said seriously, I don't want to either. Kidney hollow. Yes. Hey, let's go. The prison guard patted Biwajozang's shoulder with sympathy and took him away again. On the other side, Lao Ziyi was also carrying out his mission, constantly making trouble to attract the attention of the prison guards. Originally, he planned to make trouble by fighting, but after Biwajozang's actions, forget it, there's no need to bother with that. Just touch it directly. Suddenly, a rough man who loves to touch men's buttocks appeared in the prison. Wherever he passed, people avoided him. Even the prison guards' repeated warnings were useless. They could only send prison guards to watch him all the time. Anyway, Scorpion suddenly thought in his heart, was it wrong to cooperate with them? Fortunately, The effect is really good. Both of them are worthy of being veteran ninjas in the ninja world. They really do everything they can. And the third step, and the most important step after all the prison guards are impatient, you can start escaping from prison. People's patience is limited, especially when repeating a boring thing. Therefore, after repeatedly bothering the prison guards will relax their vigilance. At this time, you can proceed to the next step. I want to release the water. Biwajozo said skillfully, please hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. Okay. I'll take you there quickly. The prison guard also skillfully pulled Biwajozo forward and sighed, do you need me to ask a medical ninja for you? Men can't be afraid of illness and doctors. No need. I'm used to it. In front. Go by yourself. Thank you. Bibajozang smiled slightly and walked directly into the lush forest. After a while. Are you done? No. After a while again. Are you done? No. Why are you so slow? The prison guard pulled the rope, hurry up. Enlarge. Wait a minute. The prison guard immediately distanced himself with a look of disgust, and didn't call any more, just pulling the rope from time to time. However, after a long time, this constipation should be over. The prison guard found something wrong and hurriedly walked along the rope. Buthy's face was shocked, and his pupils shrank as he looked at the other end of the rope tied to the tree. Someone escaped from prison. He quickly came to his senses and shouted in panic. And at this time, suddenly, someone escaped from prison. A roar came from the other side. Success! Scorpion's mouth curled up slightly, looking at the prison guards who kept chasing from two directions. That's right. Their plan this time was to split into two groups to see who the red-haired kid would catch. As for him, cooperation? Don't be kidding. Chakra refining was sealed, and it was not so easy to escape from the rain country under the pursuit of so many ninjas. Therefore, he prepared the third step for himself. The third step that the Mist Ninja and the Rock Ninja didn't know. At this time, the news of the two people's escape was also known to the whole prison. Everyone suddenly became nervous, and the prison guards hurriedly sent people to watch the prison to prevent anyone from escaping again, and asked people to take the remaining guys back and keep an eye on them. Go, go, go. Go back quickly. The prison guard roared fiercely, dare to run away? You can't run away. Work here honestly. As for the rest of the people, although their eyes flickered, they still chose to walk forward honestly. At this time, report. A handsome young man with red hair suddenly raised his hand. I know their escape route. A few days ago, they asked me to go with them, but I refused. After that, the inmates glared at Scorpion. Although they did not run away, they hated traitors very much, and if someone really ran away, then they might be able to leave. As a result, someone actually wanted to report it. It's shameful. Coward. The prison guard also looked at Scorpion in surprise, but when he saw the familiar red hair, he guessed why he refused. Old acquaintance. The key focus of the prison. The prison guards looked at each other, and then sent one out, saying calmly, "Follow me." The words fell. Scorpion lowered his head, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and followed. After a while, Scorpion, wearing the uniform of the Rain Village prison guard, walked out openly. Using the small tools he made, he successfully attacked, and now the prison guard has fallen into a coma. Scorpion walked out of the prison gate, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "What an intoxicating air." When all the prison guards went to catch the two people, it was time for him to escape. He ran out with the large group, and then, halfway through, he handed over the escape route of Biwajozo to the unknown Rain Ninja. "I'll go and give the information to the other side." Just like that, he left the main group halfway and was not discovered. The corner of Scorpion's mouth curled up slightly. It is estimated that the strange spiral-eyed boy has already chased others. And only here ally left this damn place. Do you really think he will stay there honestly? Don't be ridiculous. He is the scorpion of the red sand. Being honest is just to dilute everyone's attention. Now, leave here. Then, remove the seal on your body, and come back to settle accounts with them. Scorpion sneered, I guess there is knock Akra. Those two can't run far. So, he now has to find a new identity to confuse them. Suddenly, Scorpion looked at the luxurious carriage slowly approaching in front of him, and was slightly stunned. After a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a meaningful smile, a merchant's carriage. He had an idea. At the same time, after sitting in the carriage for a few days, at this time, it was getting closer and closer to Nagato's base. He stretched his waist leisurely. He had been on the road all the time, and his face was a little tired. He muttered to himself, after going over, I must let Channa make a Sancho fish soup, and then, I have to check my body. Even if I was riding in a carriage, I was a little tired. Just as the words fell, creaky, the carriage suddenly stopped. Fuito was slightly stunned. What happened? Did you encounter a mud pit? He gently lifted the curtain and was about to ask the guards outside. What happened? Get off the car, your car is already mine. The two said in unison. Familiar voice. Suddenly, they looked up at each other and were slightly stunned. Why is it you? X2. It's raining so hard today. Fuito smiled and looked at the scorpion in front of him holding a strange tool in his hand. Oh, what a coincidence. Little brother. MMP. 161 Orochimaru's defection. The prison break in Rain Country did not have a big impact, and thanks to the genius of Sand Village, Scorpion of the Red Sand, he made an important contribution to the improvement of the prison in Rain Country. I heard. Scorpion is almost out of friends in prison. Of course, this has nothing to do with Fuito. He took out the detonating talisman directly, and then, Scorpion, whose seal was not lifted, followed him back consciously, and handed over the tools he made this time. It can quickly make the enemy lose resistance and fall into a coma. It's a bit like an electric baton. Fuito tried it at the time, and the power was quite good. Until he returned to the prison, Scorpion did not wake up come here. As for the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the Mist Ninja Biwajizo, they were also caught. The route map handed over by Scorpion was correct, so under the perception of Nagato and Kana, the two people whose chakras were sealed were quickly caught. It can be said that there was no danger. At the same time, the management loopholes in the prison were also pointed out. I heard. A prison guard proposed to award Scorpion an outstanding contribution award for his contribution to the prison. Scorpion. Talent. He has not given up escaping until now. I heard that he has been very well behaved during this period, working very hard, and not forming cliques, so that Nagato has been a little relaxed in monitoring him. Relaxed. I didn't expect that. I was careless in the end. If I hadn't stopped his carriage, I guess he might have really gotten away. Sure enough. The tough guy who can make a human puppet is not an ordinary person. And Biwajozo and Lao Zi didn't expect that these two people were also arrested, especially Lao Zi, who is the Four Tails Jinchuriki, but was thrown directly into prison. I wonder if the third Tsuchikage will send ninjas to break the prison after hearing about it. I heard that he was arrested because of a conflict with the Rain Ninja at that time. It's quite pitiful to think about it. He was arrested to mine just because he left the village to travel. Jiraiya, I'm so lucky that I didn't come to the Land of Rain. Of course, I haven't been to the Land of Rain for a while. The Land of Rain has changed a lot. The sewers are well treated and the economy is developing well. You can see it from the turnover in the Land of Rain during this period. Everything is good. That's it. His house is gone. Such a big house is gone just like that. The old guy is fickle-minded. He clearly said he didn't want it, but he didn't want it. Therefore, after handing Scorpion to Nagato, he returned to his original residence. By the way, a full set of tests were done. Fuyu's chakra has increased again. Kana looked at the report in her hand with some surprise. It's incredible. You can even feel that his vitality and spirit have also increased. Suddenly, she looked at Fuyu seriously as he got up to change his clothes. Is Fuyu's mother from the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan? No. Fuyu shook his head. They are all Uchiha ninjas. It seems the improvement this time is very obvious. Of course he also felt it, and even his pupil power increased a lot, but he still didn't open the Mangekyo. Does he really have to experience a huge fluctuation in his heart? What about Uchiha Shin? Where did he get so many pairs of Mangekyo? Even his own pets have them. Isn't it? Kana frowned slightly after hearing Fuyu's answer. It's really strange. Is it Fuyu's special body? I heard that the first generation of Hokage also has a strange sage body. If it can be tested, it may be helpful to Fuyu. Really? Fuyu actually wanted to see Hashirama's cells, but he didn't have the chance. Of course, he originally wanted to learn the sage mode. After all, he had such a huge amount of chakra, so he should be able to learn it quickly. But then he thought about it and decided to forget it. As long as he was strong, why did he need so many fancy skins? Didn't you see that even though Madara was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, he could still dance gracefully without complete power? The Sharingan is invincible. Road, why do you need to borrow the sage mode? Work hard to make money, upgrade and you're done. Maybe by then he's thick-skinned and can stand and fight, and no one can kill him. Of course, it's good to study Hashirama's cells. Fuyu seemed to remember something, took out a few Sharingan from his arms, and handed them to Channa. Sorry to bother you, see if you can research something. Yet, Channa didn't say much, took the Sharingan directly, smiled gently and generously. Next, please leave some cells for Fuyu. Understood. Used to it. Do you need help? No. Do you need my chakra? Just leave some blood, no need. Actually, I still want to see what changes will happen to Fuyu after he changes, plus my chakra. Sorry for the trouble. After doing all the research and leaving some research materials, Fuyu and Channa walked out. The network coverage of the rain country is also very complete, but it needs to take some rain-proof measures, which is similar to the Kirigakure Ninja Village, where moisture-proof and anti-corrosion measures are needed. After a few days, the network here can be activated. When everyone heard that they could contact each other even if they were far away, especially even if he was in Konoha, they could chat here, they were very interested. And the computer production line is in the rain country, so everyone is familiar with computers. When the network coverage is complete, they can start immediately. It's just why did Hanzo Salamander come to their base instead of staying in the rain village? Poisoning? Of course, after hearing that Yahiko and Nagato became consultants of the rain village and also had the right to mobilize the rain ninja, Fuyu didn't say anything more. Especially during this period, Hanzo Salamander played cards, drank milk tea and went to the dance hall. Maybe people really didn't think much about it. Of course. Konan said that she hated it and thought that the old man's stakes in playing cards were too large, which made her lose a lot of money and felt a little sad. How many steamed buns can she buy? Really, I suspected he cheated, but my little paper figurine didn't find anything. I told you, if you suspect, just use the detonation talisman. Blow him up. Fuyu said seriously, we can't take any risks at all. But the detonation talisman is also very expensive. I'm a little reluctant. Sister Nan was very frugal when she was young, how come she became like that in the future? Fuyu sighed with emotion, and said nothing more. He planned to go and see what the salamander Hanzo wanted to do in a few days. I drank a bowl of salamander soup cooked by Channa after a long time, and I felt much better. The soup cooked by Channa is still delicious. Yet. Channa nodded softly, seemed very happy, and then served him another big bowl. It was just that Zionan's playful sticking out of her tongue made Channa very embarrassed. Yahiko also smiled helplessly and shook his head. It was a rare relaxation. As for Nagato, the hard-working Nagato hasn't come back yet, and there are a lot of things going on in the prison. At this time, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was probably not Nagato, because Nagato didn't need to knock when he came back. Konan directly controlled the paperman to open the door, but Fuyu ignored him and drank his soup leisurely. Standing at the door was a ninja from the Akatsuki organization. After handing the note to the paperman, he retreated, and Konan controlled the paperman to hand the note to Yahiko. It seems something important has happened. Let me see. Yahiko took the note and read it carefully, and even Fuyu looked over curiously. However, after a while, Yahiko looked at Fuyu with a strange look on his face. Brother Fuyu, the news from Konoha. Fuyu was stunned. What news was there from Konoha? Could it be that the Nine Tails rioted? Or my shop was smashed? No. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Brother Fuyu is really broad-minded. Yahiko smiled helplessly. It made sense when he thought about it. Brother Fuyu was just a businessman in Konoha and didn't need to care about ninja matters, but he still said with a serious face, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru, defected. After the words fell, Fuyu was stunned. So fast? Was it discovered that he was conducting human experiments? No. It seems that he took action against Konoha's billionaires. Now Konoha has announced the news of Orochimaru's defection. What the hell? 162 I'm waiting for you. It happened not long after Fuyu left. The three ninjas of Konoha defected from the village. As for the reason, rumor among the ninjas in the village was that he coveted the body of Danzo-sama, so he violated the village's constraints and took action. It's all because of money. On the day after the incident, the Konoha ninja rescued in time, and nothing happened to the important figure of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. It just let Orochimaru escape. But Danzo was still very sad in his heart. I really didn't expect Orochimaru to attack him. You know, he was the only one who agreed with Orochimaru to become the next Hokage. Even if he had selfish motives, the two of them were just partners, but it can be said that until now, he has never done anything to let Orochimaru down. I didn't expect it. In the end, what he got in return was indeed envy and greed. Money. Is it that important? Danzo felt very tired. Isn't it just letting him research something? Well, haven't you just handed over the cells of the first Hokage to him? Why is it so? Did he not want to start the research? No. No. It's just that the funds are not enough at the moment. How could he, Shimura Danzo, not want to have the invincible power to dominate the ninja world? But there is really no money. Danzo sighed inwardly and looked at the root ninja in front of him. How much was lost? The research institute was severely damaged, and many equipment were seriously damaged. At the same time the root ninja hesitated for a moment. A part of Hashirama's cells was taken away by Orochimaru. After a while, he shook his head again with melancholy. This unprovoked disaster made the root organization, which was not rich to begin with, even worse. It's heartbreaking. Danzo clenched his fists, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and took the flyer beside him. Fuyu Entertainment Co., Limited has closed the film. Are you still worried about not having enough money? Are you still worried about having a story in your heart but not being able to tell it? Are you still envious of other people's stories? Come and make a movie. As long as your story is attractive, we will buy it. Let you play it in all theaters and be sought after by everyone. Share. Buyout. Cooperation. All are up to you. Are you still hesitating? Hurry up and make your story. There is also a masked man with a thumbs up next to him, as if saying my story. Do you dare to make it? Make a movie. Danzo was tangled in his heart. He thought of the customers coming and going in the cinema. After investigation, the income is also very tempting. No, it should be said that it is quite tempting. No wonder that kid didn't become a ninja back then. Even if it was him, Konoha Ninja Dark had to admit that the kid was very business-minded. It's not surprising that Uchiha could build such a huge business at a young age. However, I always feel like I lost again. Except Hiruzen. No one else could let him lose. Originally, he planned to let Orochimaru crack these technologies, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would secretly attack him in the end. He is Hiruzen's best friend. How could he attack him? Shimura Danzo's face was uncertain for a moment, thinking of his current situation, and sighed leisurely, then raised his head and looked at the root ninja in front of him. What has Hiruzen been doing recently? The third generation has been brushing Nanga Shrine recently, and it seems that he wants to explode the paralyzed Nine Tails, and he has also formed a guild. Danzo's mouth twitched. He remembered. Yesterday, the two of them were still brushing the dungeon together. And that guy was actually playing Uchiha. Hiruzen has fallen too. Danzo shook his head and asked, where is he now? The third Kai has been in Fuyu Internet Cafe most of the time. What the hell is this high crit rate? High experience. And exclusive dungeons. Liar. False propaganda. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, rubbed his stiff waist, and walked out of the internet cafe. When you get old. When you sit for a long time, you feel uncomfortable in your waist. He found an empty spot next to the door and squatted down. Then, he took out his pipe, lit it while looking at the sunset in the village, took a deep puff, then shook his head and muttered to himself, I'm really old. After just a few nights, I felt a little weak. When I wanted to clean up the mess some time ago, I couldn't catch Orochimaru and let him run away. Really? It wasn't intentional. Of course. Hiruzen had never expected Orochimaru to become like this. Could it be that because he didn't become Hokage, his heart began to darken? How could he help Danzo? Greed. It's getting late, and the money on me is almost gone. In a few days, Asuma will probably be back from his mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, smoking a cigarette, and said to himself, it seems that 648 can't be recharged recently, so I have to wait for Asuma to come back. Since he took out all his savings to start a business with Danzo last time, he didn't have much money on him. He just took the subsidies issued by the village every once in a while. As for the family's money, that's the Sarutobi family. You can't buy a computer. Wako will be angry. He sighed sadly, rubbed his waist, and stood up directly. He estimated that it was almost time and he should go back. He stayed up all night a few days ago, and Wako thought he was with Danzo again. Really? Not to mention that he didn't, even if he did, they are close friends, how could they do anything messy? Women's opinions. However, just when Hiruzen was about to move forward, he was suddenly stunned and looked at the familiar figure that appeared in front of him. He was silent. Then he smiled slightly, what a coincidence. Although he had met online during this period, and also met when Orochimaru betrayed the village a few days ago, but like now it has been a long time since I looked at each other so quietly. Come to see me? Yet. Danzo also smiled slightly and nodded, and seemed to be relieved a lot in his heart. Come here. Let's continue to work together. With a serious tone, this time I thought of another way. It will definitely succeed. Accept your fate. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with a burning gaze and sighed, we are ninjas. Don't do other insignificant things. You have fallen. Hiruzen. Maybe. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he lowered his head and didn't look at Danzo, and said nothing more, and walked past him. It's useless to say anything now. However, do you want to go on like this? Let others laugh at you? The darkness of Konoha and the light of Konoha actually lost to a little kid. Danzo turned around and roared, keep falling like this. Brush the dungeon every day. Brush the paralyzed nine tails. Brush the Uchiha's Nanga shrine. Have you really fallen? Hiruzen. After the words fell, Hiruzen's little body trembled slightly, and his right foot paused for a moment. When Danzo saw it, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. No money. If you go bankrupt again this time, you have to top up 648 for me. Yes. I'll top up for you. Danzo smiled calmly, let's top up 1888 together and buy the most expensive computer, let everyone know. We haven't failed. Let's bring Yan in. He's free recently, let's go together. Hat. Hiruzen shook his head, let's talk about it after you succeed. We will succeed. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. If you haven't given up yet. Wait at the Hokage Rock tomorrow. The words fell. Danzo looked at Hiruzen who waved to him but didn't stop and continued to move forward, and the corners of his mouth suddenly had a confident smile, bathing in the sun, this time it will definitely succeed. With his wisdom and Hiruzen's reputation, how could he keep failing? 163 Not guilty. The fact that Shimura Danzo started a new business was not clear to the rich in the rain country. The weather was a little better today. It was a rare day without rain, and the fog was not very heavy, which was quite rare for the rain country. As for Konoha, the sales volume has been steadily increasing, which is really a cause for celebration. What a pity. I heard that Orochimaru failed. Otherwise, maybe he would have been invited back to the village for a feast in a few days. What a pity. And with the failure of each village, Konoha's protection of Shimura Danzo was also increasing. It is constantly being strengthened. Now it is much more difficult to get these 1 billion than before. Of course, with so many eyes watching, I guess Danzo will not do that. During this period, I have been supervising the network laying project in the rain country. The project is going very smoothly, especially with the help of the rain ninja, so the progress is also very fast. It is expected that in a few days, the rain country will be able to complete the network laying in major places. And the water country is also going very smoothly, and the fish from the Hidden Mist village are delivered very punctually every time by ninjas. Safe and reliable, convenient time. Boy, this thing really contacts Konoha here. The idle salamander did not go to dance. Although because of his reputation and the gas mask on his face, no dance partner came close to him when he went to dance, he still enjoyed it. It seems that I feel uncomfortable if I can't get in and do a few. He looked at Fuyu suspiciously, why don't I believe it? You will know whether you believe it or not when the time comes. Fuyu said unhappily, if it doesn't work, why would I spend so much money to make these things? Can't he cheat with subsidies? You have to know that these are all his real money. If it weren't for the peaceful times, the income would continue to rise, plus the income from the land of lightning and the land of water, he would have to spend so much money to build a network. Didn't you see that even the bounty on Danzo has been reduced recently? Now I guess only the god of the ninja world or Uchiha Madara can take Shimura Danzo from Konoha. Otherwise, we can only start a war and beat Konoha up. Alas, if this continues, Danzo will become a legend in the ninja world. That's right. Hanzang nodded. This kid does look rich, but if he wasn't confident, he probably wouldn't spend money like this. There are so many equipment and wages, and the leader of a small ninja village feels a little painful. Hanzo sighed, looking at Fuyu next to him, thinking of his strength during this period, plus his identity, his expression suddenly became serious. Boy, do you want to get rich. After the words fell, Fuyu looked at Han Zhang confusedly. One day someone would ask him if Uchiha Fuyu wanted to get rich. And he's the leader of a small ninja village. You know, the performance of the Rain Village is basically from assassinations, and after the peace of the ninja world, the performance collapsed. It is estimated that this old man chose to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization after seeing the development of the Akatsuki organization. However, he actually asked him if he wanted to get rich? Of course I do. Fuyu looked at Han Zhang with interest. What are your ways? Do you know your Konoha billion? That's my little brother. Hanzo sighed with emotion, his eyes full of helplessness and worry, but I couldn't contact him some time ago. You know, he would come to me from time to time to drink salamander soup, so I was worried about what happened to him. I have something to say but I don't know whether to say it or not. Fuyu's mouth twitched, and suddenly he didn't know what to say, looking at Hanzo who was heartbroken for losing his little brother. He refused seriously, although I am very touched by your brotherhood, I am a serious businessman. I won't do such things. That's 1 billion. Don't you want to think about it? No matter how much money. You can't go against your conscience. Decisive and righteous. He, Uchiha Fuyu, will never make such dirty money. Afternoon. Thinking that there is still some time, after sending White Zetsu to the dance hall, he will find Nagato for training. During this period, in addition to checking the progress of the work, he will do tests with Kana, eat the fish soup cooked by Kana, and then train with Nagato. At first, Nagato refused, but after he promised not to use the detonating tags and kunao indiscriminately, he agreed. Of course. He asked Zionin to be fierce, and Nagato, who had no status at home, could only nod. Fire escape? Great fire extinction. Tianyan of all things. The battle was about to start. Fuyu took Nagato's strength seriously. After so long, Nagato had developed his eyes very deeply, so his strength increased a lot. However, it was still a lot worse than the blackened leader of the Akatsuki organization. Even if he couldn't get close with physical skills, he could quickly dodge with fire escape. Shadow clone technique. Shinra Tensei. A bunch of shadow clones were broken. Nagato looked at Fuyu in surprise. How could this guy have so much chakra? Could it be that Fuyu's mother was from the Uzumaki clan? And Fuyu knew his own strength. After trying a few ninjutsu, he directly threw an illusion. It was hit. But after a while, Nagato woke up. It seems that his 3 Magatama Sharingan has strong pupil power. It was successful in a few seconds. Your pupil power. Nagato looked at Fuyu in surprise and strangeness. It's so strange. What did you see? You slapped me in the face with money. It seems that my self-created illusion was successful. Nagato's mouth twitched. Looking at Fuyu who was proud of creating such a weird illusion, he suddenly felt a stomachache and didn't know what to say. Nothing, I'll go over there first. I'm busy with prison reform recently. Wait a minute. Fuyu stopped him. Are you worried about something recently? Nagato looked at Fuyu in confusion. No. Is there a girl you like? Are you shy? Fuyu glanced at Nagato with interest. Are you worried about being discovered by others? Why do you look like you dislike me? Are you worried that your Fuyu brother will find out something? At this point, he smiled and put his arm around Nagato's shoulders. Don't worry, your Fuyu brother is not an old stubborn man. If you have any worries, don't keep them in your heart. Talk to your Fuyu brother. Your Fuyu brother is an experienced person. Nagato's face suddenly turned black, looking at the cheerful Fuyu, but his heart was also warm, remembering the time when the 3 of them met Fuyu. But after a while, after coming back to his senses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said leisurely, someone told me stay away from the lunatic. What do you mean? Fuyu was stunned, and then his mouth twitched. Hey, Hey, brat, what do you mean? Stop right there. However, after Nagato finished speaking, he floated away. Fuyu said, if you are not sure, sneak attack doesn't work, drug still doesn't work, retreat. So, he retreated. Nagato muttered, last time, Defo said that there was a woman who had a special relationship with Fuyu, and in order to protect Fuyu, she even exposed her identity as a spy later, tell Sister Channa. 164 No room for failure. A few days later, the network at the Akatsuki base was almost fully covered, and the internet was available. Kane and Yahiko came over curiously, watching Fuyu fiddling with the computer. Even the old guy Hanzo came. This feeling made him feel like he was playing DNF in the internet cafe with a bunch of people staring at him. But Hanzo still didn't believe it. He thought that a few boxes and a few strange things could be used for remote communication? Don't be kidding. If that's the case, why do they ninjas keep eagles and dogs? Of course. Curiosity is still curiosity. In fact, Hanzo still didn't believe this Uchiha, but since Yahiko and Nagato believed it, what else could he say? What can he say he can't beat him? In order to expand his business, Fuyu also spoke patiently, and by the way, he helped Kane create a ninja and added his own ninja. Click here, even if I'm in Konoha, we can chat or send texts. How amazing! Channa heard Fuyu's words and took a curious look. When everyone saw that Fuyu had added their friends to the list, they were even more surprised. But, little ghost, is this true? Hanzo, who has lived for most of his life, still doubted and looked at the computer. Is it that simple? Why is it so difficult to give it to everyone? Fuyu just finished speaking. Ding ding. The message came. Surprised for a moment, looking at the flashing avatar. Ringtone? It opened directly. Fuyu, can you also access the internet there? It seems very happy. Fuyu pondered for a moment and replied, yes. The network is connected here, and it will be available in the Hidden Mist village in a few days. Great, then when Fuyu leaves the village, I can contact you in Konoha. And do you know? Lord Orochimaru has defected. Received the news. Sorry to bother you in Konoha. Fuyu chatted with Suzune for a while. It seemed that Suzune was bored after being away for so long. Finally, he replied, I will go back as soon as possible. And just when he was about to raise his head and continue to introduce. Ding! Another message came. No. Fuyu was slightly stunned, then replied again, and finally, after the same sentence, I will go back as soon as possible. He breathed a sigh of relief and raised his head to look at the people behind him who were staring at him and chatting. Really? Hanzo of the Salamander now believed it a little, and said blankly, it's amazing. However, Yahiko and Konan smiled awkwardly, but Kana's eyes looked a little weird. Fuyu. Kana smiled slightly, eyes narrowed. Fuyu, who were you chatting with just now? Ordinary friends. Fuyu said seriously without hesitation, the secretary in the village and ordinary friends. Then, before they could speak, he laughed again, you can watch movies and play games here. Especially this game. You must choose Uchiha at the beginning. Open the exclusive copy, which has exclusive tailed beasts, paralyze the 9-tailed beast, high burst rate, high experience, and easily reach a combat power of 10 million. Chatting and manipulating at the same time. With his supreme VIP title, the whole network shouted that the big boss is here, and even Hanzo of the Salamander was watching with interest. And there is also Landlord here, and 2000 ninja beans are given for free at the beginning. You can play as you like. Even hundreds of thousands of ninja beans in one game are fine. After the words fell. Interesting. Salamander Hanzo tried it with interest. I don't have to wait for anyone, I can match quickly directly, I don't have any ninja beans, what is this recharge window? This is set up for players to have fun. The first recharge amount will be given as much as you want, rich and leisurely, bewitching salamander Hanzo, and now when you buy a computer, you get a year of free internet, and the computer is 8% off. The discount is so strong, I'm losing money. Want one? Hey? I still need money. What are you talking about? Does it cost money to make a big sword? What's more, is it this high-tech product? Watching movies and watching movies. I do nt know now, is there anyone who started making movies on the other side? Tuanzang. The bond between the Tuanzang is really deep. Once the two are in, the surroundings will immediately become the two of them. Danzo smiled calmly, but his face became more gloomy as he got older. Therefore, every time he smiled, people felt a little gloomy. Come on. Sit down and talk. I have asked someone to buy a few cups of Fuyu milk tea. Let's talk while we drink. At this point, he changed his expression to a serious one. This time, the three of us will act together. We must not fail again. What do you want to do this time? Hiruzen said with a worried look, we don't have that much money. It's about money. I'll take care of it. Danzo looked at Hiruzen's worried expression and sighed helplessly. Hiruzen, you are still too narrow-minded. Tell me what you want to do first. Hiruzen finished speaking. Danzo didn't drag it on any longer. He took out the flyer from his arms. What I'm going to do this time is, and slapped it on the table, this. Hiruzen was stunned. Looking at the flyer, he certainly knew what it was. A promotional flyer would pop up when he went online some time ago. He looked up at Danzo. Do you want to make a movie? That's right. Since we can't compete with Uchiha for milk tea and barbecue, let's make a movie this time. Danzo's mouth curled up slightly, as if there was a light flashing. As long as there are enough people, the rest can be replaced by ninjutsu. Our advantage is very big, especially you, Hiruzen. You know the 5 ninjutsu. At this point, with a confident tone, when the time comes, it will be shown in the cinema. I don't believe that I will lose so much this time. It's indeed a good idea, but Hiruzen hesitated and said, those filming equipment are very expensive. I want to pay attention. We can rent it in the early stage. Then we can't shoot. I have bought relevant books, we will learn and shoot. It seems that you have thought of everything. Hiruzen sighed and nodded, okay. But what should we shoot? After the words fell. Danzo did not answer him immediately, but looked at Hiruzen with a meaningful smile with Mito Kato Yan. Hiruzen looked at them in confusion. At this time. That's enough. Stop teasing Hiruzen. After. Danzo laughed loudly, he said calmly, Yan, is the script I asked you to write a few days ago finished? It's finished. Midaman Yan pushed his glasses, smiled calmly, and took out a notebook from his arms. Come and take a look. I believe you will definitely be satisfied. This is my confident work. After the words fell. Hiruzen and Danzo both lowered their heads curiously and looked at the notebook. 165 Art comes from life. Art comes from life. You see, according to my analysis, the first 2 popular movies mainly tell stories from the Warring States period, based on the love and hatred of the major families. They were modified, optimized and sublimated, highlighting emotions, struggles and efforts. So, after many days of thinking, I prepared this one. This is based on our previous stories, focusing on friendship, bondage, and love, but it is different from the first 2. This tells the story after the establishment of Konoha, which is a groundbreaking story. Midaman N pushed his glasses, and said confidently, don't underestimate me. This story is a masterpiece that I worked hard on, spent many days and nights, and lost a lot of hair. If this story is filmed, it will definitely be a hit. There are blood, tears, and love. Decisive. The story begins in the ninja school in the Konoha village. It was founded by the 2nd generation of Hokage to cultivate excellent descendants. The status of the 4 people who are the backbone of Konoha in the school can be imagined. Haruna Yudatan, an ordinary girl, came here with her parents' dream of her becoming a phoenix and wanted to become an excellent ninja. After her good friend Biwa Makoto accidentally angered Shimura Danji, the head of the 4 families' sons, Haruna stood up for friendship, and since then, the love-hate relationship between her and the sons of the 4 families has begun. X2. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were both stunned. This story is not that it is ugly, nor that it is very good. It is just that if it is filmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette with melancholy, frowned slightly, and after a moment, he exhaled a puff of smoke and said sadly, I am afraid that if it is filmed, I will be beaten to death by Lake Biwa. You all know that the impetuous Lake Biwa Jonin is not to be trifled with by the 3rd Hokage. Especially the one in it, Sarutobi Hideman, described as a scumbag, which is not like him at all. You should know that Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been loyal in love, has high moral quality, and never looks at other girls. How could he be the same as this Sarutobi Hideman? Impossible. Hiruzen looked at Yan with a sidelong look. He suspected that Yan was deliberately discrediting him. However, what kind of you are you? Don't you have any idea? We are all old friends. Who doesn't know who? Do you dare to say where you took the crystal ball that disappeared in the Hokage's office? Of course. As Hiruzen's best friend, Midaman N still gives Hiruzen face and will definitely not say what's in his heart. He coughed twice and said seriously, saying that he had no selfishness, art comes from life. In order to attract the audience's attention, I made a little change. I believe Biwako and the others will understand. For example, Midaman in the story, I have a lonely, mysterious personality and an unhappy childhood. Look how miserable it is. But Koharu is not beautiful enough to fascinate us. And you describe that you are secretly in love with Haruna. Aren't you afraid that Koharu will beat you to death? How to say it? Too shameless. However, Midaman N still shook his head with a selfless look and said firmly, this is art. What about the 4 major families? If the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga are all right, what are we? You're too narrow-minded. Hiruzen. Mito Kato Yan shook his head with emotion, it's just a movie, there's no need to be serious. For example, what Yang escape generates Senju, Yin escape generates Uchiha, and for example, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are pursuing the women of the Hyuga clan. Is there a problem? There is no problem at all. Okay. You make sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head helplessly, then he looked up at Danzo, are you going to shoot it? Well, Danzo also frowned, and after a little thought, he said seriously, not bad. It's adapted from our story, and there is friendship, love, and bond. It seems to be interesting, and the cost of shooting doesn't seem to be very high, you can try it. It's just our first time. That's it. If there is anything that needs to be changed, I'll change it when the time comes. Forget it. I just hope you can accompany me to explain to Biwako at that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed leisurely. Since both of them agreed, what else could he say? And now he really couldn't think of any other story. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to remember something again, looking at Mito Kato Yan, and said, what is the name of this movie going to be? You know, the name is also very important. The name of the movie. Mito Kato Yan was stunned, then, confidently pushed his glasses, the teeth at the corners of his mouth seemed to be shining, and said, Meteor Konoha, what do you think? Great. Fuyu didn't know that Mito Kato Yan was so capable, even better than the system on him. Even their story could be changed so messy otherwise, he would definitely suspect that Midaman Yan had also traveled through time. Now, the network coverage project of the Rain Country is also progressing steadily. He doesn't need to be here for the next work. Everyone is already familiar with the network. Therefore, the next work can be entrusted to Yahiko and others. Recently, during this period of time, in addition to checking the progress of the work, he cooperated with Chana's inspection, chatted with Ling Ian, and then took Salamander Hanzo to the dungeon. This old guy is stingy. He won't even charge 648, and even refuses to buy a computer. He keeps doing this. He is still the leader of a village? He is still the leader of the Rain Country? Poor guy. Of course. From time to time, he will practice ninjutsu, but since a few days ago, Nagato has been avoiding him for some reason. Is it really because the child has grown up and started to rebel? Okay, Fuyu. Sorry. Fuyu got off the operating table and took another check before leaving, and took some cells for Chana to study. After getting dressed, he stretched himself and said, Sharingan and Nine Tails Chakra are in your hands. If the research is dangerous, don't worry about it. Safety is the most important thing. He didn't believe it. He couldn't do it without the Mangeki. As long as he kept upgrading, he, Uchiha-fu, would be able to beat the Samsara Eye. Do you believe it? The strongest Sharingan. Yet. Chanel nodded slightly and smiled gently, I'll pay attention, don't worry. At this point, there was a slight silence. Fuyu is leaving. Everything here is settled, and I'll be leaving in a few days. Fuyu nodded, looking at Chanel's expression as if she wanted to say something, and said with a smile, Don't worry, now it's very convenient to rely on the internet if you want to find me. That's right. Chanel smiled slightly and nodded, what a great invention. Then I'll go out first, and I have to go to the prison later. Yet. I'll stay here for a while. Chanel gently sent Fuyu out, looked at Fuyu's back and was silent for a while, until Fuyu's back disappeared in front of her eyes. She sat back in her seat, and picked up a tube of sealed reagent next to her. Fuyu's blood. She shook it gently and just looked at it quietly. I don't know how long it took, and she murmured to herself in a low voice, is the woman that Nagato said the same woman who talked to Fuyu last time? Ordinary friendship? 166 Do you still remember the 1024 project? Hehe. Lord Nagato, do you need to take a rest first? No. Nagato rubbed his nose calmly, not caring about the big sneeze just now. Looking at the prison that had stabilized, especially the three people working expressionlessly not far away, he pondered for a moment, keep an eye on the three of them, especially the ninja from the sand village, who has a lot of little tricks, so we must keep an eye on him. The members of the Akatsuki organization nodded seriously, understood. There will be no problems this time. I'm leaving first, call me if you have anything. Nagato waved his hand, don't let anything happen again. It was just good luck this time. Otherwise that guy really escaped. What should I say? This is fate. The carriage that was stopped turned out to be Brother Fuyu's. Is he unlucky? Or lucky? Sure enough. Brother Fuyu is poisonous. Just when Nagato was sighing. Boss Nagato. Boss Fuyu is here. A certain Akatsuki ninja rushed in. As soon as he finished speaking, Nagato was stunned for a moment, then floated up with an expressionless face, tell him I'm not here. Disappeared in an instant. Why was Boss Nagato so nervous all of a sudden? At this time, Fuyu also walked in and looked at the Akatsuki ninja in confusion, didn't you say Nagato was inside? Where is he? Boss Nagato just left. Akatsuki ninja hesitated and said, he said he's not here. Fuyu was stunned and muttered to himself, why is he gone? Is he really in the rebellious period? Afraid to stay with adults? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the Akatsuki ninja who was looking up at the stars, forget it, forget about him, take me to see the sand ninja. This time he just came to see Scorpion. But that kid Nagato. Is he avoiding him? Why? He is so handsome, generous, and rich, why is he avoiding him? The thoughts of young people are really confusing. With a sigh, let's talk to Yahiko later. Psychological problems are also very important and must not be ignored. Under the leadership of the Akatsuki ninja, they entered the prison. For convenience, this prison was built near the mine, so it was quite large. Especially with the help of someone, it's not so easy to escape from this prison now. Soon arrived at the cafeteria in the prison. When Fuyue saw a lonely red-haired figure, he was silent for a moment, and sighed in his heart, what a sin. After all, he is a kind person. Thinking about it, he walked over directly. No friends? Is this a problem? He has never had friends since he was a child, so it's not a big problem. Can those idiots here kill him? Scorpion doesn't care about these at all. Except that day when he felt abandoned by the ninja world, everything else is fine, and he still lives his life every day. How to say it? Even if he stayed here, Scorpion of the Red Sand would never want to see that bastard again. Damn, as a ninja, he actually took a carriage? What a shame for the ninja world. Scorpion slowly peeled the last egg. There would be a plain egg every noon. After lunch, he could go back to rest and come out for concentrated work in the afternoon. As for escaping from prison, forget it, I'm tired. It's pretty good here. Everyone inside is talented and speaks well. I like it here. After a while, when Scorpion finished peeling the eggshell and slowly put it into his mouth, suddenly, it seemed that someone was sitting opposite him. Scorpion frowned and raised his head. Just about to see that guy, how dare he sit opposite him so boldly? Isn't he afraid of being rejected by others? However, in front of him, a figure. Scorpion stared blankly at the black-haired figure in front of him, and suddenly, ugh! He covered his chest, his face turned blue in an instant, and he kept beating his chest. Why did this bastard come here? And Fuyue, who had just sat down, was about to speak when he suddenly saw Scorpion in front of him with a blue face and eyes rolling up, and was stunned. What's wrong? Are you so excited to see me? Still beating his chest? The gorilla. However, as soon as he finished speaking, looking at Scorpion, who was trying to get water, Fuyue didn't understand what happened. His face changed, and he quickly shouted loudly, "Come here! Come here!" Someone choked. This kid choked with excitement. What a sin! Scorpion seemed to feel much better. He took a deep sip of water, then turned his head and looked at the guy opposite him with complicated eyes. He was silent for a moment. This time I don't want to go out. How can I see this bastard here? Suddenly, he felt extremely disappointed with this ninja world again. However, no. Fuyue shook his head, looked at him seriously, and smiled slightly. You want to go out? I don't want to. You really want to? I really don't want to. Scorpion's serious words just fell. Pa! Fuyue slapped the table fiercely. I said you want to, so you want to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Scorpion's mouth twitched. He couldn't figure out what this guy wanted to do. Preparing to find a crime to kill him? It's boring. But he was silent for a while, then said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing, I just want you to help me make something. As long as you make it, I will apply to reduce your sentence." Seeing that Scorpion had accepted his fate, Fuyue nodded with satisfaction, and said in a tempting tone, "How is it? Are you excited? Are you happy? This is an opportunity. Don't worry, I believe that with your ability, as long as you make something, you can definitely shorten your sentence and get out as soon as possible." "No, I like it here now. I don't want to go out." But seeing the meaningful look of this bastard, Scorpion still raised his eyelids, half squinted his eyes, and seemed to be mocking. "What do you need me to do?" Sure enough, No matter what kind of ninja it is, it will never let him go easily. It seems that this rain country kept him to make some terrible weapons. Boring. But in this case, I am quite confident in my craftsmanship. What do you want to make? Oh, this, I have already drawn the blueprint. It looks like you are well prepared. After all, time is money. Don't waste it. Fuido was very satisfied with Scorpion's attitude. He happily took out a scroll and spread it out directly. Look, it's very simple. It's just this kind of thing. Scorpion looked up calmly. After a while, he was slightly stunned, and his eyelids immediately raised. Nine-tail? What a good idea. Not bad. I prepared this specially. But it's not that easy to make it. It's not that no one has thought about weapons of the tailed beast type, but few have succeeded. In this case, I need the chakra of the tailed beast. What do you want this thing for? Don't use the chakra of the tailed beast. Prepare to make a pure weapon. Scorpion frowned and pondered for a moment. Such power won't be very strong. No wonder this nine-tail is so fat. Are you going to store a lot of weapons in it? What are you talking about? What power? Power? The power of cuteness? Looking at him doubtfully, but lowering his head, waving his hand indifferently, forget it. Listen to me. Why do you think about these messy things all day long? Pointing to the map, I want you to make a small nine-tailed fox like making a puppet. It doesn't have to be very big, just enough to hold, and it will wag its tail, make cute sounds, and blink its eyes. It's fleshy and soft. Isn't it cute? After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Scorpion, who seemed to be in a daze, and frowned immediately. Hey, are you listening carefully? I tell you, if you don't do it well, you will have to increase your sentence. Just this. Scorpion tilted his head stupidly. Suddenly, there was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. At the same time, in a cave. Since Madara left, this place has been a mess. Every day, a bunch of white Zetsus scrambled for a computer. It looks messy. Go to the internet cafe? I really got the paralyzed nine-tails yesterday. Hey? So lucky. But I have no money. I want to drink milk tea when I go to the internet cafe, and I want to recharge 648 while drinking milk tea. Black Zetsu doesn't give me any funds. I miss Lord Madara. Lord Madara died so tragically. The white Zetsu complained in boredom. Suddenly, a smart white Zetsu's eyes flashed with wisdom. We can go make money. Don't dream. The mission is important. There is no time. Black Zetsu will kill you. Yes, yes. Don't run around. That's right. You will die. No. We don't have to work. The smart white Zetsu narrowed his eyes and said faintly, remember the 1024 project that was sent to Madara. After the words fell, the white Zetsu were stunned for a moment, and then all of them flashed with wisdom in their eyes. Yes. 167, of course you can. After the Scorpion matter was settled, Fuido left. Find something for that kid to do, so that the guy with a lot of small thoughts won't plot anything again. What should I say? As expected of the Red Sand Scorpion. We can't relax for a moment. If he didn't know that he was just an ordinary businessman, he would have let him escape this time. As for the sentence reduction, did Yahiko say how long the Red Sand Scorpion would be imprisoned? No? That's fine. How long to imprison and how much to reduce are up to them. And next, it's time to prepare to set off for the Wind Country. Fuido stretched in the drizzle. It was sunny just now, and now it's raining. As expected of the Rain Country. A few days later. Today, the weather is not bad. Although it is drizzling, it is not heavy. Fuido looked at the group of people in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he patted Yahiko on the shoulder and said, Konoha will hold a mahjong competition in a while. The Rain Country can also form a team to participate, so that everyone can see that the Rain Country is also good. Yes. I will pay attention. I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, brother Fuyu. Yahiko smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up, there will be no problem. It's really big. Fuyu rubbed his head familiarly, and Yahiko didn't avoid it. I'm used to it. When they were still wandering, they met brother Fuyu, and then they have been taken care of by brother Fuyu until now. How lucky! However, just when Yahiko was laughing happily, Fuyu suddenly leaned close to his ear and said in a low voice, Nagato has been weird recently, and seems to have something on his mind. It may be the rebellious period. As the eldest brother, you have to pay attention. After the words fell, Yahiko looked at Fuyu with a strange look in his eyes. Fuyu is good in every way, but he has no idea about his own psychology. Think about the things that Fuyu taught Nagato. Why is Nagato hiding from you, don't you know? But he still coughed twice and said seriously, I will pay attention. Not bad. Fuyu patted Yahiko's shoulder, and said nothing more. He walked to the smiling Zionin, hesitated for a moment, and said with emotion, Don't be stingy, little girl, be generous, just use the detonating talisman when you encounter danger, don't worry. Your brother Fuyu will pay. La 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 Zionin stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, I'm very good. I don't need so many detonating talismans. Brother Fuyu is weird. What do you collect so many detonating talismans for? This is called being prepared, it's not weird. Fuyu looked at Zionin very seriously, when you encounter danger, you must protect yourself first. Remember what I taught you. The words were not finished. Zionin shook her head directly, like a rattle, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I forgot it long ago. You girl. This is a wise saying. How can you forget it? Fuyu rubbed her head and snorted coldly, go back and copy it for me 50 times. After that, he ignored the little girl who stuck out her tongue at him, walked towards Nagato who rolled his eyes, looked at him, patted his shoulder with emotion, and said seriously, stay away from the lunatic. Don't see you sitting in a wheelchair. After the words fell, walked over directly. Nagato rolled his eyes helplessly. He has always been very obedient. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at Sister Channa and Brother Fuyu. Remembered a few days ago accidentally revealed that Brother Fuyu has many ordinary girlfriends. He. However, what he expected did not happen. I'll take good care of them. Chanel smiled gently and said first, be careful on the road. Yet, Fuyu also nodded with a smile and took the lunchbox that Chanel prepared for him, thank you for your help. After saying that, he was about to turn around and walk into the carriage. Hey, you little brat, where is the old man? The salamander Hanzo, who was originally feeling emotional about their friendship, looked at Fuyu who ignored him and turned to leave, and said unhappily, why don't you say hello to the old man? You. Fuyu looked at him in surprise, why are you here? Recharge 648. You are so stingy, when will you be able to reach 10 million in combat power? And don't use my computer, buy one and play in your own house. No money. Get out. Then goodbye. Fuyu shook his head. This guy is really a shameless guy, he can take it for granted. Waved his hand, let's go. Get into the carriage and head directly to the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Rain are remote, so this place is not too far from the Kingdom of Wind. After about an hour, feeling a little hungry, Fuyu opened the lunchbox prepared by Kana for him. If Suzune is simple and innocent, she has the feeling of a girl next door, developing into a gentle female secretary. If Nono has the feeling of an older sister. And Kana is really a good wife and mother. She always prepares everything. It's reassuring. Looking at the exquisite bento, and then, while eating, looking at the system. Because it is a system, so his ninja can also be hung on it, online at all times, constantly hanging. Scanning the network coverage. The rain country will be able to achieve large-scale coverage in a while, and the water country is still a little short. Of course, it seems that the Kirigakure ninja village has been covered. Casually turned on the network of the Kirigakure ninja village. He felt a sense of emotion in his heart. The network coverage of the ninja world has been successful again. At this time. Ding ding. The avatar is flashing. There is a message. Fuyu looked at the account in surprise. Isn't this the small account he applied for to deceive Madara? Why did a friend suddenly add him? Could it be Uchiha Madara? After a slight pause, he immediately became alert and opened it quickly. This is a big customer. However, when he looked at the avatar and the name, he was slightly stunned. Little White Man 10,086. This name. White Zetsu. That's right. It is estimated that only Madara and White Zetsu know about his small account. Look down again. Hello, manager, I heard from a friend that you have a project to make money. I wonder if we can join it. Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something, with a meaningful smile on his lips, and quickly typed in his mind. Sure. Hey. No reply yet. Don't you recognize us? After all, he came to find Madara-sama, who has money. Why don't we find out where he is, and then, rob him? Why not rob the rich Uchiha? He's even richer. I heard that his business has reached the Hidden Mist village. He's very strong. And there are so many detonating tags. Madara-sama seems to want us to lead him into darkness. Just as the White Zetsu were talking in a flurry. Hey! He replied to the message. What did he reply? What did he reply? What did he reply? The White Zetsu came up curiously and looked at the reply message. Sure. He agreed. He agreed. He really agreed. Is he a good person? A good person. There's more news later, let's take a look first. A very smart White Zetsu called out. All the White Zetsu immediately lowered their heads and looked again. You only need to pay a membership fee of 69,800 silver taels, and buy 21 shares of 3,800 silver taels each. The next month after joining, the organization will return 19,000 silver taels, and the actual investment amount is 50,800 silver taels. Then your task is to develop 3 downlines, and the 3 downlines will develop 3 downlines respectively. When you develop 29 people, you can be promoted to the boss and start to get a salary every month until you get 10.4 million silver taels, then you will be out of the project, and everyone will get rich together to build a harmonious ninja world. Everyone has only one chance. This is a project specially released by the Rich Group to encourage construction and development. It is absolutely honest and reliable. Suddenly, all the White Zetsu were stunned. It's a lot. 10.4 million taels. But 69,800, I can't take it out. I can't take it out either. You can buy a computer. This is making money. How can you say it's buying a computer? What should I do? What should I do? I heard that Black Zetsu. The White Zetsu were slightly stunned, and then, their eyes flashed with wisdom. So, it is known that they now have 100,000 White Zetsu. How many can they get when the time comes? 168 only. Silly. Why do White Zetsu look so happy today? Black Zetsu looked at the group of smiling White Zetsu in front of him strangely, frowned slightly. What have you found? Could it be Obito has already found a way? You know. He has been waiting for it. As long as Obito comes, he can always act with the will of Uchiha Madara. Then he can use this to confuse the group of idiots in the ninja world, blatantly collect the 9-headed tailed beast, and rescue his mother. However, no. No. That guy is stupid and thinks we are liars. That's right. That's right. Now they've moved out of the house. Grandma's plan failed. Listening to the complaints of the white Zetsu, the black Zetsu raised his eyelids. What do you mean by being so happy? Keep watching, we have to speed up, otherwise, when Madara-sama is resurrected and sees that we haven't done anything, he will definitely be angry. Understood. Understood. Got it. After the words fell, Black Zetsu looked at White Zetsu, White Zetsu looked at Black Zetsu. Both sides looked at each other calmly, or rather Black Zetsu looked at a bunch of White Zetsu in front of him alone. I don't know how long it took. What else is there? Black Zetsu frowned. What's going on? Still not leaving? Are all these White Zetsu infected by the spiral face? Why do they look so weird? However, at this time, a certain White Zetsu licked his face and came over. Can you lend us some money, Black Zetsu? He patted his chest confidently when he said this. Don't worry, we will pay you back double when the time comes. We have found a way to make money. Just as the words fell, Black Zetsu's mouth twitched, and he looked at them expressionlessly. Get lost. What money do you want for tools that don't eat or drink? Recharge 648? This group of White Zetsu. Are they already useless? Fuyu closed the system and glanced at the White Zetsu who was still following him. Fortunately, he used the system to open it, otherwise, he would probably be discovered by these White Zetsu. By then, 100,000 White Zetsu will come to Konoha crying to collect debts. It's scary to think about it. MLM is a terrible thing. He has always hated online fraud and MLM. So, for these guys they must be properly banned at that time. Fuyu stretched and logged into his main account. Suddenly, ding ding! Another message came. It was from Channa. Have a good trip, Fuyu. Fuyu smiled slightly. Judging from the time, it should have been sent not long after he left. He replied again, well, I'm sorry to bother you with the rain country. But the other side didn't reply to him immediately. It seems that Channa should be busy. She is probably helping him with research or something. It seems that I have to remind Zionin to keep an eye on Channa, so that Channa won't be too busy to remember the time. Fuyu smiled helplessly and shook his head, remembering that during the war, he cut off the beard of Kusagakure and took Channa away. At first, this woman who was a few years older than him was also afraid of what she would be taken away for. Now, it has been a few years without knowing it. And at this time, another beep. It was the news from Suzuan. At a glance, they were all worried words, and asked when he would be back, and then talked about some interesting things in the village. Suzuan was still the same. They were all simple, sweet, and sticky little things. Fuyu felt warm in his heart, looked down, and was stunned for a moment. His face became strange, and he muttered to himself, Danzo and the others, are they still preparing to shoot a movie? This guy hasn't he given up on starting a business yet? But what will Shinobi no Ya film? Life worth 1 billion? And at this time, ding ding! The female secretary Ling Ian sent another message. I heard that Uchiha Obito was also taken away by him. Now we don't know what they are filming. We only know that the third Hokage is also involved. Fuyu frowned and stared at the message above, as if he was lost in thought. After a moment, he muttered to himself, why did these two old guys call Obito over? Could it be they are also filming something related to Uchiha? On the other side, humming a sweet little song, squeezing her thighs together, and twisting around on the chair, Ling Ian seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Looking at the message from Fuyu, she whispered, come back soon. After the words fell, A trace of happiness appeared on her fair and delicate face, her plump chest trembled slightly, and the corners of her mouth were smiling, as if she was particularly happy today. Just like a little girl, she hummed a light little song again and twisted her body shyly. After a while, looking at the message from Fuyu, do we need to pay attention to what they are taking Obito to do? Reinyan tilted her head and frowned her delicate eyebrows. Fuyu really likes children. The last time, that Yakushi Kabuto was the same. It's just that Obito seems a little older. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her earrings turned slightly red, and her cheeks became red, but she still replied that she would pay attention, and then, after thinking for a while, she typed another string of Fuyu, and then deleted it by herself. After hesitating for a while, she continued to type. However, at this time, ding day. I'm about to enter the Kingdom of Wind, I'm offline first. Reinyan was slightly stunned, then a little disappointed and relieved, deleted the previous words, and typed be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Then, looking at the avatar that went dark after replying she smiled slightly and shook her head. Next she was going to start her work. Do you need to pay attention to what Danzo and the others are filming? You can't do this. Do you want to join the Anbu with this? I've said that you are a noble son of the Uchiha family. How noble? How about your fickleness? You play an Uchiha playboy. How come you are just silly? Do it again. How about women? How about your fickleness towards women? You have to show it. Women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. Fuck you. Danzo looked at Uchiha Obito who was holding his head high, and his nose was crooked with anger. As a ninja, you just have to obey orders. If this guy didn't want to use money, he wouldn't want to use it either. I thought that if I used the corresponding family to film the drama, I would definitely be able to capture the essence of it, but in the end this TND is just an idiot. If you can't film it, don't even think about entering the Anbu in your life. I will work hard. Obito raised his eyelids and said seriously, never give up. This is my ninja way. But what is a noble son like? You have to know that he has lived with his grandmother since he was a child. Where did he come from? As for pretending to be that bastard? No way either. It's considered to have no temperament at all. Obviously, that bastard is very rich and is the brother of the clan leader, so why can't he do that? But in order to catch up with Kakashi, he will never give up. Obito clenched his fists with determination. And at this time, although you are a playboy, you should also be gentle. Do you understand how to be gentle to women? In order to make the movie perfect, Danzo, who was acting as a temporary director, came over and said, think about Uchiha Kagami in your clan. That guy is very suitable and is very good to everyone. Women will only. Before he finished speaking, a slap was slapped on his head. Asshole! You should film well. If you can't make money, I will make sure you can't enter the Anbu for the rest of your life. I will go to your house for free meals every day. I have never seen Master Kagami. Obito sighed helplessly and touched his head. When he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at a small figure in front of him. I heard that Shisui's grandfather seemed to be Master Kagami? 169 I won't charge any more. Are you really ready to leave the Anbu? Yes. Teacher. You should know that the Anbu is a good place, especially inside your body. Minato smiled bitterly, but as a teacher he still said seriously, you can get good protection in the Anbu. That's not what I want. Kakashi shook his head, his eyes moved slightly, but he still said with a paralyzed face, I don't want to stay in that forest forever. In that case okay. Minato shook his head helplessly, looking at Kakashi who was still the same in front of him, and pondered for a moment, maybe this is not a bad thing, communicate more with the three-tailed. The nine-tailed is not bad either. I heard that he often catches a player called Konoha Gambling God recently, and then, he wins every time, and he is so happy. It's just that when he gets angry, he shouts shark, shark, which is still quite helpless. He took the appointment letter and stamped it with his seal. He looked at Kakashi and smiled. Teacher respects your choice. Thank you, teacher. Kakashi nodded. Then, he didn't disturb Minato's work. He bowed and turned to leave. After leaving the Hokage building and looking at the busy streets, he couldn't help but take a breath. It seemed that he was much more relaxed. At this time. Hey? Kakashi, are you really here? Asuma came over happily. Come on. Everyone is looking for you. We will brush the dungeon all night tonight. This is youth. Might Guy also came over happily. Kakashi, let's have a youth battle. Kakashi rolled his eyes, ignored Might Guy, looked around in confusion, and hesitated for a moment. Where's Obito? Oh, Obito. I heard he went to film a movie. He has no time recently. Filming? What kind of movie is this? However, Asuma didn't explain anything to the confused Kakashi, but excitedly pulled Kakashi and said, let's go. Let's go online. You know, some areas of the Land of Water and the Land of Rain are also connected to the internet. We Konoha may lose to those guys. The old man is not here. Let's recharge 648 today. With the addition of the Land of Rain and the Land of Water, the entire network became much more lively. Players from 3 countries began to appear in the server, so conflicts also emerged. Each ninja village believed that its ninja was the strongest. So, what should I do if I want to become stronger? Recharge. The recharge entrance is clear and the recharge method is simple and convenient. Want to become stronger without recharging? Don't dream. It's useless even if you get the paralyzed 9 tails. At this time, a man with green eyes was looking at the pop-up window on the desktop. He died. He died just like that. Then, the game popped up a window, giving him a way to become stronger, but the 7 or 8 suggestions above, from equipment to chakra, all revealed the word eating people. No wonder the Uchiha kid resolutely went into business after graduating from the ninja school. That guy is really capable. Hikakuzu. I underestimated this guy a little. Not only did the milk tea make him feel itchy, but now he even thinks about the money he has to spend to play a game. But don't dream. Hikakuzu will never waste money here. Is 648 money? That's life. How much milk tea can it buy? So, no matter what, only when Hikakuzu makes money from others, he will never give others the opportunity to make money from him. Kakuzu took a deep breath, but his eyes flashed with a strange green light. He still has 1 billion in Konoha. How can Konoha make more money from him? Therefore, even if he dies here, or is killed by a computer, he will never recharge. Suddenly, another window popped up. To celebrate the joining of the Rain Country and the Water Country, during the event, anyone who recharges will be rewarded with the same amount as the recharged amount. Kakuzu was slightly stunned, then sneered disdainfully, "You still want to trick me into recharging money? Don't dream." Just when he was about to close it without hesitation. As long as he can't see it, he doesn't know it. Suddenly another window popped up. There are also a large number of discount gift packages waiting for you. The event lasts for 3 days, a rare opportunity. Kakuzu was stunned again, hesitated for a while, and still looked at the gift package that suddenly appeared with curiosity. Not bad. 100 taels can buy a gift package of 10 soldier pills, 3 kunao, and a detonating talisman. You know, if it's in the mall, 10 soldier pills alone will cost 100 taels, not to mention the free kunao and detonating talisman. If I buy it this way, I'll make a profit. Kakuzu frowned slightly and looked at the new gift package, and began to have a strange feeling in his heart. You know, he has always been a free player. This game doesn't charge money, you can play it as long as you go online, so he has never recharged. But now, his eyes suddenly became uncertain. Why don't you try again? He was moved. He only recharged 648, and he will never recharge again. Why recharge 648? It's going to be charged anyway. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to recharge 648 and get 648 for free? So, he gritted his teeth and took out 648 from his own treasury. If he didn't think he made a profit, he, Kakuzu, would never recharge a penny. Of course. If he gets Konoha's 1 billion, that's another story. After hesitating for a while, he finally bought a new gift package with shaking hands. He felt melancholy in his heart, as if he had done something wrong. He gritted his teeth and said with a firm tone, "I will never recharge again." Then, looking at the remaining more than 1,000 taels, he frowned slightly and pondered for a while. Why not buy an A-level ninjutsu? In this way, the dungeon will be faster. It's not too bad to buy so many things with only 648 taels. He seemed to be in a much better mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the new gift package he bought suddenly generated a new gift package. Kakuzu was slightly stunned and opened it curiously. Seeing inside, Ninjutsu gift pack, you can get 1 A-level random ninjutsu and 2 B-level random ninjutsu, and there is a certain probability of getting S-level ninjutsu. Price, 1,296. Kakuzu was silent again. Looking at his 1,196, he began to struggle again. Should he spend 1,000 taels to buy an A-level ninjutsu, or spend another 100 taels to buy a big gift pack? I always feel that buying only an A-level ninjutsu is a big loss. Kakuzu never wants to suffer a loss. But if he only recharges 100 taels, I feel a loss in my heart. Finally, Kakuzu's face was uncertain, and he muttered to himself, "I'll just charge 1,000 taels this time. The last 1,000 taels, no matter what, I will never charge more." After he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and charged another 1,000 taels, and bought the ninjutsu gift pack. Then, looking at the remaining 1,900 taels, he pondered for a moment. Buy a secret technique? Although this money can't buy a bloodline, it can buy a special secret technique. That's it, I can't charge it anymore. I'm already strong enough, and I shouldn't die so easily this time. Thinking of this, he opened the mall with a firm look, and didn't look at the newly generated gift pack. However, just when he clicked on one of the secret techniques to buy, suddenly, again, a window popped up. Limited time gift pack, you can get a special bloodline of the Land of Water for only 3,000 taels. Go and have a look. Give up. Kakuzu looked at the 1,900 taels and fell silent again. There is something in my heart that I don't know whether to say or not. 170 is up to you. Fuito looked at the rising recharge in the background with satisfaction. No wonder the previous game had an event, no matter whether it was a big festival or a small festival. Even if there was no festival, there would be a weird festival. It turned out that buying holiday gift packs is really profitable. Just pick a few things from the mall and put them in a gift pack for discounts, and then, when comparing them with the mall, players will immediately feel that they have made a profit. So, from then on, it was out of control. Unless you don't recharge from the beginning, otherwise, you will only feel that it is useless to keep the money and continue to recharge. It seems that we have to hold more events in the future. Fuito sighed with emotion, shook his head, and felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have separated the activities of the water country from the rain country. Now, it's a big loss. Family members, it's really a big loss. Of course. Since the event has been launched, it must be consistent. After this event is over, prepare for the next event. Otherwise, it will give players a feeling of being ripped off, and create a bad impression of the game. Moreover, with the addition of the hidden mist and rain villages, the major families and villages have no choice but to charge money in order to avoid embarrassment, so the recent increase is also quite high. There is no need to really do that. Fuil looked around. At this time, he had entered the Kingdom of Wind, so there was yellow sand everywhere. If he hadn't found a tour guide on the way, if he was not familiar with it, he would probably be lost. Road. It seems that it is not so easy to lay a network here. Of course, he is not going to the Sand Village now. Since the failure of the Sand Village War and the heavy losses, the Wind Country Daimyo Mansion has ignored the Sand Village and even cut off the funds allocated to the Sand Village. In order to maintain the operation of the Sand Village, the fourth Kazekage, who had not been in office for a long time, began to use his ability to transform into a gold digger in the desert to dig gold and work hard to make money to support the village. Therefore, in fact, the relationship between the Wind Country and the Sand Village is not very good at this stage. Therefore, perhaps it is possible to ignore the Sand Village and conduct business activities directly in the Wind Country. Or just use money to hit it. Wait until it is almost done, and then take action against the Sand Village. When Fuyo was thinking. Ding! Message came from the background. Fuyo came back to his senses, opened it directly, and looked at the familiar little white man 10,086, and was stunned for a moment. I thought my plan was discovered. After all, those white rookies ignored him. I didn't expect that they would contact me again. I thought that those white Zetsu were stupid, but they were not so easy to be deceived. Result. We want to sign up. Fuyo looked at the message with a strange look in his eyes, and after a pause, he replied cryptically. After all, there were white Zetsu following him. He endured the guilt in his heart, narrowed his eyes, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Great! Congratulations, you have become our partners. As long as you pay 69,800 and bring 3 partners, you can join this 1040 project. After a while. Ding! Fuyu accepted the recharge with a heavy heart, and felt more and more terrible about online fraud prevention. It seems. I have to remind everyone to beware of online fraud. But how come only so many white Zetsu joined? Is it because they are out of money? That's impossible. Could it be that they are worried that I am deceiving him, so they voted for a few first to see if it's true? Fuyu's eyes flickered, and he shook his head with emotion, the most basic trust between people. Sure enough. It seems that they have to pay for another month first. At the same time, not only are White Zetsu and his team out of money, they can only ask for money from Black Zetsu. Even a certain high-level filming team in Konoha is running out of money. No money. Danzo looked at his 2 best friends and said with some shame, daily lunch boxes, daily consumption, the last bit of my savings will be used up. It's like this again. Obviously, he was only one step away from success, but he was facing the danger of being out of money. He hesitated and looked at Hiruzen, his lips trembled. Hiruzen. However. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head without hesitation, I'm no longer Hokage. Danzo was silent for a moment. This time he miscalculated again. He didn't expect the filming equipment to be so expensive, nor did he expect filming to be so troublesome. So he fell into such a situation. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, he really had no money. If Biwako didn't know about the 80 million taels, he probably couldn't even go home now. He looked at Danzo, whose eyes were full of melancholy and emotion, and opened his mouth. He didn't finish his words. It doesn't matter. Things are not too bad. Danzo's eyes suddenly became fierce. If it doesn't work, I'll go and borrow it. I don't believe that I can't borrow a little money with my body. There seemed to be a murderous look on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato-en were stunned, as if they were shocked by Danzo's determination. Especially Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe, which trembled slightly and almost fell to the ground. Danzo. Hiruzen. Danzo. He underestimated Danzo's determination. Danzo he. This time. It's definitely not for fun. He is really serious about making movies. However, just when Vitamin Yan came back to his senses from the deep bond between the two, his face suddenly became uncertain. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I still have a little here. Forget it, Yan, your money is really not enough. Danzo also came back to his senses and shook his head calmly, let me give it to you. Is more than 10 million taels not enough? Vitamin Yan gritted his teeth. More than 10 million. X2. After the words fell, the two seemed to understand something. Thinking of the fact that Vitamin Yan's power had been slowly taken away during this period, he felt a sense of emotion in his heart. It seems that you all know it. Vitamin N seemed to feel much better after saying it, and looked at Hiruzen. Yes, it came from there. When he said this, his eyes became red. Hiruzen. After receiving his money, I dared not spend a penny, and I couldn't sleep day and night. Worried that Hiruzen would know, I put all of it in my closet. I really didn't spend a penny. You are confused. Hiruzen pointed at Vitamin N and shook his head helplessly. Have you forgotten our original intention? I just can't help it. Now let's use him to realize our dream. Let's make this movie better. I believe it will definitely not fail this time. N. Hiruzen. Danzo. Danzo. Hiruzen. N. Just as the three Wen people open their hearts and prepare to do something big, a handsome boy came over, looked at the affectionate three people, hesitated for a moment. Director Danzo, Editor Yan, the third generation. Oh, is it Shisui? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two came back to their senses, looked at Shisui, and said happily, what's the matter? Shisui. A few days ago, I saw that in order to let Obito perform well, Shisui was specially asked to come to help. I read the script written by Yan and I think it's very good. Shisui's eyes flickered, but I always feel that something is missing here. Oh, Yan frowned when he heard someone questioning his script, and he was still a little kid, and looked at Shisui. What's missing? It's here. Shimura Danji misunderstood the relationship between Uchiha Zijing and Xiongke, but he only punched and left, which is really inconsistent with Shimura Danji's stubborn and conceited character. Hearing that Yan editor actually listened to his ideas, Shisui said excitedly, I think Danji and Zijing should have fought fiercely at this time. Xiongke kept stopping them, but the two didn't listen. At this time, it was pouring rain, pouring on the three people, and once again increased the conflict and emotional description. Speaking of this, he suddenly calmed down, looking at the three pairs of eyes staring at him with frowns, and scratched his head embarrassedly. This is what I thought of after seeing Obito Sr., that time Obito Sr. and Kakashi Sr. He hesitated for a moment, and looked at the three big guys carefully. Will it be not good? The words fell. Very good. X3. The three of them nodded in unison. Very good, just do as you said, art really comes from life. Increase the conflict. Increase the rendering. This kid. Really good. 171. It's time to distribute dividends. Time flies. A while has passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the land of wind, Sand Village. In the Wind Shadow Building. What's the matter with the Konoha merchant? The young man with short brown hair, wearing a black ninja suit and mesh underwear, crossed his hands and looked at the ninjas at the round table with a serious face. Is he really just a merchant? Not a spy from another country. Uchiha is rich. How could a guy named Uchiha be just an ordinary businessman? Especially during this period, this guy's whereabouts can be heard in oases all over the land of wind, and he is very popular with local officials. I heard that he came to the land of wind to invest in opening a store or something. The track is very clear, and the purpose seems to be very clear. almost stepping on the oasis of the Wind Country, plus that surname. The ninjas of the Sand Village immediately noticed it. You know, during the Third Ninja World War, there was an Uchiha who killed the ninjas of various ninja villages and frightened them. Many ninjas declared that I would rather meet the 3 ninjas of Konoha than to attack Konoha. It's conceivable. Therefore, no matter what, they have to pay attention to this Uchiha in the Sand Village. Even if the daimyo of the Wind Country stopped the funding of the Sand Village, they must not be careless about the matter of foreign ninjas. Is Uchiha rich? A purple-haired old woman frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and said, I think this name is familiar. Just as the words fell, an old man next to him took the information and said, Uchiha Fuyu, a member of the Uchiha clan, the younger brother of the current Uchiha clan leader. After investigation, it was found that he had good ninja talent, but for some reason, he went into business on the day he graduated from the ninja school. At the same time, he has a strong will of fire. My Konoha, my Hokage, the admiration of the Hokage and the grace of the Hokage's wife, a brief discussion on the will of fire from the quotations of the third Hokage during school, he published many articles with a strong spirit of the will of fire. Since he started his business, he has established Fuyu Milk Tea, Fuyu Grilled Bar, Fuyu Dance Hall, Fuyu Cinema, Fuyu Internet Cafe and other industries in just a few years. At this point, he raised his head with a serious face and looked at the 4th generation Kazekage. Uchiha Fuyu's information is not confidential. The investigation is quite complete, and from the information, it can be seen that he is very talented in business. In just a few years, his business has grown bigger and bigger, especially. He didn't finish his words. He glanced at the black-haired young ninja from the Sand Village next to him. The black-haired young ninja understood immediately, stood up, took out a few flyers from his ninja bag and handed them over. Luo Xia looked at them curiously. The first thing that caught his eye was a boy wearing a mask. When I drink this cup of milk tea, you are doomed to lose. There is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. If there is, then 2 barbecues. Do you dare to shoot my play? Seeing this, his pupil shrank, and he became serious again. Uchiha Obito. That's right. Just as Lord Kazekage saw, Uchiha Fuyu unexpectedly hired Uchiha Obito as a promoter. You should know that Uchiha Obito's reputation in the ninja world, however, he won by surprise and attracted everyone's curiosity at once. Ebizo continued to say seriously, I heard that at that time, Root Milk Tea and Root Barbecue used the third Hokage to declare war on him, and kept offering discounts, but they still failed in the end. It is conceivable that this guy has business talent, and Fuyu Milk Tea is very popular in the Land of Fire. Many people passing by want to have 2 cups. Indeed. At this time, Consultant Cho also nodded seriously, as if he remembered something, and said, when I went to the Land of Fire, I couldn't help but buy 2 cups. Now seeing this empty bottle, I also want to have 2 more cups in my heart. Really, is it as delicious as the milk tea on the flyer? Luo Xia looked at the milk tea on the flyer. For some reason, he felt a little itchy inside after seeing this. Perhaps it was just the curiosity aroused by the words of Consultant Cho. After muttering to himself, he looked up at Ebizo, so, he is really just here to do business. I don't know yet, but judging from the above, it may be so. Ebizo nodded, but according to the investigation, during this period, he set up several strange platforms in the territory of the Wind Country. I don't know what they are used for. Maybe they are secret weapons, or maybe they are special barriers. In any case, the Sand Village must pay attention. In that case, Luo Xia frowned, put his hands on his chin again, and pondered solemnly. Finally, he looked up at the plump woman in a backless dress beside him. Yakang, you go and investigate in person. If necessary, bring the person to the Sand Village. Do we need to do anything to him? If he is really just a businessman, you don't have to care about him. Just keep an eye on his actions. Yes. Oh, that's right. Consultant Cho seemed to remember something, and suddenly said with a serious face, I remember that I met him once. You must pay close attention to him. He stretched out his voice and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Ye Kang, who was about to go out on a mission, looked over curiously, ready to see if he could get some useful information. However, he is very rich. What does it have to do with us? Even Ye Kang's face was full of black lines. As a ninja from the 5 major ninja villages, she couldn't just rob without caring about anything. Will there be merchants to hire them as sand ninjas? He rolled his eyes helplessly and said, I'll go get ready first. He left directly. Even Cho, who was about to say something else, didn't have time to speak. Hey, wait a minute. Cho saw that the figure had disappeared, and finally, she shook her head helplessly, I haven't finished yet. What else are you going to say, sister? Ebizo looked at her sister helplessly, what does his wealth have to do with our sand village? It's true that his wealth has nothing to do with us, but Cho sighed helplessly, his eyes twitched slightly, his eyes were deep, and he said leisurely, he has a lot of detonating tags. After the words fell, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. I don't know what Consultant Cho meant. Even if there are more detonating tags a dozen or 20, it won't be a problem with Ye Kang's strength. It can't be hundreds of them, right? Hat. Thuyu sneezed and refused the invitation of the Oasis officials to take him to taste the customs and people of the Wind Country. With a slightly drunk face, he walked towards the temporary accommodation with the help of the guards. The action was unexpectedly successful. He was welcomed by the Wind Country before he even used his skills in buying paintings. The only regret is that after so long, he still hasn't found a way to deal with the Sand Village. If it doesn't work, he's going to throw money at it. I don't believe that those poor guys can still bear it. Blowing the unique night wind in the desert, he shook his head and sobered himself up. The Wind Country plan is almost completed. After a while, if the Sand Village can't do anything, he can go back. I don't know what kind of movie Danzo and the others are shooting. To be honest, I'm quite curious. Suddenly. Ding ding. Renren received a message. I opened it with doubts, and saw the flickering eyes, and immediately understood something. Opened it directly. See. A message from 10,086 Little White Man. That manager, it's time to pay dividends. 172 plan. Did he reply? Did he reply? It's so late, he must have slept, why don't we ask tomorrow? But the time has come, why hasn't he sent the money yet? Have we been cheated? Impossible. How could such a big group cheat us? Oh. I can't sleep. We don't need to sleep, eat, drink, or poop. I definitely can't sleep. What if we were cheated? A certain white Zetsu raised a crucial question. The noisy white Zetsu suddenly quieted down. After a while, all the white Zetsu showed fierce expressions on their faces. White Zetsu, number. Kill him. Kill him. Make him a white Zetsu. Make him unable to eat, poop, or sleep. Beat him up every day. Rob his money. The fierce words rang out in the cave. If anyone heard them, they would probably tremble with fear. What hatred, what resentment. Only the black Zetsu behind him looked at this group of trash with a headache. Originally, with Madara around, they could restrain them and no one dared to run around, but since Madara was gone, it's hard to lead the team. Headache. It made him want to change the body of white Zetsu. Black Zetsu looked at them coldly. If he hadn't been carrying out the mission after going out, he would have hung all these white Zetsu on the body of the sacred tree. As for the 1040 project, don't be ridiculous. How could it exist? You can earn 10.4 million with more than 60,000? No matter how you think about it, it's a scam. If it wasn't for letting these idiots know, he wouldn't have lent them money last time. Now. These idiots should know. Rescuing mom is what they should do. However, at this time, suddenly, it's sent. He sent it. Money, money, money. It's true, he didn't lie to us. Good guy. The excited cheers brought Black Zetsu back to his senses. Looking suspiciously at the very happy white Zetsu in front of him, he muttered to himself in a daze, is this really? Is there really such a good thing? The next day, Fuyu looked at the non-stop beeping ninja, nodded with satisfaction, an unexpected big harvest. He even wanted to raise the price of Danzo to celebrate. White Zetsu. Good guy. One white Zetsu 69,800, 100,000 white Zetsu. His Fuyu took a breath, stopped thinking about it, and muttered to himself, Black Zetsu is really TN rich. What can't be done with this money? Actually involved in gangs? You can just go to the major ninja villages to buy tailed beasts. Sure enough. Perhaps this is because he has not read books. He can only think of trivial things. Look at how many tragedies there are in the ninja world, all caused by not reading books. However, why hasn't Madara been online during this period? He shook his head with emotion, and ignored it. He called up the backend with the system and sent several beware of internet fraud messages across the board. It's time to cultivate the awareness of internet fraud prevention among netizens nowadays. Fuyu shook his head with emotion. It is the responsibility of Fuyu Group to absolutely protect the interests of users. He is Fuyu. He is doing a serious business. He stretched his waist and estimated that it was about time to go to the next city. Suddenly, Fuyu frowned slightly, as if he noticed something, turned his head suddenly, then quickly turned his head back, stood up, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Are you here? Have you been discovered? Impossible. Ye King felt that this was absolutely impossible, based on the information obtained from the Sand Village. Uchiha is rich. Male. Rich. Going into business after graduating from the ninja school. How could such a person discover her tracking? So, just now was it actually an accident? Ye King frowned slightly and looked at the back seriously. However, even though she looked so seriously and even revealed a flaw, the guy didn't notice it. She was relieved in her heart. It must have been a misunderstanding just now. You know, she came here on the orders of Lord Kazekage to investigate whether this Uchiha had other purposes. If she was discovered, it would be troublesome to investigate secretly. Ye King calmed down, continued to stare at the figure, and quietly followed. However, after a while, she twitched her lips and looked at Uchiha Fuyu in front of her, muttering in a low voice, it's just like what Consultant Cho said, really rich. Just in this moment, he has already bought a lot of things in this oasis, big and small bags. There is no need to bargain at all, as long as he likes something, he will buy it directly. She was itching to see it. Damn! The guys in the Fire Country are actually rich. Ye King clenched his fists angrily and muttered, no wonder there are people worth 1 billion in the Fire Country. If she wasn't a ninja, she would have taken action now. Suddenly, her eyes turned, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she thought of something. Hee. Fuyu rubbed his nose and frowned, feeling that someone was eyeing his money. But he didn't care. He glanced at the direction where someone was following. Just now, he felt that there seemed to be a ninja staring at him, and this is the Wind Country. Needless to say, it must be the guys from the Sand Village who noticed him. However, Fuyu was slightly stunned, and suddenly turned around and scanned the surroundings. Is he gone? What on earth did he go to do? Not following him? Did he just come to take a look, and then, seeing that he didn't make any trouble, and really just came to spend money, he left? Fuyu shook his head in disappointment, put all the souvenirs he bought in the ninja tool bag, and then, with his guards, took the unique transportation tool of the wind country and prepared to set off for the next oasis. If the rain country is always rainy, and the sand village is surrounded by sand. At this time, suddenly, tap tap tap, a series of rapid movements came. Fuyou and the guards couldn't help but look over. Looking at the billowing smoke. It's the desert bandits. Damn it. Let's run. Protect the rich master. At the same time, Yakang's bright eyes blinked cunningly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered to himself, now let's see what you can do. A mere businessman came to the wind country and dared to run around in the desert without even entrusting the ninjas of their sand village. It's time to let them see the danger of the wind country. She was ready. When the businessman was in danger, she would immediately go out, then save them, and then ask if they needed a commission, and then, with the commission, she could stay with these guys and see what they wanted to do openly. And such a rich guy, plus killing the bandits and the desert thieves, and protecting them to the next oasis, it must be an S-level mission. So, hurry up and shout for help. Yakang's eyes flashed with light, with a meaningful look, quietly looking at the rolling sand and dust, waiting for the opportunity. Suddenly, bang! With a loud noise, the sand and dust flew. The sudden explosion made Yakang stunned for a moment, turned his head suddenly, and looked at the businessman. See! He! With black hair flying, wearing a wind and dust cloak, standing calmly in the sand and dust. Hand! A stack of detonating talismans. Yakang stared blankly at the figure that looked like a god of war. She seemed to understand what Consultant Joe asked her to pay attention to. Really rich. After the words fell, suddenly, a detonating tag flew towards her. 173 Cooperation. Bang! Damn it! Yakang cursed and used ninjutsu to block the explosion and sandstorm, looking at the rich man in the distance. Why does this guy have so many detonating tags? If this place is not a desert and the area is vast, otherwise, these detonating tags will kill even themselves. Is this guy an idiot? And now, she found out with pain that she didn't seem to need to show up, and Uchiha Fuyou could solve it. It's really abominable. She felt like she missed an S-level mission. As for the detonating tag just now, she didn't care. It was normal for the detonating tag to be thrown at her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. It's such a waste. However, young Sand Village Ninja, Fuyou said while throwing detonating tags, can you help us when we are in danger? No time. Solve it yourself. As soon as the words fell, Yakang stared at the pile of silver covered with sand and dust. S-level. This is an S-level mission. Otherwise, I won't accept the commission. Are the ninjas in the sand village so poor that they are starting to rob money? But damn it! At least a B-level mission. Yakang looked at him angrily. If I need to take you to the next oasis, it must be a B-level mission with the highest reward. Okay. Fuyou's mouth curled up slightly. At least now it seems Sand Village is still negotiable, otherwise, this sand ninja would probably take action as soon as he appeared. So, maybe it can be like the Mist Village. Soon, with the help of Yakang, all the desert thieves were solved. Fuyou, a businessman from the Land of Fire. Yakang, a ninja from the Sand Village passing by. Yakang rolled his eyes. The tight black ninja uniform made his plump figure more prominent. He looked heroic and valiant. Looking at Uchiha Fuyou in front of him, mission commission. Although things seemed to have gone wrong, it seemed not too bad. If she could be hired, it would be more convenient for her investigation. However, Fuyou was slightly stunned when he heard the name. The hero of the Sand Village's 3 battles, Yakang. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the 4th Kazekage, who was working hard to mine, sold the village's hero to the Kirigakure Ninja Village in order to prevent the Kirigakure Ninja Village from taking advantage of the situation. In the end, he was ambushed and died in the Kunao rain. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking of something. I have a task here, which needs to be entrusted to the Sand Village. Didn't I accept it? Not this. What is that? Ye King frowned and looked at him. Do you want to reduce the reward? No. I was just about to increase the commission. Fuyu shook his head and said with emotion, in order to expand the market, I hope to enter the major oases in the Wind Country. I believe you ninjas also know it, so next I hope to entrust you to send ninjas to build stores in various oases and protect the stores. No time. Ye King said without hesitation. Suddenly. Pa! With a sound, a pile of silver fell on the desert. Ye King. She now seems to understand what Consultant Zhou means by being rich. Just throw the money out? How abominable! This guy seems to know the problems facing the Sand Village now. No money. No people. The Third War suffered heavy losses. So much so that the Kazekage had to go out to mine, but even so, it was just barely enough to keep the village running. For this reason, the Sand Village had to reduce ninja training and focus on the training of elite ninjas. Ye Kang's mouth twitched, looking at the reward that was not enough for an A-level ninja. He sneered with disdain, a mere A-level reward, our sand ninja. He didn't finish his words. Pa! Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. Now he just wants to use money to make a name for himself in the Wind Country. Ye Kang's eyelids raised, and his breathing seemed to pause again, and continued, Amir. This time he only said 2 words. Another pa. She was silent. Then. Can you listen to what others say? Ye King covered his forehead helplessly. Amir as level mission reward, our Sand Ninja accepted it, okay. Sand Ninja is also a group of dead tsunderes? Fuyu was slightly stunned, and it really is true when he thinks about it. From Advisor Chotagara, they are all tsunderes. Unlike Uchiha's cold tsundere, Uchiha will refuse firmly. Then, they regretted it in their hearts. And they will accept it stubbornly, but later Gaara changed. What Naruto said is all right. He sighed and looked at Ye King, who had collected the money, and looked at him seriously. Do you need to go to the Sand Village to entrust the task? No. As long as you follow my requirements. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, the quality of the ninjas in the Sand Village is also weaker than that of Konoha. Of course. Otherwise, I would not entrust it. Fuyu smiled slightly, saying that he was just a pure businessman. But it seems some unexpected success. Perhaps it is because he did not do anything strange during this period, and because he was rich and powerful, he did not forcefully require to settle in the Sand Village, so it succeeded. After all, the Uchiha name is quite useful in the Land of Fire, but it will attract the attention of ninja villages in other countries. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would rather cooperate with local ninja villages. He is just an ordinary businessman. If he had entrusted the Sand Village to cooperate with him in large-scale commercial activities from the beginning, who knows what they would think? Are there signal towers in every oasis? I suspect they are setting up a barrier in the Sand Village. Then, just capture him and study the Uchiha bloodline. Then the next task will be handed over to the Sand Village. Fuyu touched his chin and pondered for a while, then, looking at Ye King in front of him, he said to her with a serious face, I will give you some construction methods, and arrange staff to cooperate. I hope that Sand Village can complete it as soon as possible. As long as the deposit is handed in, Sand Village will execute the task as soon as possible. No problem. This is a contract, I hope you can hand it over to Sand Village. Understood. I will entrust other Sand Ninjas to hand it over to Sand Village. Next, we need to go to the next oasis. No. Next let's go back to the oasis just now and wait, and then let the ninjas of Sand Village come over. Commission. The mission commission has been changed to protect us, and at the same time, Send me back to Konoha safely after the mission is completed. Escort mission, or the Land of Fire. This is different from. The words were not finished. Snap. Yeking smiled and nodded, please believe in my ninja ethics. Fuyu rolled his eyes. Sure enough. Ninjas are actually pretty easy to understand. Especially the sand ninjas. Poor bastards. And he received an unexpected windfall a few days ago. Now he's rich. It looks like he can relax a little. At the same time, in an internet cafe in the Land of Fire, a man with green eyes stared at the screen in front of him and laughed strangely, tisk tisk tisk. He always robbed other people's money, but he didn't expect that one day he would be robbed by others. Uchiha is rich? Wait. 174. Give me back my money. After asking Yeking to entrust the task to the sand ninjas hidden in the oasis and have them send it to the sand village, he felt much more relaxed in the next few days. He's stupid and rich. Because he's generous and doesn't bargain when buying things, he's now welcomed by the entire oasis. There's a rumor circulating in the streets. That businessman from another country seems to be running a milk tea shop. His shop will be open by then. It looks like he's doing a lot of business. Otherwise, how could he be so rich? You can say that. The reputation spread. As long as it spreads, they will be curious, and then what they spend now will be recovered here sooner or later. Because the reputation of being rich spread, it did attract a lot of thieves and wandering ninjas to steal money. Fortunately, Yeking was hired, otherwise, he would be in trouble. Hey, can you not be so high profile? Yeking looked at Fuyu, who had to buy someone else's warehouse with one purchase, and said unhappily, do you know how many people have been targeting you recently? I have solved several waves of thieves for you. Can you be low-key? No way. Fuyu shook his head with emotion, I am so poor now that I only have money. Then give it to me. No. I asked someone to deliver the things to the accommodation. As soon as I went out, the voice of Fuyu Master rang out. It seems. My reputation is about to spread throughout this oasis, and even people in other oases have heard of him. I believe that when the opening is open, a few more waves of publicity should be able to spread throughout the Wind Kingdom. Therefore, it's time to stop. Yeking gritted his teeth when he heard the guys boasting. I want to rob it too. She shook her head helplessly, sighed and followed him out. I don't know what this guy is doing these days, buying things everywhere, and buying a lot at a time. If it weren't for her, this guy would have been robbed by others long ago. I followed him forward, looking at the store that was being renovated, and pondered for a moment, is that Fuyu milk tea? Yes. You can try it when the time comes, or you can try it first after going to the fire country. Fuyu smiled meaningfully, it's very delicious. After drinking one cup, you want another cup. You'd better buy 2 cups directly, and the second cup will be half price. Maybe. Someone in the village has drunk it, and they still miss it after returning to the village. Yeking gently lifted the hair on his forehead, I'll try it when the time comes. Can I get a discount? Miss Yeking, do you want to apply for a card? You can get it by recharging 100,000 a VIP card, enjoy 8% discount. No money. Yeking rolled his eyes and looked at him. No wonder he is so rich. You want to make back the money you spent so quickly? Stingy. What a pity. The village still needs money to stabilize, and she, Yeking, will never waste money on other places. Looking at the strange box again, this little thing can make long-distance contact. Yes. The fire country has been connected to the internet throughout the country. You will be able to see it in the fire country when the time comes. There are many games in it. Remember, choose Uchiha at the beginning. Can you stop advertising? Don't worry, playing games is free, and in a while, Konoha will hold a mahjong competition, and anyone can participate. The winner will have a prize of tens of millions waiting for you. Really? Fuyu Group. We are serious businessmen and never cheat or deceive customers. Fuyu said righteously, wait for me to go back, it should be held in a month. After saying that. However. Yekeng was curious, but suddenly became serious. Lord Kazekage came in person. It seems that he attaches great importance to your mission. I saw it too. Fuyu smiled slightly, looking at the brown-haired young man in front of him, and he was relieved in his heart. It seems. It can indeed be the same as the Kirigakuer. Uchiha Fuyu? Luo Xia looked at the black-haired man in front of him seriously. When he received Yekeng's letter with a contract inside, he took it seriously. After all, this reward is not just a simple S-level mission reward, so they must take it seriously. After negotiation. Finally, he decided to come in person. Luo Xia glanced at Fuyu and got some information about this guy before coming. This guy? He is really rich. As expected of a member of the Konoha Uchiha clan. He is really handsome and has an outstanding demeanor. I heard that the fourth Kazekage is handsome? Jinduo, now I see it is true. The two sides flattered each other. Then. They all sat down and started negotiations. After analysis. The Sand Village felt that this mission commission was incredible. It was not that the reward was too little, but that the work was simple and the reward was rich, which made people have to doubt it. And Fuyu. He was so rich and convincing. In addition, he never mentioned the idea of opening a store in the Sand Village, saying that he was just a businessman. Therefore, the negotiation went smoothly. Finally, Fuyu smiled at the back of the Sand Ninja leaving, and even Yekeng was called out at this time. It seems that he is just here to do business. Luo Xia pondered, otherwise, how can he hide it from us Sand Ninjas so openly? Indeed. Except that we still can't understand the network, but at least we know that it is not a barrier. Ebizo, who followed, also nodded. As for what it is, as long as it passes through the hands of our Sand Village, we will know what it is. Then Konoha will hold a mahjong tournament. We can send someone to try it out, or look at the options of other ninja villages. Of course, if Konoha has 1 billion. Is that so? Luo Xia nodded, and then looked at the hero of the Sand Village, Yekeng. This escort mission must be cautious and he must be protected. After a pause, if there are other requests, as long as they are reasonable you can agree to them. At the same time, investigate the situation in the Land of Fire and Konoha to see if it is as he said. Understood. Yekeng rolled her eyes and nodded. Although she wanted to refuse, after all, she was the hero of the Sand Village, but since the Kazekage said so, she could only follow his orders seriously. Lord Kazekage would never harm her. A few days later, after the matter in the Wind Country was settled, Fuyu also took Yekeng back to Konoha. The movie shot by Danzo, Obito, and Shisui. Just this camp sounds interesting. I wonder what will be shot? Could it be as he said in the promotional leaflet? Like in the movie to film Obito's story? Fuyu smiled helplessly, shook his head, and sat in the comfortable carriage. At this time, they have entered the Land of Rain. He did not go to Yahiko and the others, so he can enter the Land of Fire in a few days. As for Yekeng, he doesn't care. The dividend date for the next month is coming soon. 100,000 white Zetsu came to Konoha crying. To be honest, he felt that he was in danger. It seemed that he had to hire more bodyguards. Suddenly, enemy attack. Yekeng's roar came from outside the carriage. Water escape. Just when Fuyu was slightly stunned. Fuyu, dog thief, give me back the money I charged. A roar filled with resentment. What hatred and resentment! With a bang, the carriage exploded. Fuyu couldn't help but turn his head and saw a pair of familiar green eyes. It was too late. Instantly, a flash of red in his eyes. The guy's footsteps stagnated, his eyes blurred, and he paused. About 3 seconds. Seemingly coming back to his senses, he looked at Fuyu in front of him in horror. What a terrible illusion! It almost made me indulge in it. Thank you for the compliment. 175 Why don't you hide? Although Yeking is a hero of the Sand Village, and he is a master of the burning escape, he is still far behind Kakuzu, especially in the current situation of insufficient intelligence. Even if Kakuzu has fully opened his grudge, Yeking cannot beat him. However, why did this guy come to assassinate him? You should know that the ninjas in the ninja world are still a group of very disciplined guys. If there is no mission, they will basically not take action against ordinary people without authorization, of course unless they are forced into a corner. So, he didn't do anything, and he has been working hard to create happiness for the ninja world. It is impossible for this old man who has lived for who knows how long to be forced into a corner. Therefore, it is only possible that someone is offering a reward for him on the black market. Who is it? Could it be that they are eyeing his money? Fuyu was slightly surprised. When he saw Yeking being beaten and in danger, he threw a kunao directly. When he saw Kakuzu turned his head, he looked at him and threw another illusion. Suddenly, Kakuzu was still stagnant again. After a while, terrible illusion. Kakuzu looked at Fuyu with a gloomy face. I didn't expect that a businessman could make me almost addicted to illusion twice. He said in a serious tone, in illusion. I, Kakuzu, am willing to call you the strongest. You were hit by the same trick twice in a row, don't you consider your own problems? This strongest is really cheap. Fuyu looked at him strangely, took out a handful of money directly, and said calmly, who asked you to kill me? I, Uchiha Fuyu, will pay you double the money and you go to kill him. I came here by myself today. Kakuzu sneered, I didn't spend a penny. Oh. Fuyu was immediately curious, why did you come to kill me? I just wanted to recharge 648 at first. Then what? As a result, I recharged more and more. Especially the lottery old man pay back the money. Give me back the money. This has nothing to do with me. Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he looked at Kakuzu who was indignant in front of him, and shook his head, it's impossible to withdraw. After all, he is a businessman, what's the point of withdrawing one by one? Besides you are not a minor. In that case, I will take it myself. Kakuzu sneered, I have always been the one who robbed others of their money, but I didn't expect that today I would be robbed of my money by others. It's really shameful. Basic salary plus commission. If you do a good job, you will also get equity dividends. Fuyu waved his hand and compared the number, come and work with me. No less than this number. Kakuzu's face froze, and then he said calmly, boring. I won't work with the guy who robbed my money. Don't think too much, work with me, you can get more. Then give me my money back first. Impossible. This is a matter of choice. Hee. That's also my principle. Uchiha kid. Kakuzu rushed over with a black line, don't underestimate ninjas. At this time, Yekang's scorch release rushed over again. This woman is quite responsible. When she met a strong enemy, she started to fight desperately. Of course. Maybe she was worried that after he died, no one would pay the balance to the Sand Village. And Fuyu had a blank expression on his face. Although this might be the strongest enemy he had encountered so far, he was not panicked. Directly detonated the talisman and added a kunao. Then, another illusion was thrown over. This illusion was a bit exaggerated. It was basically 100% accurate. You have to know that ninjas fight based on intelligence. After being hit by the same illusion so many times, Kakuzu should have been able to break it, right? But still it was hit every time. Fuyu's face also became strange. Looking at Kakuzu who was stagnant again, he was silent for a while. You didn't do it on purpose. Ridiculous. How can I be that kind of person? Kakuzu sneered and looked at Fuyu. The terrible illusion, the real touch, and the pain when it touches the face, are not something that ordinary people can do. Uchiha's little devil. It seems that everyone underestimates you. Sorry, I don't know how to complain anymore. In this case, why don't you hide? At present, the burning escape behind him, the illusion in front of him, the two people attacked, but Kakuzu was still not panicked. He has not turned into a monster of the earth resentment. It seems that he has not used his full strength yet. And with insufficient information, no matter how many ninjutsu Yekeng used, he could not cause him too much damage. As for himself, although he knew the weakness, he didn't say much. After all, he was just an ordinary businessman. How could he understand so much? And at this time, Kakuzu rushed over again. It seems that he is willing to continue the discussion only after getting his own money back. Is it an obsession with money? Come and work with me. I will double your basic salary. Damn Uchiha brat. Don't underestimate ninjas. Double. Uchiha brat. Don't underestimate ninjas. Very good, the word damn is gone. Fuyu looked at the angry Kakuzu speechlessly, 3 times. Uchiha Fuyu. Are you humiliating me? Kakuzu sneered, and the black lines attacking Fuyu on his body also paused. Let me see how you are going to humiliate me. You know, I have 1 billion in Konoha. How can I care about such a small amount of money? This is for yourself. Raise the price? Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say, and at this time. Scorch escape? Over steam kill. Although Yekeng didn't know why the atmosphere became a little weird, he still rushed over and used ninjutsu without hesitation. Boring tricks. Kakuzu directly resisted the move and looked at her expressionlessly. Is this the only ninja from the sand village? He directly turned his hand back, and countless black lines emerged, instantly binding Yekeng, forming a strange posture. Then he frowned and looked at Fuyu again. Are you stalling for time? Before Fuyu could speak. Sure enough, how could a guy who can create that kind of illusion give money to others casually? It's all illusion. Kakuzu directly threw Yekeng out. You and I are the same kind of people. The 10,000 taels left with you, I will come to take it myself when the time comes. After the words fell. Ignoring Fuyu, who was confused, he turned around and used the instant body technique to leave instantly. Hey, wait a minute, who's stalling? Who's the same kind of person as you? And? Just 10,000 taels? 10,000 taels? Fuyu looked at him speechlessly. Why are you working so hard for 10,000 taels? Why should you say it earlier? Who in Konoha doesn't know that Uchiha Fuyu is generous? How can he be the same as a miser like you? Dividends. Equity. Don't you want these? Your annual salary is over 10 million. Otherwise, I'll pay you back 10,000 taels. However, Kakuzu had already disappeared. And at this time, when Yekeng just stood up again. Shua shua. Several figures rushed over. The forehead protector on the forehead. Konoha ninja. It seems that the nearby Konoha ninjas noticed the situation here and quickly came to support, and mistakenly thought that Yekeng was an enemy and directly surrounded him. Then, one of the figures stood up with a heroic spirit, head held high, his whole body trembled, and stood out with a majestic look in his eyes, directly protecting him. Hurry up and protect Mr. Fuyu. Fuyu's mouth twitched, looking at the boy with a thick beard. How did this guy get here? 176 Asuma and the computer. Why is he Asuma here? It's a sad story to tell. I originally thought that his grandfather followed the old man Danzo to film, and he didn't need to use his Weibo to help the old man top up 648 and pay the network fee. Result. Since the water country and the rain country were connected to the internet, the war has become more and more exciting. As the son of the third generation, the hope of Konoha, and the commander-in-chief of the ninja world, how could he lose to other ninja villages? So, there is nothing to say. Konoha is still waiting for him Asuma to carry the banner. Therefore, in order to become stronger, I stayed up late every day to brush dungeons, fight for equipment, and accumulate experience. And I also recharged a lot of money in the activities some time ago, and there was also a lottery. What a painful lesson. That was a pitfall. It was obviously just a big turntable, but he drew so many times and still didn't get what he wanted. It was really a pitfall. Of course. The record was also very good. The people in the Hidden Mist village were beaten by him and screamed. They were directly blocked at the entrance of the village and couldn't get out, and kept shouting "Daddy." But later I heard that they were also ready to spend money. So, finally, although the old man was gone and life was much easier, the money was almost spent. I also owed Kakashi a lot for the lottery. I was originally going to take the old man's collection of Will of Fire calligraphy to buy it. After all, I heard that this thing is quite valuable. However, no one bought it. No one bought it. Isn't it priceless? Why didn't anyone buy it? Therefore, under the pressure of desperation, in order not to lose to those guys in the Hidden Mist village, he could only take advantage of the break to go out on missions and earn some extra money. He was ready. He would buy a computer when he returned this time. This way, he could have more time to play at home. It's not easy for you either. Fuyu looked at Asuma with complicated eyes. The 12 guardians became internet-addicted teenagers. The future uncle with a smoking addiction would be gone. That's right. Asuma heard that someone actually recognized him, and he said helplessly, "Not only do I have to help the old man recharge, but I also have to hang up and upgrade for the old man from time to time. I am also very tired. I haven't had milk tea for a long time." As he spoke, he looked at Fuyu expectantly. "Fuyu dad. You are Obito's father, and you are my Asuma's elder. So can I get a discount on the computer? Why did such a lively boy become so calm later? Is it the power of love?" Fuyu's mouth twitched, looking at Asuma who was full of expectation. He shook his head helplessly. "I'll give you 80% off, and I'll send you a set of gaming mouse and keyboard." "Thank you, Master Fuyu." Asuma nodded with satisfaction, and it was worth it that he did not hesitate to lead the Konoha ninja to rescue quickly. By the way, why did Boss Fuyu hire the sand ninja to come back with him? Looking at Fuyu curiously. "I went to the wind country to open up the market, and encountered thieves and wandering ninjas, so I simply hired the sand ninjas there," Fuyu said leisurely. As for the others, he was not exposed. Boss Fuyu's business is really getting bigger and bigger. He even opened a business in the wind country. Asuma praised him, then rolled his eyes, as if thinking of something. "Dad. The first time I saw you, I wanted you to be like my dad, or you could adopt me as your child. Just like Obito, just give me a chance to inherit the estate." "No, I'm afraid the third Hokage will kill me. Actually, when I was very young, the old man ignored me. He only cared about the village and didn't care about me. He didn't give me any fatherly love. When I grew up, he cheated me out of my money and asked me to top up 648 for him. I'm miserable." Asuma suddenly looked at Fuyu affectionately. "So, I also long for fatherly love. This guy is even more shameless than me." Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. How did the son of Hokage become like this? Is it the harm of the internet? If I nod and agree, this guy will probably start planning to inherit the estate tonight? Patted his shoulder. 80% off. Don't say anything more, this is already the lowest price, and I'll give you a luminous mouse pad. Thank you, Rich Dad. Don't. Just call me Brother Rich. I'll give you an activation code, and there are rich super gift packages waiting for you. Thank you, Brother Rich. Don't worry, I will definitely let Obito call me uncle. After Asuma got the discount he wanted, he shook his body and showed an excited smile. I'll go in and buy a computer first. This guy is not simple either. Fuido looked at Asuma's back, smiled slightly, and shook his head. At this time, the ninja at the door had also registered. After Asuma and the others rescued, he followed the large group back to the village, so the speed was much faster. Turning his head, he looked at Yekeng who was walking over. Have you registered as well? Yes. Yekeng nodded with emotion. Fortunately, the Sand Village and Konoha are allies now, otherwise, I would be in trouble. Speaking of this, he looked at the figure of the Konoha boy who left. Your son? No. That's the son of the third Hokage. Don't think too much. I have nothing to do with him. Fuido said unhappily. He just came to take advantage of the discount. The relationship in Konoha is really complicated. Yekeng sighed with emotion. Unlike our Sand Village, it's much simpler. There are almost no people left in your Sand Village. Fuido complained unhappily. In the end, there were not many young people in the Sand Village, so Gaara became the Kazekage before he came of age. Later, he was attacked by the rebel ninjas in his own village with their younger brothers. As a result, no one was good enough, and all of them shouted, "Come on, Kazekage!" from behind. It's understandable. Ignoring Yekeng who looked angry and disappointed, he walked on the streets of Konoha after a long absence. Just when he was about to stretch comfortably, Fuido! A soft and sticky voice came over. Fuido was shocked all over, lowered his head, and looked at Ling Ian who was walking towards him, and smiled slightly. Hey, Ling Ian. However, just as the words fell, I didn't see this little figure happily rushing over, softly and happily pulling him. On the contrary, Ling Ian was neatly dressed, smiled slightly, looked at Yekeng beside him, and then walked over slowly, stepped forward, nodded, and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Fuido's female secretary. I have been with Fuido for many years. You are?" It seems to be much more generous. Yekeng was slightly stunned, looking at Ling Ian in front of him in confusion. Hello? Yekeng? Where does this woman have hostility? Rich's hired ninja. Oh, really? Thank you for your care during this period. Rich's face was full of black lines as he looked at Suzune who seemed to have changed into a different person. What is this little girl doing? He gave her a slap. Ouch! At the same time, Asuma, who got a discount and bought a computer at a 30% discount, was carrying the computer towards home in a refreshed mood. Originally it was 20% off. But after meeting Suzune-senpai and telling her about Rich's news and the unclear relationship with a certain female ninja, it became 30% off. Suzune-senpai is so generous. Asuma shook his head with emotion. As for Rich's senior, what does it have to do with Asuma? He was just suspicious. Ninjas never skip suspicious places. He blew a whistle, walked forward arrogantly with his 8-step outward, and after he was ready to install the computer, he asked someone to come to his house to pull the network cable. The remaining money can pull the network cable for several years. He is now a computer owner. However, at this time, bought a computer. A kind and amiable voice came from behind, which frightened the extremely arrogant Asuma and made him shiver. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the old face staring at him with a smile. Old man. He. Asuma. The handsome guy of Konoha. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. 177 will be popular. A few days later. Asuma, didn't you buy a computer? Internet cafes have an atmosphere. Okay. Shiranui Genjian shrugged, didn't care, and said calmly, I also think internet cafes have an atmosphere. I had my birthday some time ago, my old man gave me a computer, but unfortunately, I don't play it often, and I keep it at home. Like you, I still like to go to the internet cafe. Speaking of this, he seemed to feel something was wrong around him. He turned his head and looked at Asuma, who was worried and tearful, and was shocked. "Ya, what's wrong with you?" "No." Asuma raised his head at a 45-degree angle. "Just suddenly miss Dad." "Asuma is weird today. Go home if you miss Dad. The third Hokage is not dead yet." Shiranui Genma didn't ask much. Maybe it was a problem within the Sarutobi family, and he, as an outsider, couldn't ask anything. He took off the 1,000 books at the corner of his mouth. "By the way, I haven't seen Obito recently. Didn't he go to film with the third Hokage? Is the filming finished? I'm quite curious. It should be almost done." Asuma wiped away the tears from his eyes and said, "I heard that the filming should be finished during this period. They call it wrap-up." At this point, he stared at the screen with a ferocious face. "No more words. I want to make the Kirigakure ninja village call me daddy. I will continue to block their ninja village today. This is not good. Always bullying the newcomers. I don't care. I don't care. I, Asuma, just want them to call me daddy." "Okay, whatever you want." Shiranui Genjian shrugged, looked at Asuma who was acting strange today, sighed and shook his head. Is it because the third generation was too busy filming and ignored Asuma? Remembering what Asuma said just now, "I miss my dad." Sure enough. Although Asuma has always been careless, loves to act like a big shot, and likes to bully newcomers, he actually longs for his father's love in his heart. Perhaps all this is just to attract his father's attention. Shiranui Genjian's eyes flickered, looking at Asuma who kept bullying newcomers because of his longing for his father's love. How about ask Kakashi and Hong to talk to the third generation together? We should still give Asuma more love. Asuma suddenly shivered all over and muttered, "Why is the weather suddenly a little cold?" After the words fell, he ignored it and continued to stare at the screen fiercely. "Call Dad. Don't call. Kill them all. Damn old man. Hee hee. Hiruzen, what's wrong with you?" "I'm old, it's almost autumn, I guess my body feels a little cold." "That won't do." Danzo shook his head seriously, looking at Hiruzen who was happily rubbing his nose. "We'll finish the filming in a few days, you can't fall down here. This is our victory. We'll celebrate together then. If you don't come, will it be complete? You must take care of yourself." Danzo. Hiruzen looked at Danzo with deep emotion, his heart full of emotion. At that time, he still felt that his best friend had been carrying the darkness for too long and was about to fall into the abyss. Otherwise, how could he have a brain pump and continue to do business at a loss? "I didn't expect it. Danzo is still the same Danzo. He is his best friend. He is Konoha's billion." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a firm tone, "Don't worry. I will never collapse before the filming is finished. I believe you. The light of Konoha. The darkness of Konoha. We will definitely succeed this time." Danzo said firmly, "When we finish filming, it will definitely be as popular as Ninja, Black Boy Comes to the World in the ninja world. Now, I heard that the movie has spread to the Kumigakure and Kirigakure. If it weren't for the lack of movies in the sand and rock villages, those two places would probably not be left behind. The Uchiha Kid came back a few days ago, and it seems that he has opened up the market in the Wind Country." At this moment, Danzo was also full of emotion. No wonder he was able to build such a huge business empire in just a few years. That kid's business sense is really amazing. Of course. I, Shimura Danzo, will never lose if I join forces with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's eyes were bright, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The confidence he had lost reappeared again, and he looked at Hiruzen with moving eyes. "I have a feeling this time we will definitely succeed." Danzo. Hiruzen. Danzo. Hiruzen. You're right. We will definitely succeed this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded firmly, I have this feeling too. It feels like a big explosion. However, the words fell just when the two looked at each other with a confident and calm smile. Director Tuan! Director Tuan! The staff member not far away shouted, this shot is done, what do you think, Director Tuan? Danzo immediately came back to his senses, straightened his clothes, and walked over seriously, I'll come and take a look first. If I see someone dare to be careless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hasn't it finished yet? Fuido looked at the information about this period in his hand, and was a little surprised. Sure enough. Filming a movie. Even if there are ninjas, it's not so easy. It's been several months and it's not finished yet. The three big bosses of Konoha are filming a movie with the famous ninja in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha's rising star, Uchiha Shisui. It looks like this may be a big movie. I'm looking forward to it. Fuido shook his head with emotion. If he hadn't heard that in order to keep it secret, the three inner and outer layers of the shooting site were surrounded by dark, root, ninjas, and outsiders were not allowed to enter, he would have wanted to go to the scene to take a look. Unexpectedly, in order to film Shimura Danzo actually mobilized a large number of ninjas from the route. How generous! It seems that the bankruptcy of the milk tea shop and barbecue restaurant in the past few times made them very cautious about filming this time. Just sighed. Suddenly. Bang! There was a sound. Fuido was suddenly startled, turned his head and looked at Yekeng who was slapping the keyboard in frustration, and said unhappily, Hey, this computer is very expensive, you have to pay for it if you smash it. Because people need to be mobilized to the Kingdom of Wind, Yekeng will stay for a while. It is estimated that if the mahjong competition starts soon, she will have to participate in the competition before going. As for why she is in this office. No money. A frugal guy who can't even bear to pay for the internet cafe, and here there is free milk tea, so she stays here. After the words fell, Yekeng turned his head coldly, staring at Fuido with a heroic look, why is there no sand village? You are the only player there, isn't it a waste to open a novice village? Damn it! Too bullying. Konoha Marshal deserves death. In fact, you can pretend to be a ninja in Konoha. Impossible. Yekeng refused without hesitation, I am a ninja from the sand village. Having said that, he didn't make trouble anymore. He came here to use the computer. Now that he calmed down, he was still a little embarrassed. He looked around and frowned again, where is the little girl Hinata? Oh, you mean Suzuan. She is the secretary of Fuido Group, second only to one person and above 10,000 people. What little girl? Fuido shrugged and said, I don't know, she took a leave today and didn't come. He was also waiting for Suzuan's craftsmanship. However, Yekeng chuckled, it seems you haven't noticed yet. The Hyaga family has not been peaceful recently. Yekeng folded his hands and looked at Fuido, for the sake of using the computer these few days. And milk tea? Do you want to know? Okay. Fuido looked at Yekeng who rolled his eyes helplessly, you say. That girl. Yekeng drank a sip of milk tea and said leisurely, it's not easy in the family recently. 178 time flies. How do you know? Please, I'm a sand ninja, isn't it my duty to come to a ninja village to collect information? That's right. No need to pay for the information, just consider it as the internet fee and milk tea fee for these few days. I'm going out first. Be careful, I don't want to rescue you from the prison when the time comes. Fuido shook his head and looked at Yekeng's back as he left. That smooth, delicate, and tight back, it would be a pity not to use a cupping jar. He ignored her running around. Since she had registered to enter the village, there would be ninjas watching her. And these few days, after being tempted to drink milk tea, eat barbecue, go dancing, play games, and watch movies. I believe her vigilance against these industries will be reduced a lot. By then there will definitely be more people curious in the Sand Village. As for Hyagite, it seems that some members of the clan have set their sights on his industry and intend to let his female secretary do something, but Suzun will definitely not agree. Therefore, Suzun has had a hard time in Hyaga recently. If it weren't for the help of Elder Beiwa, it would have been even worse. Here I have to thank Elder Xian. Awesome. Old but still strong. Did it work? Fuyu stretched and stood up, with a slight smile on his lips, muttering, "This is bullying the rich." And he? Uchiha Fuyu. Nothing. Just rich. At the same time. Ding. Kakuzu, who was cursing and playing on the computer, frowned when he saw the sudden message and opened it directly. Since someone robbed him of 10,000 last time, he started to work hard. There was no other way he had charged 10,000. How could he quit the game so easily? That's not a small amount of money. But it's 10,000 ryo. Unless that guy can return the money to him. Otherwise. Isn't it a waste? I heard that you are good at ninjutsu, kill someone for me. Business is coming? But how did he add his ninjutsu? Kakuzu was slightly stunned and typed directly, 10 million ryo? Ding. Directly charged 1 million ryo, and can withdraw it in any wealthy internet cafe. Only 1% handling fee. This 1 million ryo is the deposit. Really generous. Kakuzu licked his tongue and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the other party would agree to the price he casually offered. You know, 10 million taels is not a small amount. In the black market, except for the Konoha 100 million that has long been far ahead, the rest are only tens of millions of taels. Who do you want to kill? The elder of the Konoha Hyaga clan, Hyaga Suma. Who? Don't you know that Konoha is the strongest ninja village? A traitor like you, would you be afraid of these? You misunderstood. This person is the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, a ninja of Konoha, and has countless guards to protect him. It's not so easy to assassinate. You have to pay more. 30 million. You can sneak into the Konoha Mahjong tournament. Great. I took it. Kakuzu smiled grimly. I didn't expect that there was even a way to sneak in. It was an easy job. Maybe. We can see what happened to his 1 billion. He just asked for tens of millions. Who is this seller? Kakuzu's eyes flickered. Maybe they can establish a long-term cooperative relationship, so that the black market won't eat up his commission. Hee. Are you sick? Maybe it's autumn, it's a bit cold. Thank you for your help. Minato smiled slightly. In that case, let's hold the Mahjong tournament in the spring of next year. Konoha can also be prepared. Kuwabai is already urging us, and he vowed that he can win the championship. You decide. The sooner the better. I'll see if anyone from the Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja can come. Fuyu shrugged and stood up. And aren't you afraid that Kuwabai will lose in the first round? After he finished speaking, Minato's face fell. Impossible. Who knows? I'm leaving first. Fuyu ignored Minato's smirk and turned to walk out of the Hokage building. As for the weak fox Kuwabai, I heard that when he met a guy who was weaker than him, he would always catch him to play with him, and he would only bully the weak. Want to win the championship? This is simply a dream. Don't lose at the beginning, and be thankful that Kushina will go berserk. After walking out of the Hokage building, Fuyu looked at Suzun, who was waiting and seemed to be worried, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Yet. Suzun nodded and smiled lightly, as if she was more comfortable with Fuyu, and then continued to lower her head. However, don't think too much. Tell me if you have anything. Fuyu shook his head helplessly, and pondered for a while. Why don't you move out? Although the house in the rain country is gone, the house in Konoha is built. I will move into my new house in a few days. It happens to be quite big, and I can't live in it. After the words fell. Turning his head, he looked at Suzun, whose cheeks suddenly turned red for no reason in confusion. What's wrong? Is it okay? Of course. I can't live in such a big house by myself. He also planned to buy a few dogs from the Inyazuka clan, and then get a few cats from Aunt Cat. The courtyard is quite big. Finally, raise a few smart ones. What's wrong? Don't want to? If you don't want to, then... Before he finished speaking, the head was turned directly over, and he looked at Ling Ian. No. Ling Ian stopped, put her hands on her waist, looked at Fuyu seriously, and bent down. Ling Ian, Fuyu is bothering you. With a blush on her face, she is charming and naive. Is it so formal? Fuyu blinked and looked at Ling Ian, hesitated for a moment, and said with an uncertain tone, no trouble. After the words fell, Ling Ian was stunned for a moment, then laughed again, and clenched her fists tightly. Although she might have misunderstood, she was still a little happy. But she was also a little shy. This is the first step. She probably guessed why it happened. Suddenly, Ling Ian felt a little grateful to the elder of the clan. And Fuyu. What is this little girl thinking? So embarrassed? Does she want her father to raise her daughter? With eyes blinking and cheeks red, Ling Ian continued to head towards the Uchiha clan. Going home to see Ataka today. He has been away for so long, and without his uncle to watch over him, I don't know how hungry the child Ataka must be because of his father. However, just when the uncle felt sorry for his nephew. Ding! A message came. Fuyu opened the message doubtfully, and then, with a twitch of his mouth, he looked at the message sent by 10,086 Little White Man. Manager, it's time to share dividends. He sighed, shook his head, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that another month has passed. Time flies so fast. Time flies like an arrow, and the days and months pass like shuttles. As soon as he finished speaking, he touched his chest, which was a little stuffy, and casually called up the system page. Then, he clicked again. Do you want to add to the blacklist? Yes. Then, with the bell sound, he walked slowly towards the Uchiha clan land with an expressionless face. 179 red exclamation mark, please subscribe. Master Fuyu is here. Master Fuyu is here. Under the familiar welcome, Fuyu walked in with the bell sound and soon came to Fugaku's residence. It's just a pity. Today, I didn't see the familiar fleshy figure basking in the sun on the corridor. Fuyu sighed regretfully, walked in, and looked at Fugaku, who had been sitting upright, drinking tea slowly with a paralyzed face. Where's Ataki? As soon as he finished speaking, you can see that Fugaku's hand holding the teacup trembled obviously. Sure enough, his love for his nephew as an uncle obviously made Fugaku, the father, jealous. They were so scared that they couldn't even hold the teacup steadily. After Suzun came in, she greeted him and sat quietly without saying anything. Fugaku nodded to Suzun calmly, then turned his head and glared at Fugaku. He was silent for a moment, and snorted coldly, humph. Nothing was said. At this time, Itaki was dragged out to play by Izumi. Sister Mikoto came over with tea, smiled helplessly, and said, Itaki will go to school in a few days, so let the two little ones go today. Relax, kid. Is it time to go to school? Fuyu sighed. Time flies. It seems that his plan to be a spendthrift has failed. It just made Itaki a little fatter. Suddenly, Fuyu was stunned when he saw the slightly bulging belly of Sister Mikoto. He hesitated for a moment and said, fat again. After saying that, Fugaku and Sister Mikoto looked abnormal, especially Fugaku, who seemed to be choked by tea and kept coughing. Fuyu frowned, do you need to call a medical ninja for you? Fuyu Suzun's cheeks turned red again. She pulled Fuyu helplessly, lowered her voice, and said, "Sister Mikoto is not fat." That is before he finished speaking, Fuyu fell silent again. Looking at Fugaku with floating eyes and a proud smile, he didn't understand. His second nephew is here. Immediately looked at Fugaku happily, "Congratulations! What a joy! Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? Humph! Running around for no reason. Who knows where you went? You can tell me on the ninja." Fuyu didn't care about Fugaku's arrogant tone, sighed, and said seriously, "This child, why don't you let me teach him when the time comes? Don't worry, I promise to teach him to be a pillar of Uchiha. Believe me. I'll give you a brand new son. Get lost. You are the one I'm most worried about." Fugaku always feels that he, this old man, has no good intentions. Looking at Fuyu with a look of disgust. Look at Ataki. If it weren't for him, the father, watching over him, he would have been almost ruined. He decided. This child must be taught to stay away from his uncle from an early age. Okay, Fuyu just likes children. Mikoto smiled helplessly, pulled Fugaku, looked at Fuyu, and then looked at Suzune who came with him, and smiled kindly. Fuyu has reached the age too. After the words fell, Fugaku frowned slightly, nodded seriously, and said something rarely, "Indeed." Fuyu's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled awkwardly, looking at his smiling sister-in-law, and Fugaku who squinted at him rarely, and said, "It's getting late, I should go see the elder." Today, in addition to coming to see Ataki, he also had to visit the elder. After all, the elder helped him a lot. He stood up without hesitation, and was about to take Suzune away. "Don't you want to eat first?" Sister Mikoto asked. "Lunch is almost ready." "No. I'll just go to the elder to eat." "Okay." Misaki nodded, then pulled Suzune over and said gently, "Suzune, please stay for now. Play a few rounds with me later. It's been a long time since we last played." After saying that, Fuyu looked at Suzune, who was at a loss, and when she nodded hesitantly, he also nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'll go to the elder first." Then he walked out directly. This time he didn't leave any money. After all, Itaki wasn't here, so he couldn't stuff the money into Fugaku's hand and say it was for his unborn second nephew. I guess Fugaku would kick him out directly. That Tsundere is just a face-saving guy. The second nephew is going to be born too. Fuyu sighed with emotion and walked slowly towards the elder. However, after saying that, he suddenly stopped, his face full of astonishment, as if he remembered something. Indra's reincarnation. Fuyu said to himself in shock, "Isn't Madara dead? No wonder those white Zetsu looked so stupid, they dared to come to pyramid selling. So there was no Madara watching?" At the same time, in a cave. Today is the time for dividends. So, early in the morning, a group of white Zetsu stood in front of the computer expectantly. However, today was the same as last time, still no reply until very late. You know. This time there are a lot of dividends. Why is there no news yet? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not busy. Have you sent the message? I have already sent it. The white Zetsu stared at the computer closely. As long as the dividends start to be distributed later, they can take turns to log into their accounts to get the money. At this time, Black Zetsu was also staring at him with a frown behind his back. For some reason he had a bad feeling in his heart since morning. That feeling. It was just like the feeling when he was just born and then lost his mother. He felt empty inside, as if he had lost something important. Did he really get cheated? It's impossible. After all, he clearly got the dividends last time. And the smart white Zetsu was right. How could a company as big as the Fuyu Group cheat them? So, is it busy again? Black Zetsu and all the white Zetsu stared at the computer expectantly, waiting for the reply from the other side. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 1 hour. Time passed bit by bit, but there was still no reply. At this time, diddies he really cheated this time? A white Zetsu hesitated and shouted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We were given dividends last time. That's right. We have so many white Zetsu, so smart, how could we be deceived? The white Zetsu still didn't believe it and looked at the computer expectantly. How about wait a little longer, wait. He must be busy again. Let's wait a little longer. Wait. Wait. That's it. The white Zetsu stared at the computer quietly again. Fortunately, they didn't have to poop or eat, so they could stay like this forever. Again. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 1 hour. All the white Zetsu looked at each other, then turned their heads and stared at the computer, hesitating for a moment. How about we ask again? Ask. Ask. Just like that, with the permission of all the white Zetsu, the white Zetsu sitting in front of the computer began to touch the keyboard tremblingly, and then clicked on the manager whose avatar had dimmed. Manager, manager, today is the dividend, brothers are waiting. After typing quickly and hitting the send button. Ding! All the white Zetsu suddenly froze. Did you reply? Sure enough. Sure enough. I must have not seen it just now. How could we be deceived? That's right. If you are deceived, just drop him on the sacred tree. He lowered his head and looked over quickly. Suddenly, the smiling faces were silent. Looking at the dim reply. She is not your friend. The huge red exclamation mark is particularly clear. 180 white Zetsu awakens. Beware of online fraud. Pie in the sky, remittance is a trap. Crack down on fraud crimes and maintain the integrity system of the ninja world. FANFIC Group reminds you not to be greedy for small gains and don't trust strangers. 100 ways to prevent online fraud. Asuma looked at the pop-up window that suddenly popped up in surprise. Why are there so many anti-fraud messages today? It's a mess. I've seen it several times in just a while. It's also looping in the game. Beside me, I'm free today. After hearing what Shiranui Genma and the others said, Hong Yet, who came to play games with Asuma, was concerned about him and said, it's been looping all the time, and it's in red font. Don't you know? Shiranui Genma took off the senbon from the corner of his mouth and said casually, it broke out last night. This matter is quite serious. I was browsing the Konoha forum all night last night. It was so noisy. Asuma, didn't you see it on the computer at home last night? As soon as he talked about the computer at home, Asuma felt very heartbroken. The computer he saved money for so hard was no longer his. Damn it! So long-winded. Why don't you talk about it? Okay. You've been in a bad mood recently. Shiranui Genjian shrugged and didn't care. He knew Asuma just wanted his father's love and became so irritable. Last night, someone posted a message saying that he was cheated by the employees of the rich boss, and even tens of thousands of brothers were cheated. I heard that one brother couldn't bear being cheated and was already hanging on a tree. Tens of thousands of brothers, his mother is quite good at giving birth. It should be relatives, friends, and fellow townsmen. Shiranui Genjian picked his teeth with 1,000 books, and then shook his head with emotion, because there are too many people and the amount of fraud is huge, it should be regarded as the largest online fraud in history. Therefore, today they are promoting how to prevent online fraud. Let me pay attention. I heard that the reputation of the rich boss has been affected. So serious? How was he cheated? 1040 Financial engineering. It seems that as long as you pay 69,800 taels, you can get a return of 10.4 million taels in the end. For specific information, you can check it online, all of it has been exposed. This is too exaggerated. What kind of fool would believe it? 60,000 becomes more than 10 million? Or tens of thousands of fools? Asuma immediately complained, there are so many fools in the ninja world. No wonder they are brothers. Today, the FANFIC group also issued a statement. I heard that after investigation, the person has no relationship with the FANFIC group. He is just a fraudster who uses the name of the FANFIC group to commit fraud. In order to protect the rights of the players, his ninja account has been permanently blocked. At the same time, the FANFIC group will continue to investigate and strive to find the fraudster as soon as possible to protect the rights of the victims. Shiranui Xianjian shrugged, without any other expression. They just watched the fun. It's just so easy to hang yourself on the tree. It seems that this group of victims has not had an easy life. 60,000 taels may not be a small amount for them. It's just because the reputation of the FANFIC group is used, so the reputation of the FANFIC boss has been more or less affected. Oh, by the way. It seems that he remembered something. He put the 1,000 books in his mouth again, and controlled the mouse and keyboard with both hands, as if he remembered something. Boss FANFIC will come out to apologize live on the internet later. It's almost time, and you can watch it later. Dad brother FANFIC is still very responsible. Asuma sighed with admiration. If it were me, I would just ignore it. How could anyone believe this? Earning more than 10 million taels with 60,000 taels? No matter how you look at it, it's impossible. The words fell. A heavy and urgent music suddenly came out of Shiranui Genjian's computer, as if reminding everyone that something big was going to happen next, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The whole internet cafe seemed to have noticed this huge and bad internet incident. It was a scam. Many people even opened the Konoha forum to see how the FANFIC group would solve it. Pay compensation? Or have they caught the criminal? After all, I heard that there were tens of thousands of victims. The matter was too serious. At this time, it was time for the FANFIC group to apologize live. Everyone stared at the video closely. The colorful opening screen passed, the FANFIC group's logo passed, and then finally saw a figure. The handsome FANFIC boss appeared on the live screen with many employees, all wearing formal clothes, and then stood with a serious face. It seems that the FANFIC group is also very serious about how to deal with this matter. Then, the scene changed. I believe many people know about the bad fraud case exposed last night, 1040 Financial Engineering. A female host with a white back appeared in front of her holding a microphone, and said with a serious face, a self-proclaimed manager of the rich group, in order to give back to the players and benefit the ninja world, made up a story that as long as 69,800 taels were invested, a profit of 10.4 million taels would be made, and the profit would be nearly 200 times. What an incredible profit! However, after the investigation of the rich group, the manager was not its internal employee, but just a fraudster who pretended to be the manager of the rich group to commit fraud. At this point, he paused for a moment. I am a temporary reporter Yekang, now let's see how the rich group responds to this matter. Speaking of this, the picture turned again, the beautiful back disappeared, and returned to the boss and employees of the rich group. Everyone came back to their senses at this time and almost forgot the important things. Hurry up and stare at the screen carefully, ready to see how the rich boss will respond next. However, next, just as everyone was watching, see, the rich boss and several of his employees stood up. Then, everyone bent down and shouted in unison, "We were wrong." Powerful, resounding, firm, and obligatory. It can be seen that the rich boss was deeply remorseful and apologetic. But everyone looked at each other, looking at the rich boss and employees who bent down and apologized sincerely. They always felt something was wrong. That's it. That's it. After the words fell, looking at the ended live broadcast, everyone believed it. It's really gone. At the same time, in a cave, a bunch of white Zetsu also stared blankly at the live broadcast that had gone dark. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The whole cave suddenly became heavy and became very depressing. All the white Zetsu looked at the ended apology live broadcast in silence. That's it. What about compensation? What about that hateful scammer? Just a sentence, we were wrong and it's gone? Who asked you to be wrong? We need compensation. We need to turn that bastard into white Zetsu. Even Black Zetsu looked at the screen with a gloomy face, and there was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. This is his money. Bastard. Suddenly. Hee. A series of strange smiles came from white Zetsu. Even Black Zetsu was startled by it, and when he came to his senses, he quickly raised his head and looked over. See. All white Zetsu turned their eyes away from the screen on the computer. In the dim cave, it seemed as if there was light, with gloomy eyes. The already creepy lips split directly, and a terrible smile came out. At this time, Hwalala. They turned their heads together and looked at the motionless body of white Zetsu great wisdom hanging on the shell of the sacred tree. Neat and neat. Sure enough. Paused. This ninja world is ruined. 181 movie release. This is the first serious large-scale online fraud case in the ninja world. The number of victims exceeded 10,000 and the amount of fraud was huge. Therefore, it still caused a lot of impact. It has been a few days since the FANFIC group publicly apologized, but many people in Konoha can still talk about the relevant matters of this fraud case. It's terrible. There are too many fools. At the same time, in order to cultivate anti-fraud awareness, the internet will occasionally bring it out to warn everyone. It can be said that during this period, fraud cases have dominated the heat of the entire network. As for the apology of the FANFIC group, after the apology it's over. After all, this fraud case has nothing to do with the FANFIC group. It's just that someone pretended to be an employee of the FANFIc group to commit fraud. Therefore, the FANFIc group is also a victim. Next, the supervision of the internet will be strengthened, and the fraudsters will be held accountable. It's just that the mysterious fraudster has not been caught yet. So, many people expressed their understanding that it was not the people in the FANFIc group who were committing fraud, and an apology was enough. We can't ask FANFIc group to compensate. What should I say? The netizens in the ninja world are so civilized. FANFIc was so moved that he could only make a few anti-fraud gift packs to thank everyone. In order to express the warning of this fraud case, all anti-fraud gift packs are only 50% off, and the consumption of milk tea shops and barbecue restaurants is also only 50% off. Everything is only 50% off, and you will earn money if you buy it. Not for making money, just to thank the players for their continued support, to give back to the players, and to warn myself. Many players were moved. The FANFIc group had been wronged so much, and not only did they apologize directly, but they also kept giving discounts. Profit. Profit. Boss FANFIc is really a kind boss. Good man. Today, the weather is fine and the autumn is refreshing. It is a good day to enjoy craftsmanship. Since the apology, unexpectedly nothing happened. He originally thought that 100,000 white Zetsu would come to Konoha crying and making trouble. However, no. He even suspected at first whether a bunch of white Zetsu would be sent to assassinate him. After all, he just apologized. Therefore, they were all prepared to let Ye King protect him. What a pity. Nothing happened either. Even the 4 or 5 white Zetsu who were originally staring at him had evacuated. I don't know if something happened over there. Or for white Zetsu who don't need to eat, drink, poop or sleep, money is just a thing outside of their body, so they don't care even if they are cheated. My heart was suddenly filled with emotion. Sure enough. I didn't cheat enough. FANFIc hummed and groaned while enjoying Suzun's massage, and he didn't worry. Anyway, Madara is dead, Nagato is still in a wheelchair, what can those white Zetsu do? They are all cannon fodder, no big problem. And it's not him who cheated FANFIc, I think those white Zetsu won't start to retaliate against the entire ninja world just because they were cheated once. Fuyu lay on his stomach, leaning his face against his hands, his eyes slightly closed. By the way, the room will be ready in a few days, you can go and have a look first, tell me if you need anything. Softly, I will tidy up the house. Sorry for the trouble. Fuyu didn't care about Suzun's words, just lay there loosely, moaning from time to time, I can enjoy it at home in the future. Suddenly found that Suzun moving in was still good. At least when he is tired, Suzun can show off his skills. Also I heard that Danzo and his crew have finished filming. Indeed, they have finished filming. Suzun pondered for a moment and frowned slightly, the theater there has been cleared. It seems that they are planning to hold a celebration banquet at Fuyu Barbecue Bar tonight. Finally finished filming. Fuyu raised his lips slightly, I will ask the barbecue bar to hang a banner for them and give them a free fruit plate. That's it. Maybe when other people finish filming, they will go to Fuyu Barbecue Bar to celebrate. Now that I think about it, his 2 consecutive films were produced by the system, so there was no celebration banquet. So, I still have to take this opportunity to promote it. What a pity. When Danzo was filming, he was not there. Otherwise, the lunch boxes in the theater are probably also booked by him. Yet, Suzun nodded and said softly, I will arrange it later. Sorry for the trouble. Fuyu said with his eyes closed, and then continued to enjoy it. About a minute or 2 passed. He seemed to remember something, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Yekeng who was using the computer. I almost forgot, you have been resting in the office these days, now my house is built, if you need it, you can come and stay for a few days. He didn't finish his words. Suddenly, he shouted ah, and jumped up directly from the bed. How come the ringtone is so strong suddenly? On the other side, Danzo also finished shooting. Everyone smiled with relief. It was like watching their children finally grow up, and they were really relieved. At this time, at the invitation of the group director, everyone went to Fuyu Barbecue Bar to celebrate. Danzo looked at the smiling guys with emotion, and then looked at the banner hanging on the wall. Celebrate the completion of the crew, wish the group director a big hit. This was not done by them, but by the barbecue bar. They didn't know it at first. Now it looks. It's really atmospheric. No wonder that guy can make a lot of money. Danzo repeated this sentence with emotion. He didn't know when he started he often felt that Uchiha was very visionary. Maybe it was since he started his business. Danzo raised the cup in his hand and looked around, everyone, eat well tonight. Drink well. When the new movie is released, I will not treat you badly. After the words fell. Good. Everyone applauded. Suddenly, one of them shouted, Director Tuan, please say a few words, Director Tuan, please say a few words. After that, many people also hurriedly echoed and shouted. Director, please say a few words. Director, please say a few words. Director, please say a few words. This Danzo hesitated for a moment, and when he saw Hiruzen and Yanade nod and smile, he also laughed twice, and his heart seemed to be full of satisfaction. He pondered for a moment, in this case, I will say a few words. At this point, the whole person fell silent, his eyes suddenly changed, and his eyes seemed to be filled with memories and emotions. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he slowly spoke. The voice was gentle and plain, but it seemed to be full of stories. That day, I suddenly wanted to start a business. The magnetic voice slowly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone immediately listened quietly to the director telling about his difficult experience in filming this film. When time flies very quickly, Danzo delivered the film to Fuyu. Then, also very quickly, the first film shot by others, and also the first youth idol drama of Konoha, Meteor Konoha is officially released. 182 is popular. It's a little chilly today. It's a good day to watch a movie. Fuido looked at the promotional poster in front of the cinema with a twitch in his mouth. Four handsome guys with indifferent smiles standing under the rocks of the first and second generation Hokage, and a pure-dressed woman looking up at the starry sky together. Handsome guy, who are you? Liu Xiaobu's voice suddenly popped up in his mind. Although he had seen the sample film in advance, he still hasn't come back to his senses. If he hadn't promised Ling Yian to accompany her to watch the movie. Uchiha Fuido. A kind entrepreneur in the ninja world. I will never watch this eye-catching film a second time. This familiar smell almost made him wonder if there was another time traveler, or if the system took a temporary side job and changed the script and sold it to Danzo. As for the smug words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo that were just based on their lives in the Konoha Ninja Academy when they were young, Uchiha Fuido didn't believe a single word. Don't be kidding. Is your life in the Ninja Academy still an idle drama? Don't be kidding. Fuido, what's wrong? Just when Fuido was lamenting that people's hearts were no longer the same and they were shameless, Ling Yian beside him asked worriedly, are you feeling uncomfortable? No. I'm just a little relieved. Fuido raised his head at a 45-degree angle, his eyes seemed to contain melancholy. Konoha Entertainment is getting more and more prosperous. Fuido sometimes says some weird things. Suzuan blinked, then lowered her head to look at the poster. Meteor Konoha looks very good. She muttered, Shimura Danji, Sarutobi Hidaman, Mitaman, Uchiha Saikyo, such a familiar story. Is it about the young Sandame? I've heard from my seniors that Sandame was very handsome when he was young, and it's true. I suspect they've used beauty filters. Fuido rolled his eyes, estimated the time, and said helplessly, let's go. It's about to start. He dragged Suzuan and Yekara, who came to join in the fun and also planned to promote the movie to her, into the room. At this time, there were still quite a lot of people at the premiere. After all, even if Sandame had abdicated and lost money in business some time ago, his reputation was still intact. Especially this film. It's not simple. Screenwriter/director, Mitaman N. Director/director, Shimura Danzo. Assistant director/director, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Actors, Uchiha Obito. 1 Hokage and 2 advisors. Even the inconspicuous actors are famous ninjas in the ninja world today. Who wouldn't be curious about this lineup? Many clan leaders even brought their clansmen to show their support, and for a while all the movie tickets were booked for 3 days later. Hot! The theater was instantly full. At this time, the 3 people who had simply disguised themselves were also excited to see the lively theater. We succeeded. Mizuto Kato Yan laughed excitedly, see. We will definitely succeed. Laughing, roaring, tears could not help but flow from his turbid eyes. Thinking that Mizuto Kato Yan had worked hard from the common people and became the Hokage advisor, he worked diligently for Konoha and never dared to relax for a moment, but he didn't expect he accidentally took the wrong road. He regretted it. But it doesn't matter. No matter where he is, Mizuto Kato Yan will definitely succeed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing by, trembled as he held his pipe. He had failed twice. This time he did it seriously, and didn't lose money to make a fuss. It seemed he really succeeded. However, haven't smoked yet. Hey, why are you shouting in the cinema? And you can't smoke here. The moviegoer behind him said unhappily, asking them to be quiet. Sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully, I forgot. Hurry up and put away the pipe. You are too narrow-minded. Danzo folded his arms and looked at the two of them with regret. This is just our first step. Shame on you. But his trembling shoulders showed that he was also a little uneasy at this time. Suddenly, it started. Someone shouted, and the whole cinema suddenly became quiet, looking at the big screen. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two turned their heads and looked up. It started. The big screen lit up. According to the rules, no matter what, the advertisement must come first. Even if Shimura Danzo and his team didn't have an advertisement, Fuyu still put his own advertisement on it. Fuyu milk tea, everyone who has drunk it says it's good. There is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. If there is, come to Fuyu for barbecue. Fuyu Games, create happiness with heart. The advertisement is over. The plot begins. This film tells the story of the four major families who came to the Ninja Academy to cultivate excellent offspring and met a civilian girl who pursued her dreams, and the resulting love-hate drama. As soon as it started, the handsome guy and beautiful girl immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fuyu, the more suspicion in his eyes, he must have used beauty filters at that time. Of course, there are still many scenes that are out of place, for example, Obito. A good ninja who has no woman in his heart, but he plays the role of a playboy Uchiha Nishikyo in the film, and resolutely changes his ways to pursue Haruna. It is Uchiha Obito. The impression during the Third World War is too deep. He is a hero of the Third World War, Konoha Thunder Finger, Konoha Anal Hand. But now he plays the role of a playboy, which is too out of place. Of course, it still gives people a bright feeling after watching it for a long time. A different feeling. Especially the next scene. Because of a small misunderstanding, Shimura Danji and Uchiha Nishikyo dance in the rain. The heavy rain keeps falling. And on the side Haruna, with a painful face, keeps shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" It makes people feel pity. Although Fuyu really wants to ask, was Yuditen Koharu so charming when she was young? But this scene, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, staring at the screen closely. Sure enough, no matter when, bloody dramas are very attractive. Fuck. Asuma, who came with Kakashi and the others, was so shocked that the popcorn in his hand almost fell to the ground. He turned his head and looked at Kakashi, who rolled his eyes, and sighed, "Is this the so-called art from life? It's so awesome. I didn't expect that this was shot by the old man. I underestimated it. I underestimated it." Sure enough, the old man who can become Hokage is definitely not just an old man. Asuma stared at the screen in amazement. As the plot progressed, the love and hatred of four men snatching a woman was staged, and various bloody dramas took turns to be staged, and the obstruction of various parents also came on stage, which made people shout, "Wonderful! Wonderful!" But isn't the old man afraid of being beaten to death by his mother? Asuma felt that he seemed to have discovered something important, and his eyes kept flickering. Maybe he could get his computer back soon. As time passed, the story was about to end. Finally, they did not get together with Haruna, but became very good friends. They watched the meteors streak across the Hokage Rock, burning the entire starry sky like flames, which made them realize the will of fire. Then, in order to protect Konoha, they all went to the battlefield after graduation. Still wanting more. It seems that the story is not over yet, maybe there will be a next one? But this ending really makes my stomach hurt. Even Fuyu, who watched it again, felt as if his stomach was cramping. But looking at the two little girls beside him who were so moved that they still hadn't come back to their senses even after the movie was over, he knew. This movie, it's really going to be a hit. 183 Father and Son Love. It's a hit. It's really a hit. It's unexpectedly a hit. Just like The Last Ninja? Black Boy Advent. After the premiere, many posts about Meteor Konoha began to appear on the internet. Because the Land of Water and the Land of Rain are now connected to the internet, the entire network is much more lively. The Kirigakuer, Konoha has fallen, it's all about love, and four men are surrounding one woman, it's ridiculous. Shame. What's the point of women? A ninja who seems to be from the Kirigakure ninja village, as soon as this post was posted was immediately criticized by many girls. What? What do you know? Danji is so handsome and so domineering. Mito Menlii is so gentle, and some people even asked if Uchiha Zijing is Uchiha Obito. So handsome. I heard that his fingers are very flexible. I want to see. It can also be seen on the internet. This is indeed popular. There are even men who directly posted. The Konoha general, that was decades ago. Now your male gods have become old men, all hunched over and full of wrinkles. Instantly. I like Shimura Danji. What does it have to do with Shimura Danzo? No joke. Sarutobi Hideman is not that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't insult my idol. You are jealous. Terrible. At this time. Konoha Internet Cafe. Asuma, what's wrong with you? Shiranui Genma looked at Asuma, who was so angry that he wanted to smash the keyboard, and said, "Don't smash it, this is a new esports keyboard, you have to pay for it." Damn! This group of idiots! Asuma said angrily, "What's so good about a group of old men? Is it jealousy? Jealous that his father was loved by so many people, but he could only be alone and could not feel the father's love." Shiranui Genma felt that he had discovered the truth, sighed, and patted his shoulder, "Don't worry. You still have us. The third generation has been protecting Konoha, and he must be very busy, so he ignored you." The words were not finished. "Hey, this old man has really put the handle in my hands this time." Asuma smiled obscenely, very sinisterly, "Look, I'll tell my mother." After saying that, he ran out directly, and didn't do the usual activities of bullying newbies. Network administrator jet off the computer. This Asuma Shiranui Genma shook his head with emotion. "I didn't expect him to be so childish. Maybe this is the bond between father and son. Just like in elementary school, teasing girls to attract attention." After the words fell on the side, Kakashi rolled his eyes and hesitated. "Do you think Asuma really longs for fatherly love? It doesn't seem like it. That guy is always arrogant when talking about his old man, and he can't wait to see the Hokage in trouble. It's been like that since school." "Of course." Shiranui Genma picked his teeth with 1,000 books and shook his head with melancholy. That day he paused, he cried when he talked about his father. What a deep love! Hee hee. Hiruzen. Now the filming is over. If you feel unwell, let the medical ninja take a look. It's okay. It's just that my nose suddenly itches. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand happily and said, "Come on. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. This time is different from the previous 2 times. Sarutobi Hiruzen can feel. They are really popular. It's going to make money. Ha ha ha. Celebrate." Seeing that his best friend was really fine, Danzo laughed heartily. "Let's celebrate. Looking at the staff at the table. Celebrate that our movie is a hit." After the words fell, the toasts were clinking. Many people's faces flushed with excitement. Only Danzo, although he was equally excited, he did not forget the real purpose of making money. First, to make the guy who once coveted his body out of reach. Second, to offer a bounty to the bastards who offered a bounty on him. It's just. Forget about the rest. Even if you want to make 1 billion, it's not that easy. But this is just the first step to his success. You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? By the way, Mizudaman came over and said, "When can we get our share of the box office? We have to wait for a while." Danzo glanced at Mizudaman. After all, it's not just the fire country. We need to count it. Alas, can't we get it immediately? Don't worry, what belongs to us is ours. Danzo snorted coldly. Who would be greedy for our money? Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Mizudaman, you are narrow-minded. You are narrow-minded. Now we are different, we can't embarrass ourselves. There are many little girls outside who want our autographs. I'm afraid of being poor. I'm afraid of being poor. I can't rest assured if I don't have the money in my hands. Mizudaman sighed, then happily raised the wine glass in his hand. Come on, everyone, drink. Drink. Drink and eat well for me today too. As soon as Danzo finished speaking. Suddenly. Director, please say a few words. Director, please say a few words. Director, please say a few words. Everyone shouted happily again. Danzo hesitated for a moment, then stood up with emotion. In this case, I'll say a few words now. Speaking of this, his eyes became cloudy, as if he had memories and melancholy. The voice was gentle and plain, but it seemed full of stories. That day, I suddenly wanted to start a business. The magnetic voice slowly attracted everyone's attention. However, many people looked at each other. Why is this scene familiar? Clinking glasses. Recalling the past. The hardships of starting a business are still vivid in my mind. Soon. The celebration party ended. Sarutobi Hiruzen still walked home happily with a kind smile. They succeeded. This time. There will be no loss. Every time I think of the 80 million that was wasted, I feel heartbroken. Although he didn't say anything to Danzo on the surface, he actually felt very uncomfortable. Sometimes, when he looked at Danzo's body, his heart suddenly became hot and he had terrible evil thoughts. But he was the Hokage. He couldn't do that. If he attacked Danzo, he would be despised by the entire ninja world. So, he held back. Now he finally succeeded. What he lost would eventually come back, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, if you get the money, buy a computer for Asuma. That kid Humph. Do you really think I'm playful? It's just for his own good, so that he won't indulge in it. Being a father is so tiring. Walking forward leisurely with his hands behind his back. At the same time, Asuma turned on the computer in the old man's room, pointed at it and said seriously, Mom. Look. I suspect the old man has other thoughts. After the words fell, Biwako's face froze slightly, but after a moment, she waved her hand nonchalantly and said, What are you thinking, brat? Impossible. We were training together back then. If you really had this idea, you probably wouldn't have been born. Mom, you alas. Seeing that his mother didn't care, Asuma shook his head in disappointment, then lowered his voice and said, Sometimes I see the old man sneakily grinning in front of the computer, and his smile is very obscene, but when I get curious and take a look, the old man immediately turns it off, hiding it, and I don't know what secrets he is hiding. He didn't finish his words. Looking at his mother's eyes that were getting more and more scary, Asuma nodded with satisfaction, It's done. 184 That's my old man. Shocked. Meteor Konoha is actually adapted from a true story. Udaten Kana is suspected to be the dream lover of 4 people. Scary. 4 men surrounding a woman, what on earth do they want to do? Revealing the 4 people who were once unknown. Does Haruna Udaten really exist? Analysis. That was an era. The era that marked the birth of the Ninja Academy. After the premiere, the entire network was full of news about Konoha Meteor that day, and someone even revealed information about the life of the 3rd Hokage and his friends at the Ninja Academy. For a while the popularity was as high as Ninja, Black Boy's advent. After all, Konoha Meteor was produced by the 3rd Hokage and the famous Konoha Jubilo, and the promotion was based on their lives from the beginning. Therefore, with the right time, place, and people, it is inevitable that everyone likes it. I feel the same way. Especially the 3rd Hokage's title is not false, so many high-level ninja village officials, in order to study the enemy's information, will definitely watch it carefully when they hear that it is a movie made by the 3rd Hokage and Konoha Jubilo based on their own lives. Of course. After watching it. What the hell is this? It seems that the ninja academy in your ninja village doesn't do any serious work, and is just in love every day. Liar. But you know what, it's really interesting to watch. At the same time, the name of the great beauty in the ninja world Haruna Udadan has also spread. At that time, when Koharu Udadan heard this name, she was directly confused. Who is this from? You should know that the Udadan family is just a small family. Even if she hadn't been selected by the second generation and worked hard to become the advisor of the Hokage, the Udadan family probably wouldn't have a reputation. There are only a few cats and kittens in the family, so where did Kana Udadan come from? Until she watched the movie. Shit. They were all training hard back then, what kind of love was that? You should know that the first generation had just left not long ago, and the second generation was working hard to develop Konoha. As the teacher's disciples, how could they talk about love? Especially the guy who looks like Yan, it's so shameless, saying that Haruna likes him, and he looks so shy. Don't joke. How could anyone like Yan, a weakling with 4 eyes? She was so angry that she almost blew up Yan's house with a fireball. Of course. There are rumors. That night, the Midaman family let out terrible wails. At the same time, the Sarutobi family also let out terrible wails. It continued until dawn. Of course, no one knew what happened in the Sarutobi family and the Midaman family. The next day, everyone looked at Asuma, who was limping with a cane, his whole face bandaged, and his right hand also bandaged around his neck. There was a slight silence. It's only been one night since we last saw each other. How could Asuma, who was so lively last night, become like this? Even the exposed right eye seemed a little red. Asuma, your house was invaded by enemies last night. Stop talking. I was careless last night. Asuma raised his head with grief and difficulty, damn it. I almost succeeded. Thinking of last night. His old man came back. Then, he patted his shoulder kindly and said that he had done well recently and wanted to buy him a computer, which frightened him so much that he shuddered. This is not the old man he usually sees. Then, he hesitated for a moment, the latest model, I want the new Konoha limited edition Spendthrift Fire. Result. The old man agreed to such an unreasonable request and waved his hand directly, buy. He was so excited that he quickly shouted, Dad, I love you. However, just as he shouted here, over there, the old mother came out with a stick. Then, how excited he was just now, how energetic he was later. Until the daybreak he was so energetic that he couldn't fall asleep. Asuma sighed sadly. He had a sincere father's love in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. As a result, the medical ninja who was called in this morning saved his life. His red eyes moistened slightly. He leaned on a cane, waved his left hand, and sighed, it's better not to say it. It's better not to say it. 3 parts of loss and 7 parts of melancholy. Suddenly, Ebisu pushed his sunglasses, pointed his finger forward, and said with surprise in his tone, Asuma, that guy looks like you. He was also broken. After the words fell, the friends were all stunned and turned their heads to look over. Sure enough, it came into view. The guy who was also leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages was limping forward. It did look a bit similar. The injuries were similar to Asuma's. One injured his left foot and the other injured his right foot, but what's so strange about this? It's probably just an unlucky guy who got hurt in the same way. However, when everyone turned around, they saw Asuma staring at the figure with a complicated look in his eyes for some reason, and hesitated for a moment. Asuma, that do you know him? After saying that, Asuma sighed and looked up at a 45-degree angle, tears seemed to fall from the corners of his eyes. After a slight silence, he said, he paused, my old man. Everyone was shocked. Even Ebisu's sunglasses fell on his nose. Took a breath. Hiss. That's the third Hokage? The third Hokage suffered domestic violence. His own son. The news that the son was being abused was also spreading quietly in Konoha. However, it was not easy for outsiders to talk about the family affairs of the third Hokage, so they just chatted about it curiously after dinner. Today, it was sunny and windy. And Itaki, it went to school. Although it was a little earlier than expected, as Itaki's uncle, he came to send Itaki to school early in the morning. Fuyu rubbed Itaki's face, which had lost a lot of weight. Although he hadn't seen Itaki for a long time, he didn't expect this kid could actually lose weight. He could even lose the fat on his body. He was really a ruthless person. He sighed, raised his head, and looked at Fugaku helplessly. Itaki is still young, how can he go to school so early? He should have fun now. How can you be a father? Fugaku directly ignored Fuyu's words, folded his hands, and looked at his child with a complicated look. He didn't expect that although Itaki was young, his willpower was so strong. This child, like him, possessing excellent ninja talent. During this period of time, he lost weight. Itaki's physical skills have improved a lot. Hardworking, diligent, and serious. He is indeed the child of Uchiha Fugaku. I believe he will lead Uchiha to glory in the future. Fugaku ignored Fuyu, the stupid old man, and said calmly to Itaki with a paralyzed face, "Go in." "Yes, father." Itaki called seriously, and then quickly avoided Fuyu, who was still rubbing his face, and ran in with Chuan. Fuyu was really disappointed. Although he was thinner and his flesh was tighter, it felt better to touch Duan. Looking at Fugaku, who was reluctant but still holding on, he patted his shoulder and sighed, "Cry if you want to. I'll lend you my shoulder. Get lost." Fugaku turned around with a dark face and prepared to leave with Mikoto, who was laughing secretly. And Fuyu, looking at the little figure entering, he sighed. Orochimaru, for some unknown reason, he attacked Danzo and defected directly, earlier than originally expected. And Madara didn't know why, just left directly. White Zetsu fell into pyramid schemes. Obito was famous in the ninja world. Minato was coaxing his wife and a vixen. As for Danzo, Konoha's 10 billion. The key protected person of the village. He is now filming and trying to make money. A bunch of people are protecting him, and he can't do anything. It should be fine. A rich and complicated sigh. Uchiha Itaki, what a cute little fat Itaki. Why did he lose weight? Not even chubby anymore. Shaking his head, he walked towards the milk tea shop with a melancholy face. It seems I can only train my second nephew to be a pillar of society. At this time, Itaki came to the new class. Suddenly, aroused the crazy love of a bunch of little girls. Hey! What a cute little brother! Is that Fan from the Uchiha family? Uchiha Nishikin? No. But he's also very handsome. Itaki smiled embarrassedly, and under a lot of stares, he quickly walked to his seat. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic. But he didn't notice that Izumi behind him was looking at this group of face lovers angrily, and then looking at Itaki, who really lost weight. Eyes suddenly became a little uncertain. 185 Go destroy everything. Subscribe. My name is Izumi. Just an ordinary little girl. Originally, she was not from the Uchiha family, but because her father died on the battlefield, she followed her mother back to the Uchiha. Then, I met a fat brother who liked to sit quietly by the side with milk tea in his hands and watch the old men dance. It really looks like that fat little hamster with a melon seed in his little hand. Cute. But don't look at his fatness. Brother Itaki's movements are quite flexible. She still remembers that when Brother Itaki was on the dance floor he seemed to glow. But later, he lost weight and became more handsome. This bunch of crazy guys. Izumi gritted his teeth and looked at the group of girls cheering for Brother Itaki angrily. Brother Itaki is mine. At this time. Very good. You are worthy of being a genius of Uchiha. Itaki, your physical skills are very good. If it weren't for the age limit, you would probably be even stronger. You have reached the graduation requirements of the academy. Thank you for your teaching, teacher. It's because of your hard work and training, ha ha ha, it has nothing to do with me. So now school is over. After the words fell, Itaki heard the teacher's voice, jumped off the training platform flexibly, and returned to his position under the cheers of a group of girls and the jealousy of a group of boys. Looking at Chuan biting the handkerchief, he tilted his head, blinked his sparkling eyes, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chuan came back to his senses, glared at the group of face lovers, looked at Itaki's gentle face, and felt warm inside. He smiled and said, "Thank you Itaki for your concern. Let's go back." Itaki. Really thin. No longer the little hamster who lay on the veranda to bask in the sun all afternoon. Heartbroken. Chuan looked at the popular Itaki with loss. My mind once again recalled the old brother Itaki fat. Suddenly, something seemed to be brewing in his heart. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "It's decided. I want to raise Itaki." After the words fell, hiss. Itaki, who finally avoided the group of girls, shuddered uncontrollably and looked around blankly. Degree. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Hiss, it's really a bit chilly in autumn. Fuyu wrapped himself up and sat up. He had moved some time ago. His home is not far from the city, just a few steps away, and Ling Yian and Yekeng have already moved in. Because of personnel deployment, Yekeng has lived in Konoha for a while. When he is free, he is either playing games or fighting with people on the internet. I heard that some time ago there was a shameless guy who named himself Konoha Marshal and hunted new players everywhere. And the white girl player Yakura was also hunted several times. I heard that he was so angry that he wanted to find out who the Konoha Marshal was, and then kill him directly. Ninja. Sure enough, they are a group of scary guys. If they can't beat them, they will go to kill people along the network cable. It's so scary. Of course. She seems to be in a better mood these days, smiling all the time. It seems that she won the quarrel, and she has not been killed by that guy in the game again, and even killed him once. From what she said. For some reason, the guy on the opposite side had one hand broken by someone, and now he can only type and play games with one hand. How can he be the opponent of the hero of the Sand Village, Yakura? Sure enough. You still can't be too arrogant. Look. Isn't this guy's hand broken by someone? Fuyu took a sip of the hot tea Ling Yian poured, looked at Yekeng, and said lightly, "The staff will be deployed in a few days. Do you want to go back with us?" Me? Yekeng came back to his senses and glanced at Fuyu. His delicate face seemed a little distressed. He sighed helplessly, "It's been so long, and I should go back to the village." Although she was reluctant and had not killed the Konoha boss whose hand was broken, she really should go back to the village. Really? Fuyu nodded, "Remember to help me promote the upcoming mahjong competition." Next. The Konoha mahjong competition is about to start. It's a good time to promote. Perhaps other ninja villages will come to Konoha and see that Konoha has a network connection, and they also want to go online? I know. Yekeng waved his hand casually, "I will help you promote it well." Is Sister Yekeng leaving? Ling Yian beside her heard it and looked at Yekeng reluctantly. She also knew it these days. Sister Yekeng just accepted the task entrusted by Fuyu, and there is no other relationship. And these few days I have been staying with Yekeng, going home to eat, take a bath, and rub my back together. Sister Yekeng's back is really sexy. So, they have already formed a deep relationship. Of course I will be reluctant to leave when I hear that I am leaving. Ling Yian hesitated for a moment, and said with a reluctant tone, "Can't I stay a little longer?" The words have not been finished. It's a pity, after you leave, there will only be me and Ling Yian in such a big house. Fui's sigh suddenly sounded. Ling Yian stopped talking, and was silent for a while, then looked at Ye Keng seriously. "Aren't you going to hold a banquet to send Sister Ye Keng off?" Righteous words, serious tone. Ye Keng was slightly stunned, and always felt a little strange, but still waved his hand indifferently. "Don't bother so much, I may come back for the mahjong competition when the time comes." "Of course, please Sister Ye Keng these days. I'm asking you." "Yes. I'll prepare it now. Farewell party." Fuyu touched his chin and didn't care. "It doesn't matter whether it's open or not. It's just a little money." And he, Uchiha Fuyu, is not short of money. The next task is to prepare for the mahjong competition, light up the network map of the Kingdom of Wind, and kill the elder of the Hyaga family who keeps beeping all day. There is not much to do, and it's a lot easier. Fuyu sighed with regret, opened the Ninan, and found that the group of little white people were not online, muttering to himself, "What a pity. It's been so long since they went online. Could these guys really quit the internet?" At this time, in the cave, the group of white people was angry, roaring, "Kill Konoha! That place where evil was born has no need to exist anymore. That's right. The guy who deceived us must be from the land of fire. Kill him! Kill him! Destroy Konoha! Destroy the land of fire! Destroy the land of earth! Destroy the land of water! Let's destroy this ninja world and create a world without deception." After the words fell, the whites looked at the big smart man hanging on the sacred tree in despair, and then Hualala, turned their heads together and looked at Black Zetsu, with fierce eyes. "Let's do it! Black Zetsu! Let's change this world! Like a wolf and a tiger!" "But... what? What the hell?" Black Zetsu's mouth twitched, and there was something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Tired, thinking of Uchiha Madara. With him in front, I can relax a little. I used to dislike these guys for doing nothing but playing games all day, but now they are crazy. All crazy. You know, their plan is to hide behind the scenes to collect the tailed beasts, and then use the Samsara Eye to awaken the sacred tree to rescue my mother. Destroy the world? Is that what they want to do now? They were discovered before they could climb? Black Zetsu looked at the group of crazy white Zetsu with a headache. It's better to play games quietly. At least they still have intelligence to collect. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment, glanced at the computer, seemed to think of something, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, "Go. Go play games. Bring terror to this world, let those guys understand what they have offended. Fuck you, just go online. Be quiet, don't make trouble." After the words fell, the white Zetsu held their heads high, their eyes gleaming with fierceness, their faces grim. As if they were going to turn into a group of locusts destroying everything in front of them. Kill them. 186. The ninja world finally saw it. Konoha. Fuyu Internet Cafe. Although it was already autumn, and the wind was howling outside, it was still not cold at all inside the Internet Cafe, and even felt a faint warmth. Fuyu air conditioner. Cool and warm, giving you extraordinary warmth. As soon as Asuma arrived at the store with a cane, all the players who were surfing the internet looked at him and smiled, and some shouted, "Asuma, you got a new wound on your face." Asuma did not answer, but walked to his seat with an awkward look and sat down, and then tidied up his dirty and terrible appearance. Seeing Asuma like this, everyone burst into laughter. "Did you get beaten by the old man again?" Asuma's face flushed immediately, and veins popped out on his forehead. "We are sparring, sparring doesn't count as being beaten. Isn't that my father beating his son? It's different." How can a ninja's business be considered a beating? I will defeat him sooner or later. However, the fresh bruises and wounds on his face still made everyone laugh, and the internet cafe was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Even Asuma himself laughed. But he laughed and covered his face in pain. Asuma, I think you should take a rest. Shiranui Genma said helplessly, otherwise, let the medical ninja take a look. It doesn't matter. I've already asked the medical ninja to take a look. Asuma waved his left hand casually, his body shook, and he said generously, I'm fine. Even if it's only my right hand. I can beat them up and make them call me daddy. Okay. It's just the fresh wound on your face. Don't mention it. Hearing Shiranui Genma's words, Asuma suddenly raised his head at a 45-degree angle with melancholy. I just found the old man's small treasury hidden in the ninja tools. At this point, tears suddenly flowed down his face. I obviously didn't have time to report it, but I was discovered, hung up and beaten again. Otherwise, my injuries would have healed long ago. Are you still going to report it? Shiranui Genma looked at Asuma strangely. Perhaps it was the deep fatherly love of the third Hokage that made Asuma yearn for fatherly love even more. As if he remembered something, he took off the senbon from the corner of his mouth. By the way, where is Obito? Didn't he finish filming? Why didn't I see him? Oh, you mean Obito? I don't know. Asuma shrugged casually, maybe you should ask Kakashi. While speaking, he opened the game with his right hand, and directly controlled his VIP-11 high-level player account to come to the novice area. However, as soon as he arrived, he was silent, looking at the corpses on the ground in surprise. Who did this? Someone stole his head? Time moved forward a little. Today, it was sunny and windy. The fog in the Kirigakure ninja village was also less. It was a good weather. Since the rich milk tea, rich barbecue bar, rich dance hall, and rich internet cafe settled in the Kirigakure ninja village, the living habits in the Kirigakure ninja village have also changed a lot. The originally cold-blooded and boring rules seemed to be injected with a bit of vitality. In the past, ninjas who had completed their missions would start new training, or would choose to relax a little after returning to the village. Or go dancing, or have a barbecue, or even buy a cup of milk tea and look at the sunset of the hidden mist ninja village in your hand. The pace of life seems to have slowed down a lot. At this time, a young man with bandages on his body, a knife on his back, and a pair of eyes as cold as winter walked into the internet cafe and said calmly, 2 hours. After the words fell, everyone trembled slightly, and the laughter seemed to disappear in an instant, and they began to lower their heads and play games quietly. Zabuza, the ruthless man, is here again. Mamakai Zabuza, a genius of the younger generation, in order to change the unreasonable system in the ninja school, he killed all his classmates by himself, and made him the only graduate in that year, forcing the senior management to quickly change the examination method of the ninja school. Of course, this is nothing. Zabuza Senpai, except for the time when he killed all his classmates, was usually cold, but he was pretty nice, and he had many admirers among the civilian ninjas. But since he participated in the Chunin exam, Zabuza Senpai, it's like he's become a different person. He hates people standing behind him. Once, he beat a Chunin who accidentally bumped into his butt during play and seriously injured him. Cold and ruthless. Perverse. Therefore, don't mess with him. And Zabuza, who turned on his computer, didn't care. He continued to play by himself and directly logged into his Kirigakure account. Then, he mocked Konoha as usual. A pervert can be sought after. Konoha has really fallen. Do you know what that pervert did? Then, looking at a group of brainless fans with a sneer, he no longer pays attention to these brainless guys. Mamakai Zabuza, fighting with Konoha to the death. And Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha that day, he dared to covet the back of Zabuza. Sooner or later, he will chop that snake. At this time. Suddenly. Quick! Quick! Come to support! Crazy! Crazy! Killing like crazy! Hurry up and support! What's wrong? Is that Konoha commander bullying the newcomers again? Didn't I hear that he was too arrogant and his hand was broken? What's wrong? Is he okay? Everyone turned their heads in confusion when they heard the call for help, and immediately saw those miserable faces. Our ninja village is going to end. Everyone was stunned and quickly logged in, and Zabuza had already logged into his game. Then, the corpses all over the ground made everyone tremble. This. What happened? Kill them. That's right. Fuck them. Destroy it. Destroy everything. We're going to change this. May there be no deception in this world. Give me back my hard-earned money. Countless white Zetsu attacked various maps, countries, and ninja villages in the game. Wherever they went it was like a swarm of locusts entering the country, leaving no grass. Under the pressure of this terrible army, all the novices fell to the ground, and the slightly stronger ones were beaten to death. Because of the special nature of ninjas, Fuyu didn't turn on any safety mode. After all, in the ninja world death is not uncommon. If the safety mode is turned on, it will be restrictive and make the ninjas unaccustomed. The result was unexpected. There is actually this day. The White Zetsu army awakened. Countless maps began to fall. The first was the small country of Rain Country, which had just joined the network not long ago. There were originally few players, and it was immediately pushed flat, which made the salamander Hanzo so angry that he quickly organized a counterattack. What a pity! It was still too late. After all, many white Zetsu played before him. Then, the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water continued to fall until all the maps were occupied. Many knowledgeable people began to organize counterattacks, constantly dying and resurrecting, until the durability of the equipment was gone. Finally, even the Fire Country, which has a huge player base, and the Konoha player who ranked first in the recharge rankings could not resist the terrible army. Even if a resistance army was organized, it still fell. That day, the ninja world finally saw the horror of being dominated by white Zetsu. 187 went crazy. At the same time, Fuyu had not noticed what was happening in the game. He rarely played games. When he wanted to play, he would just open an internal account. So, how lonely it was to be invincible. Since Madara left, he could not enjoy the fun of the game. Therefore, he just hung up a ninja from time to time. And at this time, he is now in the ninja school, looking at Ataka's teacher in front of him, and said seriously, "Teacher, I'll leave Ataka to you. He is the hope of our Uchiha family." Although he was confused that an uncle came to him instead of the father, as a teacher, he still smiled and nodded and said, "Mr. Fuyu, please rest assured, Itaki is very talented. His physical skills and kunai throwing skills are almost better than those of Chunin. Especially at such a young age, he has learned fire escape and can use it flexibly. He is worthy of being a genius with Uchiha bloodline." He sighed with emotion. He didn't say nice things in front of the parents, but it was the fact. He has been a teacher for several years. This is the first time he has seen such a genius. Even Kakashi back then couldn't compare to him. As for the now famous genius Uchiha Obito, it's hard to say. That kid was quite water when he was studying. It's not that he is stupid, but here are always accidents at critical moments. I didn't expect that he would find his own ninja way after graduation. It's really surprising. I'm ashamed. The teacher scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. I don't have anything to teach him. If he hadn't graduated so soon after entering school, it would be really bad. Otherwise, I would have directly applied to the Hokage to let him graduate. Of course, if necessary, he doesn't need to come to school, and the Uchiha will provide special training. However, after the words fell, Mr. Fuyu in front of him did not nod as he thought, but shook his head seriously. The teacher was immediately confused and hesitated slightly. Do you still hope to graduate as soon as possible? If so. The words were not finished. No. You must not graduate as soon as possible. Fuyu interrupted him directly and righteously, saying, graduating early will only harm the child. Tiakira confused face. How did it harm the child? Isn't it always like this? However, Fuyu continued to say seriously, although Itaka has some talent, he is still far from it. You are joking. No. Teacher, you don't understand. We Uchiha not only focus on the ninja training of children, but also pay attention to the healthy growth of children's hearts, so that children can grow up healthy and happy. After the words fell, the teacher looked at Fuyu with emotion. I didn't expect Mr. Fuyu to care so much about his nephew. No way. He is the hope of our whole family. Therefore, I need to trouble you with a few things. Please go ahead. Itaki is indeed very talented, and his thinking is far beyond his peers, but Fuyu shook his head with emotion, worry in his eyes. It's not good to be too precocious, it's easy to be out of touch with peers, and finally, become friendless. So, I hope Itaka can grow up happily in school, and I hope you don't allow Itaka to apply for external training, and you must let Itaka stay in school and communicate more with his peers. This I will pay attention to it. In addition, as I said just now, Itaki is very talented, he is indeed a genius, and it is very easy to learn anything. However, this is exactly what I am worried about. Too much self-confidence will inevitably lead to complacency and arrogance, thinking that he is right about everything, and cannot learn to self-analyze and self-examine. When encountering problems, he will not consult his family, and finally, it will cause big mistakes. Therefore, I hope that the teachers can criticize him a lot, improve their affordability, and let him feel frustrated education. But the hope of our whole family. As a teacher, I will educate him well. I will not disturb the teacher. Of course, he has far exceeding the wisdom of ordinary people, so he saw it farther than others. The teacher he did not expect the so-called setback education, but he did not expect a person who went to the sea after graduation thought first. At this time, the teacher remembered the few articles on the will of fire that he left in the academy. Every time he recited them, he would have a new understanding of the will of fire. The teacher pondered for a moment. It seems that this time we have to select a few articles written by Mr. Fuyu as the test content, so that the children can deepen their understanding. Especially Itaka, we must strictly require him with 250% requirements. As soon as the words fell, Itaka, who was walking on the way home, suddenly shuddered all over, as if he had a bad feeling. No. Rather, it should be said. It seems that since going to school, I always have this feeling in my heart. Why? Is it because the academy is too boring? Itaka frowned and pondered for a while, or apply for training outside in a while. The training in the academy is no longer difficult for him. He needs deeper training. At this time, just when Itaka was hesitating, Itaka, do you want to eat the 3-color meatballs? Izumi ran over with 2 strings of colored meatballs, smiling. Today, there is also a buy one get one free offer for meatballs. I'll treat you to 1 string. After saying that, Itaka looked at the meatballs with some entanglement. His favorite snacks are meatballs and milk tea, but he seldom eats them later because he is trying to lose weight. Finally, he shook his head firmly. I don't need them. I still have to train later. Ah? Is that so? Izumi was slightly stunned, then hesitated, and said, I can't eat 2 strings either. He gritted his teeth regretfully. It seems I can only waste it. Don't waste food. But I can't eat it. Mom doesn't like it either. Itaka looked at Izumi's distressed look, and his face was entangled again. Finally, he sighed and took the meatball from Izumi's hand. "Thank you." After saying that, he looked at the meatballs with self-blame again, then gritted his teeth firmly, "Awoo," and took a bite directly. "After eating, I will practice more later." Quickly, Quan's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he looked at Itaka, who had already started eating. He took a bite of the meatball and stopped. After a while, Itaka quickly finished it. "Itaka, can you help me eat this too? I can't eat it. I just remembered that I have a stomachache today, and I can't eat this." Itaka looked at it silently and took a bite of the meatball. For some reason that bad feeling came up again. On the other side, Fuyu, who cares about his nephew and pays attention to his nephew's healthy mental growth, also returned to the milk tea shop, and then, he looked at the two people in front of him who were constantly typing on the computer with a panicked face. "What's wrong with you? Are you having your period together?" As soon as the words fell, Ling Yian suddenly raised her head and walked away. When she saw Fuyu, the panic in her eyes seemed to disappear a little, and she hurriedly said excitedly, "Fuyu, you are finally back. Hurry up! Hurry up! The game has been crazy. Crazy. No many people have started to complain. If this continues, the game will be ruined." 188 United. Fuyu checked the background with a twitch of his mouth and found that the internet access rate in many remote areas suddenly soared. Looking at the large and organized player group in the game interface, how could he not understand what was going on? Originally, I thought that the group of white Zetsu who were defrauded by the internet had not been online for so many days and should have quit the internet directly. Who would have thought it would be like this? Revenge the internet? This is too cheap. At least they have to carry out some terrorist activities and blow up a few ninja villages to match their terrorist status. Fuyu, what should we do now? Ling Yian looked at Fuyu anxiously. Many people have started to complain. Complain? What are you complaining about? Fuyu frowned and looked at Ling Yian. Did these players violate the rules? No. Are there any cheats? No. Are there any verbal insults? No. In that case, why should we ban? If you can't beat others, you have to ban the other party's account. What does it look like? Fuyu said righteously, we Fuyu games adhere to the principle of creating happiness with heart. What we emphasize is to create a free, happy, and fair gaming environment for all players. How can we ban other people's accounts just because you can't beat them? It makes sense a little bit. Ling Yian blinked, hesitated for a moment, and asked, then what should we do now? Don't worry about it. If you want to become stronger, just charge money. Don't think of some messy little tricks to solve the enemy all day long. It's not that whoever is weak is right. Fuyu snorted coldly, as long as they don't violate the rules, we as administrators don't need to care about it. There are so many white Zetsu, it's not that they don't pay the internet fee, nor that they don't charge money. Why should we care about them? Keep an eye on them. Remember, once someone violates the rules and destroys the gaming environment, Fuyu games will definitely be fair. The words fell. Surprisingly, Ling Yian frowned. I received another complaint from the backstage. Tens of thousands of people complained that Konoha Dashuabi openly insulted others in the channel. After investigation, it is indeed true. What should I do now? Mute. What? Verbal abuse? What else can I say? Of course, mute him directly. Fuyu waved his hand with great righteousness, block for a week, and continue for a month. We must let all players feel the fairness and justice of Fuyu games. But he is Ling Yian hesitated and said, VIP 11 Supreme Member. He has charged a lot of money. Let me warn you first. I will circle you with a cross and a circle again. Hello, after checking, the player Konoha Dashuabi has verbal abuse and other violations, and is being warned. Please play the game in a civilized manner. Was warned? Asuma sneered, looking at his shining VIP-11. A bunch of white girls want to report him? Don't they know that he is a VIP of the game? How could he be banned so easily? But no, it can't go on like this. The durability has been lost, and there is no way back to the village. Asuma looked at the group of guys who didn't respect the virtue of patience with a sullen face. After playing the game for so long, he has always been the one who didn't respect the virtue of patience. I didn't expect that today, others didn't respect the virtue of patience. You can imagine how angry he was. And he was killed so hard that his durability was gone. He turned his head and looked at his friends who were also smiling bitterly. Damn it! We can't go on like this. The words fell. It immediately attracted all the equally angry players in the internet cafe. You know they are not much better. If they encounter this group of ruthless characters like locusts, unless they log off directly, how can they escape? But they are all blocked at the village gate. If they just log off in disgrace, will they still have any shame in Konoha? So, it's no wonder they basically have no durability left. Do you want to recharge 648? Shiranui Genjian took off the senbon from the corner of his mouth and frowned, saying, but in the current situation, even if you recharge 1888, it will be useless. 648 must be recharged. But Asuma's eyes exuded an unprecedented light. He stood up directly and raised his fist. Let's unite. This is a disaster. A disaster that affects the entire game. Only by uniting all forces to resist together can we have a chance to defeat these crazy people. The words fell. Everyone looked at Asuma, who was stepping on the gaming chair with one foot, as if emitting light, and their hearts were suddenly touched. Asuma! Don't step on it, your father will see it, and he might break your foot again. Damn it! Bastard! Now is a critical moment, why care about these details? Asuma's mouth twitched, and his high momentum was instantly broken, and he cursed, hurry up, I'm familiar with the Kirigakure ninja village, talk to them first. This bunch of bastards. After speaking, he sat back quickly in laughter. The rest of the players didn't joke anymore. After being stimulated by Asuma, they still had a little bit of blood in their hearts. With the belief of defeating the enemy, they also began to look for other village partners they knew. After all, it's a game. Brushing dungeons still requires teamwork. For example, the Ice Blood successor of the Kirigakure ninja village has very good control and is quite popular in the game. Many people would bring a player who can ice escape when they go to the dungeon, so they all know a few players from other places. For a while, the news of the unified front against the lunatics spread throughout the game. As for Asuma, he found that he was familiar with the Kirigakure ninja village, but they were all enemies. However, after hesitating for a while, he still sent a message to the Kirigakure demon man who was slightly stronger in the Kirigakure ninja village. Brother, do you want to cooperate? The other side replied quickly. After a while. Get lost. However. Autumn of Konoha 47. Under the general trend, all ninja villages put aside their prejudices and joined forces to fight against a group of lunatics who came from nowhere. Even the Kirigakure demon man, the person who hated Konoha the most, finally put aside his hatred and chose to cooperate. The war lasted for a day and a night. This day. It was the day with the highest recharge in Rich Game. This day. It was the most intense day in Rich Game. On this day, many players continued to charge money, even if they were killed and their durability was gone and their money kept falling, they still didn't give up. On this day, many heroes were born: Konoha Marshal, Mist Hidden Demon, A Fish in the Land of Rain, Lonely Sand Ninja. Under their leadership, they finally drove away the group of lunatics named Little White Man XXX. All the ninja villages won. Isn't this too shameless? Ye King saw the post written by Fuyu and said angrily, all ninja villages? There are only 3 ninja villages. Isn't it there is also you? So I am the only one in the sand-hidden ninja village. Why care about such small details? Aren't you a sand ninja? If you don't participate, it means that the sand ninja will participate, right? Ye King rolled his eyes. So, what do you want to do when you have nothing to do? Nothing, I just want to commemorate this important moment and get a few gift packs. 189 income at this time, in the cave. The white Zetsu gathered together again and looked at each other with ferocious faces. Damn it! Let's destroy this ninja world. Destroy it! Destroy it! They even bully us in the game. They even humiliate us with the hero gift pack. It's really abominable. Let's blow up the network. But in this way the money I paid be gone. The words fell. All the white Zetsu were silent again. That's right. They paid money. Wouldn't it be a big loss if it blew up like this? What should we do then? The words fell. The white Zetsu looked at each other again. After a while. Sure enough, let's destroy the ninja world. The corner of the black Zetsu's mouth twitched, looking at the white Zetsu who came back again. This bunch of trash. It's only been one day and it's over. Shame on you. It's really too shameful. You know, you are the weapons created by your mother. Actually lost a game? Even if not all white Zetsu were sent out this time, failure is failure. Moreover, this game chaos made him discover a serious problem. That is, once they really collect the 9 tails and start a war, perhaps these ninja villages will really unite. Then, white Zetsu alone cannot resist the union of the 5 major ninja villages. Sure enough, we must not be discovered. Black Zetsu's eyes condensed, and he was determined to continue to hide. Looking at the noisy white Zetsu, he sighed, and was more certain in his heart that he really couldn't let these guys go at will now. Once they were so angry that they tied detonating tags to blow up the major ninja villages, the need would be bad if something was exposed. Too dangerous. These white Zetsu have gone crazy. He shook his head sadly, looking at the white Zetsu who had been isolated since Madara's death and was drawing poop by himself. Suddenly I found out. This weirdo who has gained self-awareness is the most reassuring. Shut up! Black Zetsu roared, looking at the white Zetsu in front of him. Be quiet! What are you making so much noise for? After he finished speaking, the white Zetsu came back to their senses and looked at Black Zetsu expectantly. Let's do it! Black Zetsu! That's right! That's right! We miss Kaguya-sama too! Destroy this world and rescue Kaguya-sama! Our swords are thirsty, let's do it! Do it! Fuck your uncle! Black Zetsu roared again, and after all the white Zetsu had quieted down, he said with a gloomy face, recently how is the substitute chosen by Madara? Uchiha Obito. Nothing happened. But the movie he made is pretty good. Asshole. What I want to ask is the darkness in his heart. This the white Zetsu looked at each other again, hesitated for a moment, and said, it's still the same as before. Black Zetsu choked, and finally, he sighed leisurely, looking at the group of white Zetsu, continue to investigate what he is doing now. He hesitated again, and finally, gritted his teeth, if there is still no way we can only choose another spokesperson. This kind of life. He is Black Zetsu. Enough. Mom, I'm so tired. Very good. Minato looked at Obito with satisfaction. In that case, congratulations, Obito, you have become a member of Konoha's Anbu. As a teacher, he was very happy to see his students becoming more and more outstanding. Then I will arrange for the Anbu ninja to take you to the Anbu base to handle the transfer procedures. Please wait a moment. Thank you, teacher. You have worked hard for this. I have seen the movie you made, it is very good, especially the scene of dancing in the rain. Minato sighed, it seems that you have come out of it and can face the past. Without a woman in your heart, ninjutsu is naturally divine. Haha. This is too exaggerated. Minato looked at Obito with a serious face and smiled, I believe Obito will meet a woman who likes you too. I don't need a woman. Okay. When love comes, you will know. Minato smiled bitterly, shook his head, and didn't say much. Isn't that the case with him and Kushina? Love is here. And I understand everything. After a moment of hesitation, he changed into a teacher's tone and said with a smile, tell me now. What other requests do you have? Although as a Hokage, you must be fair and just, but teacher, he blinked, maybe you can secretly help your favorite disciple. Obito was slightly stunned, as if he thought of something, and suddenly his eyes moved, took a deep breath, looked at Minato with a burning gaze, and suddenly shouted with a serious expression, teacher. I want to be with Kakashi. After the words fell, Minato's anus tightened. Looking at Obito in front of him with a serious face, his eyes were complicated. So this is what you mean by not liking women? Really? What a sin. Time flies. After a few days, Yakura also left Konoha with the employees of the Fuya group. I believe that soon the Wind Country will also be able to access the internet. And at this time, a month has passed. It is finally time to settle the movie tickets for Meteor Konoha at the end of the month. In order to develop the film industry, no matter who it is, as long as the film is reviewed and meets the requirements, it can be shown in wealthy cinemas, and the other party can choose to buy out or share the profits. Buyout depends on the situation. For sharing, remove the net profit after operation and then split it 50-50. At that time, the very confident Danzo chose the form of sharing. At this time, Fuya looked at the director of Meteor Konoha Shimura Danzo and the assistant director Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him with a smile, and said, congratulations. Congratulations. The third generation is still as good as ever. Danzo is still strong and vigorous. The two of them joined forces. I didn't expect to make such a popular movie in the ninja world. It directly surpassed Black Boy Comes to the World. It's amazing. This is an epic-making movie. After a flattery, the third generation and Shimura Danzo laughed with satisfaction, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly. It's still a little short. A little short. In this case, I won't waste any more words, let's get down to business. Okay. This is even better. They don't want to waste words either. Now I just want to see money. Ling Ian. Fuya called out, then took the document handed over by the female secretary, opened it directly, and looked at it seriously. This month paused for a while, until the two of them rubbed their hands and looked at it eagerly. After deducting the operating funds, the total income is 310 million taels. The words fell. The two were slightly stunned, then, with the golden light flashing in their eyes, they held Su, nodded, and said lightly, more than 300 million a month, not bad. Not bad. Humph. There are still some flaws. If it weren't for my lack of funds, it would definitely be better. Danzo, this is almost enough due to the conditions. We still have money to get in the future. Forget it. Just a few 100 million, I don't care about it with my wealth. Danzo. Hiruzen. Fuyu's mouth twitched, looking at the two people who were bragging and looking at each other. He suddenly had a stomachache and said quickly, according to the share. You can get 155 million taels. The two were stunned again. I calculated it in my heart and deducted the cost of shooting. Although the cost of the machinery was a little higher, it was still useful next time, so it was nothing. Subtracting Yan and his investment, he still made more than 70 million, which was indeed a lot. Which business can make more than 70 million a month, especially now there are only two major countries, the fire country, the water country and the rain country, and one small country. When there are more and more countries, the profit will definitely be bigger and bigger. This business is worth it. It's just the share is a bit low, I feel sad. However, Since the contract has been signed, they can only abide by it. Danzo and Hiruzen sighed and were about to nod. Suddenly, I saw Fuyu silently took out a note and put it on the table silently. What's it from? A check? The two lowered their heads in confusion, looked at it, and immediately the corners of their mouths twitched. Only it was written, Gashimura Danzo borrowed money from Uchiha Fuyu today. 190 Danzo Revitalization Plan. That day, it was a little chilly. Fuyu looked at the two figures outside the door, supporting each other, staggering, hunched over and gradually going away. Suddenly, she shuddered and couldn't help but exhale. This weather is getting colder and colder. Winter is coming. Ling Yian quickly closed the door and looked at the two figures again. She didn't know why they were here to get their share, which was a happy thing, but they suddenly looked so pitiful. Sighing, he said, I heard that the Sandaime-sama and his family have had a hard time recently. After retirement, the Sandaime-sama's son became addicted to the internet and spent money on online games all day long. The Sandaime-sama was fair and kind, and his pension was only a little, and he didn't go out on missions, so he could barely make ends meet. Some time ago, it seemed that because of this, he saw the child spending money again, and he was so angry that he broke his hands and feet. Danzo-sama, because of his physical condition, he has been staying in the village and can't do anything. He lost money in his business before, so it's no wonder that he borrowed 100 million from Fuyu. I think his life must be very difficult. I heard that when filming the movie, they encountered the difficulty of insufficient funds and almost gave up all their efforts. At that time, life was so difficult that they even thought about selling themselves, but they were stopped by the third generation. And Maitaman-sama Suzun hesitated for a moment and continued, although no one believed it, the news of Maitaman-sama's corruption was still spread, which had a great impact on his reputation. Maitaman-sama was a civilian ninja who came from a poor family. He became a student of the second generation and was admired by many civilians. How could he do such a thing? You may not believe it. He really did it. I was the one who bribed. I was the one who reported. Fuyu looked at Suzun with a strange expression, who suddenly sighed because she saw the lonely old man staggering away. Actually, think about it. What Suzun said makes sense. 3 old men started a new business. One of them was addicted to the internet and had an unfilial child. One of them was corrupt and took bribes. The other one was almost selling herself. How pitiful. He felt a little sympathetic. And Ling Yian didn't see Fuyu's expression. She shook her head again and said, he should be very happy to make money suddenly. But he lost more than half of it. He probably couldn't think straight. After saying that, Fuyu sighed with pity, lowered his head, looked at the bounty that had not increased for a long time, and shook his head, you are right. However, Fuyu ignored Ling Yian, who was looking at him with a puzzled look. There seemed to be light in his eyes, sweeping away the confusion, and looking into the distance with determination and seriousness. That was a distance full of love. Too miserable. He decided. Money is not just everything. How can a merchant of the Will of Fire only care about money? Since the 100 million was earned from Danzo, then spend it on Danzo. Spend it where it comes from. And in order to make up for his mistake, he decided to take out the 100 million he had just taken back. The next day, the weather was getting colder and colder. The 3 of them looked at the remaining money in silence. The breeze was blowing, and the grey hair was fluttering. The atmosphere seemed a little gloomy. I don't know how long it took. Why is there only this little? Mito Kato-en asked bitterly, it shouldn't be. Isn't our movie very popular? In total, we made more than 100 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head, but something went wrong, and I paid back 100 million, so there are only 55 million left. After the words fell, Danzo said with a gloomy face, at that time Ada shouldn't have stopped me. It's not just my money. He had prepared his fire escape technique and the technique of not paying back debts. What a pity. At the last moment Hiruzen held his right hand tightly, making it impossible for him to seal. I can't watch my best friend go astray because of a mere 100 million. Hiruzen shook his head, looked at Danzo, and said seriously, this is the money we all earned. If you can't pay it back, we will pay it back with you. What a fool. Hiruzen. It would be foolish if you don't stop it. Danzo. You hurt me that day. Sorry. You know, it was my first time, too, and I was a little nervous. Hiruzen. Danzo. This Midaman was stunned, looking at the strange scene in front of him. Although he was very curious about what happened at that time, it seemed he should not ask. He shook his head helplessly and sighed, forget it. At least the debt is paid. It's been paid back, and the remaining 55 million is not a small amount. And next time we continue to make movies, we don't need to buy equipment anymore, which saves a lot of money. And with the previous experience, I believe we can make better movies next time. That's right. Danzo and Hiruzen heard Yan's words, and they came back to their senses and nodded with a smile on their faces. This is also the reason why we asked you out this time. We won't touch this money for now, and take it all out to prepare for the next one. Of course, if you're more than 10 million. It's okay. Midaman Yan shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret and self-blame, looking up at the faint sky, that money just treat it as if it doesn't exist. Since getting this money, he 1 cent dare not spend it. I have always regretted it. It is better to use it to help my friends. However, after the words fell, Danzo stared at Yan, who was full of emotion, and opened his mouth tremblingly. Yan, you. No need to say more. I will keep this favor in mind. Hearing Yan's words, Danzo took a deep breath and nodded seriously, then glanced at the two of them and said seriously, if you are rich, don't forget each other. If it is a share, what is the wealth? How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Danzo looked at them with confidence and snorted coldly, my store was not yet there are for sale. As long as we buy some playback equipment, we can build our own theater chain and no longer rely on that Uchiha kid. But Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yan, then said in a tangled way, remember the barbecue restaurant and milk tea shop you opened? I don't think it's appropriate. We don't know how to do business. Let's not do it. It's safer. It's too small. Danzo shook his head, sighed, and looked at Hiruzen, didn't we succeed this time? As long as the movie I do nt believe that no one is in this day. The color suddenly changed, you are confused. Just take the old man to make a guarantee. Divided into 10. 100 million yuan, the ups and downs are all 10, I believe it can be borrowed from 1 billion. At that time we can open the shadow of our own. I don't agree. Don't you tell us first? The old man can't wait. The group sighed and shook his head. His turbid eyes were full of helplessness. 1 billion. He had enough life. Even Orochimaru, whom he had high hopes for, had attacked him for money. If he continued like this he would have nothing left except his body. Danzo, you Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with emotion. He also understood Danzo's dilemma. Although he didn't think he would attack Danzo, would Danzo believe it? He sighed, in fact, as long as we keep shooting for a few more years, it will be fine. I can't wait that long. Danzo lowered his head again and looked at Hiruzen and Yan, help me Yan. Hiruzen. After the words fell, the two of them trembled slightly, looking at the eyes full of pleading. Just when they were about to nod. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Anbu Ninja walked in. Then, after a while, Hiruzen and Yan were silent for a while, looking at the freshly issued bounty order, and then looking at Danzo, hesitantly said, How about rejecting them first, and then we can sell 1.25 billion. 191 I have a friend. Awesome. When Fuyu heard the news, he was stunned. There is such a thing? What about stock speculation? What a pity. When he got the news, it was too late, Danzo stock had already been raised. Fuyu seriously suspected that if he dropped a few hundred million one day, these guys who speculated in Danzo stock would jump off the building. But if it goes on like this, those guys should not watch Danzo get into an accident like this. After all, they just bought it. As a result, the next day it rose by 250 million. What kind of stock can be so fierce? This Danzo stock is simply a high-quality stock. The clan leader also bought it. Suddenly, Suzun beside him hesitated and said, he bought 10% of Danzo. But after a slight pause, no matter how you look at it, this is not good. After all, Danzo is a person. After the words fell, Fuyu was slightly stunned. This Hyaga clan leader actually also speculated in stocks? Hesitated for a while and said, your elders are quite rich. Can they take out 100 million at once? You know, even Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, can't take out so much at once. It's the Uchiha's business that the Uchiha have money. What does it have to do with the clan leader? Spending money recklessly will be discovered by the clan members. Once it makes it difficult for the family to run, it will be bad. Do you still want to be the clan leader? Could it be that he also embezzled money? How is that possible? Ling Yian rolled her eyes and looked at Fuyu unhappily. Elder Zongj just borrowed it from other elders. I heard that everyone refused at the beginning, but today everyone is saying that Elder Zongj has good vision. He has good vision, he does have good vision. Fuyu heard it, his eyes flashed with a strange look, it was all borrowed. Yes. He borrowed from several elders. Did Elder Beiwa lend it to him? No. No. Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, it's good that he didn't. It's good that he didn't. But Ling Yian shook her head and said hesitantly, now everyone is suspecting that Elder Beiwa, who has been blocking them, has poor vision and believes that she can't lead the Hyaga clan to become stronger. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Once the elder patriarch really succeeds, it will be bad if so many elders agree with him. At the same time, the Hyaga clan. I think the Hyaga clan is a part of Konoha. A hunchbacked, square-faced Hyaga patriarch looked at the Hyaga clan leader and said seriously, we Hyaga clan must also send ninjas to protect the safety of Lord Danzo. After the words fell, the elders around whispered to each other, looked at each other, and then nodded, saying in agreement, we think what the elder patriarch said makes sense. That's right. Protecting the safety of important figures in Konoha is also the responsibility of the Hyaga clan. It should be. Otherwise Lord Danzo really gets into an accident, it will be a huge loss for Konoha. Most of the elders looked at the silent clan leader with a righteous look on their faces for the safety of the village, and said, Clan leader, please send ninjas to protect Danzo-sama. Hayashi looked at the elders hesitantly, and was about to say something. What a bullshit! The grey-haired old woman on the side suddenly snorted, don't think I don't know what you want to do? A bunch of idiots. Just for your own benefit. What an ugly face. Protect Danzo-sama? Danzo-sama is protected by the Anbu, and the third generation and the Mightaman advisor are inseparable from him all day long. Why should our Hyaga clan send people to protect him? It's a waste of ninjas and money. The rest of the elders were so angry that they trembled all over. Nonsense. We are part of Konoha. Just money. The words were not finished. Just money? Then you can protect it yourself. Why bother other clansmen? Damn it. Beiwa, do you still have Konoha in your eyes? Are there any members of our Hyaga clan left? Greedy guys. If it weren't for me, you would have brought disaster to the Hyaga clan. Elder Beiwa stared at them without giving in. What's the matter? Why don't you tell me? You. One of the elders pointed at Beiwa with trembling anger. And at this time. Enough. Zongj suddenly frowned and roared, Beiwa. Protecting important figures in Konoha. It is also the responsibility of being a member of the Hyuga clan. More than 100 million, it's really important. Don't talk nonsense. Since you think I'm wasting money, Zongj snorted coldly, turned his head and looked at Hayashi, then this money. I'll pay for it myself. The clan leader just needs to arrange a senior Hyuga ninja to protect Danzo every day. Speaking of this, he stood up and walked out. My heart is in Hyuga and Konoha, and these are just external things. He smiled softly. After he finished speaking, the figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The other elders also looked at each other, then stood up slowly and walked out together. Only one elder, Beiwa, was left sitting there with a gloomy face. She didn't expect this sect leader would actually use this method to win over the other elders. If it keeps rising, then the relationship between them will always be close. If it falls, Elder Beiwa shook his head with a bitter smile. For so many years, it has only risen but not fallen. How could it fall so easily? To be honest, she was also a little tempted. But he sighed slowly, Uchiha kid, let's see what you can do next. Fuyu rubbed his nose, sneezed, trembled all over, and shouted, hurry up! Hurry up and close the door. It's so cold before it snows. After saying that, immediately gathered by the stove, looked at the solemn Minato, frowned in confusion. What's the matter? You are so worried. Could it be that Kyuubi finally lost and almost bankrupted you? Fuyu is joking. Minato smiled helplessly, shook his head and said, Kyuubi has seized the opportunity to make a lot of money recently. However, Minato seemed to have something more important to say, and didn't talk about the 9 tails with the gift. But he opened his mouth and closed it again, as if he didn't know what to say. Finally, he sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. This made Fuyu curious. He drank a cup of hot tea poured by the waiter and looked at the small private room. He suddenly realized today he had a big loss, and the two of them opened a private room. Maybe there was something important to say. But this entanglement? Could it be? You want to borrow money? No. You went to collect materials at night and were discovered by Kushina? No. Did the mistress come to you with her child? No. Then what do you want to do with your self-condemning look? Minato's face was dark. He looked at Fuyu in front of him and shook his head helplessly. But this time he hesitated for a moment and sighed, I have a friend. What's that look? It's really just a friend of mine. This opening is a bit familiar. Before Fuyu, who was confused, could react, Minato suddenly came over, lowered his voice, and said solemnly, he wants to be with a man. The words fell. Now it was Fuyu's turn to be silent. Looking at the man who was almost touching his head, Minato of the gate. Don't come over here. 192 Someone reported. I don't support it, but I don't oppose it either. What is love in the world? It makes people live and die together. Although I don't know who Minato's friend is, seeing Minato's lost soul but hesitant with a firm back, Fuyu's heart is somewhat emotional. It's not that easy to be a ninja. It seems that Minato should attach great importance to his friend. Fuyu sighed and walked towards home. Now think about it, a lot of things happened this year. Danzo and the third generation failed to start a business. The third generation suspected of embezzling public funds and had to abdicate. Not long after, the third generation's best friend, Maitaman Yan, was also forced to be frozen because of suspected corruption and bribery. Later, Shimura Danzo had to sell himself for money. And The legendary Uchiha Madara of the ninja world died for no reason, and tens of thousands of white Zetsu fell into the vortex of pyramid schemes, and finally, Revenge Network. Konoha, Kirigakuer, Sandagakuer, and Rain Village joined forces to repel the enemy, and the network was harmonious again. And today, Minato encountered a new problem again. It seems that Konoha is not quiet either. Fuyuta murmured to himself, then opened the door and said, "I'm back." "You're back." Ling Yian's soft voice came over, and she walked over with footsteps. She was wearing an apron around the nine tails with a fat nine-tail on it. It was launched by Fuyuta Group. Her full figure was exposed at a glance. The girls of the Hyuga clan seemed to have a good figure. An Uchiha almost. She tied her long hair casually and smiled gently, "I'm preparing dinner." "Fuyuta, do you want to eat first? Or take a bath first?" "Eat. Wash after dinner." Fuyuta seemed to have gotten used to it. He changed his shoes and walked in. He lay down directly on the stove. "Hey, it's still warm here. It's been quite cold these days. It's probably going to snow," Ling Yian said while busying herself. "I've prepared Fuyuta's winter clothes. If you feel cold, you must wear more." "Thank you for your help." Fuyuta nodded and glanced out the window casually. Suddenly he looked at the white dots on the window, was slightly stunned, and muttered to himself, "It's snowing." After the words fell, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Winter is coming. It's time to gain weight. Today, the weather is a bit cold. It snowed yesterday. Although it wasn't big, you could still see the white flowers on the ground when you opened the door and looked out. It's beautiful. But he doesn't like it. Because you can't lie on the veranda to bask in the sun in winter, it's easy to get cold. Itaka took out the winter clothes his mother had prepared and put them on, then walked out of the room, looked at his father who was sitting quietly drinking tea, said hello, and then quickly finished his breakfast, looking at the bamboo basket piled up beside him in confusion, before he could ask the question in his heart. "Your uncle Fuyuta sent it." The father slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "He said it was cold, so he brought it to nourish your mother and you." Itaka was stunned, and after a while, he regained his composure and nodded. "Uncle Fuyuta is good in everything, but he always likes to send food home." After seeing Itaka finish eating, Fugaku continued calmly, "Are you going to apply for off-campus training?" "Yes." Itaka nodded. He had already told his father about this matter, and his father also agreed very much. After all, there was nothing he could learn in school. "I have written the application form. I will hand it to the teacher in person after I go to school. Don't think about it again." "Father, Itaka has already considered it." The words fell. Fugaku silently looked at Itaka's young but serious face, with a complex look in his eyes. In the end, he did not continue to ask this question. He pondered for a while. "I heard that you don't have a good relationship with other classmates." Itaka looked at his father in confusion, wondering why his father asked him so many questions today. He shook his head and continued calmly, "Very good. Thank you, father, for your relationship." "Very good? I'm not asking about the relationship with female classmates. Forget it, think about it yourself. No matter what, you have to make friends." At this point, Fugaku stood up directly, his face sluggish, and he didn't look at Itaka anymore. "I'll go to the guard team first." "Be careful on the road, father," Itaka said respectfully, looking at the back of father leaving. His small eyebrows frowned, as if he was very confused by what father said just now. He has established a good relationship. It's just that most of the male classmates don't seem to like him. They kept provoking him, but he didn't fight back. Anyway, it didn't hurt, and he didn't care at all. Those little ghosts didn't come to bother him, and he was much quieter. At this time, "Itaka, I'm here." Hearing the crisp voice coming from outside, Itaka came back to his senses, still picked up his things expressionlessly, and walked out. Immediately saw Chuan, who was also very happy today. "Itaka, let's go." "Oh, by the way." Izumi winked playfully and took out a lunch box. "Mom made a lot of breakfast today, we couldn't finish it, so she asked me to bring it to Itaka. It's a sandwich." Itaka looked quietly at the lunch box in front of him, and Izumi's bright and expectant eyes. "Aunt Yayu, why do you prepare so much breakfast every day? It doesn't make sense. One day is fine, but every day like these it's weird no matter how you look at it. Maybe Mom likes to cook." Chuan stuck out his tongue, a little embarrassed. "Doesn't Itaka eat it?" The expectation in his eyes suddenly turned into a little regretful. "I thought Itaka liked it. In this case, isn't it a waste?" "I like it." Itaka looked at Quan's lost eyes, took the lunch box helplessly, and looked at his stomach. "Don't waste food, I will get rid of it." "Great." Chuan smiled happily, jumping up and down. "Hurry up. We're going to be late." "Yeah." Itaka nodded, looking at the lunch box in his hand. "We have to double our training today. The school is not far from home." Soon, they arrived at the school. Itaka sat on his chair amid the noise, and Chuan sat beside him. He took out today's textbook and the application form, hesitated for a moment, and finally put it away, preparing to hand it to the teacher later, thinking that the teacher should agree. After a while, the bell rang. The students all sat in their seats, but when the teacher didn't come, everyone was still whispering. It was still noisy. At this time, the teacher also came in with a serious face. With a slap, he slapped the copy on the desk, and everyone suddenly quieted down. The teacher glanced at them calmly, his eyes were sharp, and everyone was scared to speak again. "It's so noisy early in the morning, and you have time. Can't you do your morning reading by yourself?" Another bang. He supported the desk with both hands and looked in front of him. "You are the worst class of students I have ever taught, especially you, Itaka. Stop looking around, it's you. Someone reported to had a fight in the school yesterday. 193 is coming. Hokage, I am an ordinary teacher in Konoha. After years of education, I have discovered a serious education problem. The academy only focuses on the cultivation of basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, but seriously ignores the mental health of children. This is unacceptable. For example, there is a very talented child in the academy. As soon as he started school, his taijutsu had reached the graduation requirements. He was proficient in the three-body technique, and his throwing technique was even better than that of the teacher. He also learned sea-level ninjutsu. However, such an excellent child fights in school all day long and has a very bad relationship with male classmates. If he graduates in the future, he will definitely become a lonely ninja, causing various psychological problems. Therefore, I think children should not only learn knowledge in school, but also there are students who pay attention to the healthy growth of the heart, cultivate the unity of the children, increase the communication between the children and their peers, and shape the students with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, endurance, and labor. Children should not be allowed to graduate early. In this way, they will only be away from their peers and harm the children. Winter of Konoha 47th year. Leave by Konoha teacher. Minato silently read the letter of advice in his hand, and then sighed. He knew. This teacher is right. Obito just has a problem in his heart. It should be the emotional trauma he suffered some time ago, coupled with the complicated relationship between the three people, the relationship with his grandmother at home, and the special nature of Uchiha. That made the originally cute and kind child become what he is now. Mental health. It is indeed important. As a teacher, I absolutely can't just watch it like this. Whether it was the respect or understanding that Fuyu said, or whether it was neither approval nor rejection, he still wanted to try harder. Minato showed a firm application on his face, remembering that after he became a Jonin, Jiraiya took him to see the world. Now, it's time for him to take his students to see the world. He turned on the computer, found Kushina's ninja number, and then, with guilt and self-blame in his heart, he quickly typed a line of words. Dear, there is something going on in the village, I may be back a little later tonight. He took a deep breath, hesitated and looked at it again, and finally, with his trembling right index finger, he tremblingly clicked send. Kushina, I'm sorry. This is my responsibility as a teacher. Then he looked determined, raised his head, supported his chin with both hands, and said gloomily, let Uchiha Obito come to my place later. Yes. Time passed by little by little. Obito came. Or he looked at Minato teacher who was also disguised in the village for no reason. You know, the teacher is not him. And he. Alas, it's better not to say it. When he becomes Hokage, he will definitely take revenge himself. Soon. In doubt, Minato teacher took him to a strange place. Colorful lights flashed at the door, people came and went around, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. Just standing at the door you can feel a warm current flowing out, warming people's hearts. Here. Obito was silent, and then looked at Minato teacher with complicated eyes. Teacher, you have changed. However, it was this look that made Minato's heart jump, and his originally hesitant mood suddenly became firm. This is all for the children. He took a deep breath and patted Obito's shoulder seriously, we are just going in to learn knowledge. Don't think too much. I don't need it. There is nothing to learn here. It is profound and profound inside. If Jiraiya teacher is not here, the teacher can only bring you here personally. Otherwise, Jiraiya teacher will definitely take you to see a wider world. Minato sighed and looked at Obito with a complicated look, you have grown up, and you should study hard. However, without women in your heart, ninjutsu is naturally divine. Just when he was about to be pulled in by Minato teacher, Obito, who was repulsive in his heart, suddenly seemed to have light in his eyes, as if he realized something. Finally, his whole body blurred and disappeared in front of Minato. Minato teacher. You are wrong. A roar resounded through the world. Immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fuck. Minato trembled all over, looking at those pairs of doubtful eyes, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then, that day, a terrible scream came from the Namikaze family. That day, Minato decided to understand his student. The master and the apprentice had a frank talk. It was also on that day that Minato, who was bruised and swollen and leaning on a cane, heard Obito's ninja way in the Hokage building for 3 consecutive days. He suddenly had something in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Obito, speak more clearly in the future. You almost didn't have a teacher. Time flies. Winter goes and spring comes. In a blink of an eye. The cold winter is over. That year, a lot of things really happened in Konoha. Fuyu sighed with emotion, looked at the busy Suzuan, and said seriously, are you ready? Already ready. Suzuan also nodded seriously, next, just wait for the arrival of the Mahjong tournament. Trouble. That's right. The Mahjong tournament is coming. Some time ago. After the moral decline and the people's hearts were no longer the same. In order to make his wife happy, Minato came with a cane to discuss the Mahjong competition with him, preparing to make it beautiful and make Kushina happy. Therefore, all the preparations went smoothly and unimpeded. And there was only one Hokage consultant, Koharu Udaten, and to be honest, Minato couldn't stop him. So, it's finally here. Fuyu sighed with emotion, and he must promote Fuyu Group well next. Especially the Uegakuer and Kumagakuer. How can they not join the network? Now, the Fire Country, Water Country, and Rain Country have officially joined the network, and the Wind Country has basically joined the network except for the Sand Village. Next, just let the Sand Village join the network. I believe that with Yakang's help, this is not difficult. Then, you can upgrade again. Fuyu stretched lazily. Since everything has been arranged, he was about to take a good rest. Ding! The message came from Ninja. Opened it with doubt. It was a message from Channa. Fuyu, Xionan and I are going to participate in the Mahjong tournament, is that okay? Of course. What's wrong with that? We will definitely treat you well when the time comes. Thank you for your help. No problem. Fuyu smiled slightly and shook his head. He didn't expect that Channa and Xionan would come. It seems that they are also very interested. Suddenly, Fuyu shivered, rubbed his body, and murmured, "It's spring, why is it still a little cold?" At the same time, in the land of rain, a woman with red fiery hair looked at the reply on the computer, her eyes curved, as if she was smiling, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said softly in a mosquito-like voice, "Fuyu. 194 die. My name is Uchiha Obito. A man who is determined to become Hokage. I joined the Anbu some time ago, but I stayed for a while and just resigned now. Although Kakashi is no longer in the Anbu is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Konoha Assassination Squad. It is not a simple place. Even if his teacher is the Hokage, he cannot modify the rules of the Anbu at will. Therefore, until today, he successfully resigned and is guarding the gate. Damn it! Kakashi, that bastard! He refused to tell me that he resigned, causing me to waste so much time." Obito clenched his fists angrily and said to himself, "He must be worried that I will surpass him, so he did this. It must be like this. There is no way. Konoha's 5th generation Wuxi in Turkey. He plans to challenge Kakashi after get off work today to see how much Kakashi has grown." Thinking of this, Obito's eyes seemed to burst out with hot flames, which was the light of pursuing dreams. Without women in mind, ninjutsu is naturally divine. If he hadn't reacted quickly last time, it would have been bad. Minato teacher is really... I didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Of course. Now it's time to finish the work first. As for why he was assigned the task of guarding the gate, Konoha is going to hold a mahjong competition recently, and people from other villages frequently come in and out of Konoha, so there is a shortage of manpower, and he can only take on this task temporarily. At this time, Master 2, a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, please receive him. Voices of other ninjas came from the side, and Obito came back to his senses and turned his head to walk over. Suddenly, "Is it you, pervert?" A voice of surprise. Obito immediately turned his face to the voice and looked over. The girl with long straight beige hair and pigtails that usually reached her waist appeared in front of him. The familiar tone and the familiar arrogance like a cat. He had already recognized who this guy was. What a pity. Women only affect the speed of his ninjutsu. Obito snorted disdainfully, "It turned out to be you, the defeated general." Damn! Who is the defeated general? The two Yukato glared at Obito, "If it weren't for you to use it on me, damn." Under the gaze of everyone, his face turned red, and he seemed unable to say anything. Dead pervert. Konoha pervert. Big pervert. This time, it was noisy, and everyone looked over curiously. Is there a story? However, it's Nishijing. It's Nishijing. It's Uchiha Obito. Konoha's best friend. Hero of the 3 wars. You're so perverted, I like you so much. Cheers came from all around. Obito's mouth twitched, damn it. Rich group. Let him go bankrupt sooner or later. Just when he was about to slip away. Master Dou, please entertain the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village, you retreat first. Obito hesitated for a moment, looking at the cloud ninja in front of him. He could only nod and agree. Then quickly led the cloud ninjas into the village. It was not until they walked a distance that they quieted down. Haha! I didn't expect that a pervert like you also has fans. So disgusting. The two Yukato sneered, but seeing Obito's dark face, he hesitated for a moment, suddenly sighed again, patted his shoulder, and said, "Forget it. It seems that you don't want to be like this. However..." Pa! He was slapped away by Obito. "Move away. Hey, I'm trying to comfort you. No need. You're definitely not popular with girls. Women only slow down my ninjutsu. Are you really a pervert?" The two Yukato were stunned, and the other curious cloud ninjas behind her also stared at him. No wonder Konoha Onshao created such a ninjutsu. Maybe this is the reason. Yo-yo, check Nao, you are worthy of being the student of the 4th Hokage. Your determination and will, oh yeah, unimaginable. Even the leader of this team, Killer Bee, felt the unbreakable will. This is the way of ninjutsu. Okay. The two Yukato saw Obito's glowing eyes, especially the firm tone just now, and hesitated for a moment. Although we can't accept it, we will understand. Now please take us to arrange a rest place first. After that, the whole team suddenly fell silent and walked forward slowly. The atmosphere seemed a little weird. The two Yukato secretly looked at Uchiha Obito on the side. She had also watched Meteor Konoha. It was quite interesting. And Uchiha Nishikage, if you didn't know it was this guy, he was really handsome, no. She blinked her eyes, this guy is actually quite handsome. Unfortunately, he is a pervert. At this time, don't miss it if you pass by. A noisy noise suddenly came from the front. She raised her head in confusion, looked at Obito, who suddenly stopped curiously, and said, "What is going on in front? So lively." After the words fell, turning her head to look at Uchiha Obito, whose face was getting darker, and then, she looked over in the direction of his eyes. See? Not far away, surrounded by a group of people, a hairy boy was holding a series of color photos and shouting non-stop. Artistic photos of Uchiha Zijing, special spiral face photos, and private collection photos, all are available here. Reasonable prices, buy 10 and get 1 free. The atmosphere was silent again. After a while, suddenly, Asuma! A roar sounded beside her. It was a voice full of despair, anger, and death. Then, a figure rushed over with lightning, with a harsh thunder, as if it turned into a ray of light. The eyes can't catch it at all. That is the team leader. Kiribe's face suddenly became serious. Konoha's secret technique. Chidori. Time moved forward a little. Today's weather is good. It's a good day to set up a street stall. So, Asuma, who wanted to make some extra money, decided to set up a stall. There was no other way. That war directly emptied his family's assets, and he has not recovered until now. As for the old man, for some reason, he has been stingy since a while ago. He can't even hold the newly issued pension for a day. He thought that the old man was old but not old at heart. He went to some messy place like the 4th Hokage. He almost told his mother. So, there is no way, he can only rely on himself. As for what to sell, he has already thought about it. Photos of Obito. Since Meteor Konoha became popular, Uchiha Saikyo also became famous, and things related to him suddenly became very popular. For example, the merchant selling masks at the village head said that Uzumaki face all the masks are sold out. So, I sell photos of Obito. Low cost, available at any time, even photos of Obito when he was in school. It just so happens that there are many tourists coming and going today. I didn't expect it to be so popular. Now think about how cute Obito was back then, how come he has become a fool now? As expected, the war has changed everyone. Don't push. Don't push. We have everything. We have everything. There is plenty of stock. Asuma looked at the customer in front of him happily. So enthusiastic. It's really so enthusiastic. I didn't expect photos of Obito to sell so well. I'm sure I can charge several 648 tonight. He used his flexible legs to dodge around, trying to make space around him so that he could trade. Don't say it feels so good to walk on 2 feet again. Humph. I don't want that computer anymore. Just give it to the old man, and buy another one when the time comes. Buy the limited edition of Konoha's Prodigal Fire. Buy 2. Asuma kept taking out photos, looking at the shifmally customer in front of him. Which one do you need? After saying that, the female customer started to blush, as if a little embarrassed. The one you with the mask. That one? I see. This is a hot commodity. Asuma immediately understood what she meant, nodded, and said, it's 3 times the price of the regular one. Do you want it? Yes. Okay. Take it. Hearing that the customer wanted it, Asuma excitedly took out a photo. On it, the gloomy and handsome boy with a spiral mask made a tiger seal. When I make a move, you have already lost. When he was about to hand it to the female customer in front of him, Asuma! A roar! Asuma's face changed, and he turned his head to look at Obito, who had rushed over at some point. Lord Obito, Shut up! Die! You can't do this. I am. The son of the 3rd generation must die too. No. I am your uncle. You can't do this to me. Whose uncle are you? Die. 195. Nothing is impossible in youth. That day, the weather was very good. The disinfectant in the hospital smelled very good, and the pretty female medical ninja made me take a second look. My heart was filled with emotion. Money is really hard to earn. Asuma looked out the window, his eyes seemed to be filled with nostalgia for life. He couldn't help but take a deep breath of disinfectant, muttering to himself, it's great to be alive. I thought you would just hit him. Shut up. Isn't that your ninjutsu? Konoha anal hand. Shut up. Obito looked at the 2 yukatos with a black face, pointing to the front, this is where you live. That Asuma. I should have broken his legs just now and let him stay at home. Are we there yet? The 2 yukatos looked up and looked at the rich hotel in front of them, slightly stunned. Rich again? That guy is really rich. After the words fell, it seemed that someone around him was about to leave, turned his head and looked at the back that left in a hurry, hesitated for a moment, and shouted, you are not so disgusting. Come on, I won't laugh at your ninjutsu. What is this woman talking about? What ninjutsu? But Obito didn't care. How could he care about a mere woman? He just wanted to vent his anger to Kakashi. It was so annoying. So he disappeared. When the 2 wooden men saw the disappeared figure, they shook their whips and didn't care. They followed the large group in. Oh yeah, this is Youth, the incredible Konoha boy, who is very popular. His photos are sold for money. It's so enviable. Kiribi got an inspiration and improvised. Then, he led the team in. A waiter came up to serve and asked about the situation. After registering the information, the group was taken to 1 or 2 private rooms. It was just that they needed to gather together, so the Cloud Ninjas stayed together temporarily. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the neat, strange, and comfortable room. Although this was not a system, Fuyu still built it according to his own ideas. It was an industry outside the system. Therefore, compared with the ninja world at that time, it also looked quite modern. Hey? Is this a computer? The 2 Yama people found a strange thing, walked over, and said, I have heard along the way that Konoha, Kirigakure, Sand Village, and Rain Village joined forces to repel the White Disaster some time ago. I have always been curious. Although this so-called white disaster was a disaster brought by a group of little white people XXX, it is said that the war was very fierce, and the 3 major ninja villages and Rain Village had to join forces. At first, I was very excited. But later I heard that the reason why the group of little white people retaliated against the internet seemed to be because they were deceived. They were deceived very badly, especially one of their brothers who couldn't stand the deception and hanged himself on a tree. It's too miserable. How can there be such a hateful liar? With curiosity, Yama people turned on the computer according to the instructions on the desktop. Suddenly, they felt a little hot behind them. They were slightly stunned and turned their heads to look at the people who came over. Companions and Killer B. Look. Everyone is curious about what a computer is. I heard that even if the distance is far, we can communicate through the computer. Impossible. How is it possible? This must be a conspiracy of Konoha. But both Kirigakure and Sandagakure have it, why doesn't our Kumagakure have it? Obviously, there are already rich milk tea, rich barbecue bars, rich cinemas and dance halls in the land of lightning. Why isn't there one here? It seems that the Raikage thought this thing was too weird, so he rejected it directly. Yo, oh yeah, girl. Amidst the noise, the wooden man operated the computer. That's the ninja that can be contacted from a long distance. Hey? Ninja Legend. It seems to be that game. Keep going, keep going. I want to try it too. Konoha takeaway? Is it the takeaway I thought of? I seem to be hungry. There's food downstairs. Go down and eat it yourself. I want to see this Konoha takeaway. Then. Yamoren hesitated for a moment and also opened the green icon Konoha takeaway. There's no way, it seems that she can't play it by herself now. Then. What caught her eye were the densely packed icons and store names. Is this a store? Even Yamoren was surprised and clicked on one of the Ichiraku ramen restaurants with curiosity. They already knew about Ichiraku ramen, the specialty of Konoha, and everyone who came to Konoha would try it. Looking at the list of various ramen, recalling the ramen in the past, many people swallowed their saliva. They looked at each other, it seems okay. Too incredible. Why don't we try it? Let's order takeout today to see what it's like. Try it. Try it. Everyone shouted curiously, asking Yukato to try it quickly. Even Kiribi was inspired and shook. Incredible. Incredible. Oh yeah, Konoha has changed so much. I want to eat outside. My curiosity is overflowing. Come on, have a bowl. Oh, Ichiraku ramen. Now. Yukato could only bite the bullet and start ordering. To be honest, she was also very curious. According to the prompts, she applied for an account and continued to fill in the information according to the prompts. As for the address Fuyu restaurant, it should be filled here. What do you want to order? Of course it's pork bone ramen. With a large portion of barbecued pork. Me too. Me too. I want the special barbecued pork ramen. Seafood ramen, with a portion of menma. After a while. After finally ordering, Yumuran clicked the confirmation button, and then chose to pay in cash. As for the ninja coin payment, she didn't know what it was, and she didn't have any. Hey? A coupon was also given. Without any hesitation, she used it directly. I felt it was a good deal. I made a profit. The boss is a good man. Success. The merchant has accepted the order. Then. Everyone looked up. How long will it take? Will the noodles clump together? It always feels weird. Why don't you go out to eat when it's so close? Maybe it's convenient. It should be delivered directly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Everyone looked up expectantly. At the same time. Ichiraku ramen restaurant. It won't be delivered in 1 minute. Boss Ichiraku, I can't run away even with the body flickering technique. If I use the body flickering technique continuously, my body will collapse. You can't use the body flickering technique. The soup will spill. You can't even use the body flickering technique, Boss Ichiraku, are you making things difficult for me? 10 minutes is the ideal time. Ichiraku shook his head, adhering to the attitude of making ramen with heart, and said, after this time, the noodles will become soft. But there are so many ramen noodles, and we have to make them not spill, and we have to deliver them quickly. It's really impossible. How long will it take at the fastest? 10 minutes and a little more. It's not on this street, and the Fuyu Hotel is still a little far from here, especially it has to be stable. The writer spread his hands and said helplessly, how about this, anyway, it should be fine within half an hour. The noodles have already lumped up in half an hour. Within 10 minutes now there are only 9 minutes left, is it really impossible? Are you kidding? Both of them looked at each other in silence. Finally, Boss Ichiraku sighed, looked at the packed ramen, with a tangled face, gritted his teeth, since it can't be delivered. Please help me say sorry to the customer, this ramen can't be delivered. Then these ramen. It can only be thrown away. Boss Ichiraku, this is too wasteful. I can't let the customer taste the lumpy ramen. Boss Ichiraku. Sorry. Boss Ichiraku. Just when the writer was moved by the boss's attitude towards making ramen. 10 minutes no. 8 minutes is enough. Suddenly a voice full of youth came, let me deliver this order. Hearing the voice, the two turned their heads suddenly. Immediately saw the figure next to him in a green tights, gesturing with a thumbs up, with a light shining at the corner of his mouth. Senior Dai, adult. Let me deliver it. Might Dai said with a confident tone, it will definitely be delivered on time. Impossible. There are only 8 minutes, it's impossible to deliver. It's not close to here. The writer shook his head and said firmly, it's not possible yet. Forget it. Impossible. Boss Yul also sighed, I didn't calculate the time well, sorry, Mr. Dai. However, Dai was full of blood, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes, youth is impossible. At this point, he bent down, picked up the takeaway steadily, and gave a thumbs up, please believe me. I might die. I will never let it go. After the words fell. In the shock of everyone. The door of life. Open. A terrifying, oppressive green energy emerged from Senior Dai's body. Before Boss Yul and the writer came to their senses, Senior Dai turned into a green light and charged out. Fast as the wind. But steady. A drop of soup. No, it should be said that under high-speed movement, the box containing the takeaway did not even change direction and kept the same position. It disappeared quickly in front of the two. The writer stared at the green light blankly, his eyes were full of admiration, and his mind seemed to recall the legend when he first joined the company. Senior Dai. The god of takeaway. It really lives up to his reputation. 196 Red-haired little girl. Please enjoy your meal slowly. Okay. If you think it's good, please give us a 5-star rating. The loud voice fell, and a green shadow turned into light. Stirab. Disappeared in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses, he was holding a bowl of hot ramen in his hand, but he kept thinking of the figure just now. The figure with the thumbs up, with a green and terrifying momentum, the white teeth seemed to glitter in the sun. Suddenly, his eyes condensed, and his tone was solemn, muttering to himself, terrible Konoha. This takeaway is delivered really fast. The number of takeaways has increased a lot in the past few days, and the takeaway service has received unanimous praise, especially Senior Dai so far, no order has been less than 5 stars. As long as the takeaways delivered by Senior Dai have been praised by customers. Awesome! Although he knew when Senior Dai learned to open 3 doors to speed up the delivery without spilling a drop of water. A golden scale is not something that can be kept in a pond. It turns into a dragon when it encounters wind and rain. But I never thought Senior Dai could be so awesome. Now, many people in Konoha are used to ordering takeout. Those who have computers at home will try to order takeout when they don't want to cook or go out to eat. In addition, during this period, outsiders came in and tried to order out of curiosity. Therefore, the number of orders has been increasing. Family difficulties. The most difficult ninjas will choose to run a few orders to supplement their family expenses when they have free time after get off work, especially some old genin who are not talented enough and cannot be promoted to chunin. They are too old and have no team partners, are promoted or die, and without a team, they cannot take on team tasks. There are only so many D-level tasks every year, such as catching cats and clearing sewers. In addition, there are many new genin who have just graduated. They also need to cultivate team will and run in the team through D-level tasks. These old guys are embarrassed to compete with the children, so most of the older generation of genin are fine if they have family support, but if not, they basically have a hard time. How is it? For example, if Senior Dai hadn't worked as a delivery man after get off work, he would probably still be living in a shabby thatched house on the mountain, eating rice bought with the rewards for hard work and fish caught in the river. No way. Taijutsu ninjas have big appetites, and the rewards for D-level tasks are just to buy a few more bags of rice. It's not like now. I heard that Senior Dai has bought a house in the city. He ranks first in the monthly performance rankings, and at the same time, he does dozens of good deeds every month. He can be called a star among deliverymen. Therefore, Dai's monthly dividends plus base salary, full attendance, and rewards are not small. That's right. When delivering food, he would help an old lady cross the road or help a child find his parents, pick up a kite, etc. He is the most beautiful deliveryman in Konoha. However, even so, he has never been late. Fuyu even suspected that maybe Senior Dai has learned to drive a 5-door to deliver food without spilling soup. The god of delivery might Dai is worthy of the name. He sighed, looked at Ling Ian who was still frowning and seemed to be thinking about something, and smiled slightly. It's a rare mahjong competition, don't think too much, relax now. But don't worry, it won't get in the way. With the system, how can anything go wrong? As for the industry without the system, the problem is even smaller. He is Uchiha Fuyu. Rich. Fuyu looked at Ling Ian who was in trouble and said with a smile, and we are on the way now, let's not talk about work. It's not Fuyu, I'm lazy every day. Ling Ian rolled her eyes helplessly, her face slightly red, and she murmured softly, you need others to massage you all day long, and you have no time to work. It's the same at home. Always pestering her. This is also work. He said righteously. What's wrong with asking the female secretary to massage you? This is a clean and normal job. It seems that she remembered something. By the way, you participated in. Did you attend the competition this time? No. Aren't you looking forward to it? But isn't there so much work? It's okay. Fuyu looked at Ling Ian, who was hesitant and worried, and said with a smile, go and participate. Don't worry, I'll give you a few days off, and as for work, it's okay to stop for a few days. Of course he knew what the secretary was worried about. Raised his fist and blinked, I'll cheer you on then. Then Ling Ian smiled slightly, nodded, and looked at the busy street with people coming and going, her eyes flickered slightly. Then today relax with Fuyu. And at this time. Suddenly. Damn it. You stinky girl, shut up. A roar suddenly came from the front. The two were slightly stunned, and looked over curiously, looking at the store entrance in front of them that was full of people. The village doesn't have so much money to buy so many messy things for you, a guy who eats free meals. A strong man wearing a folded forehead protector grabbed a little girl with red hair by the collar, too polite, if you get lost. Do you believe I will kill you? The village doesn't need useless guys. I'm just taking a look. The little red girl in his hand seemed to have gotten used to it. She lowered her head and glanced at the orange fat fox with 9 tails in the toy store. Even if she was picked up and roared, there was no fluctuation in her eyes. I won't buy it. However, the strong man didn't seem to want to listen to this excuse, and still said angrily, waste. As useless as your mother. You died without any use. If it weren't for the fact that you were still useful, I would have killed you. Don't waste my time. This roar at a little girl made many people around look worried. But they didn't know what to say. After all, that guy was a ninja, and that girl was also a ninja from their village. Ordinary people didn't dare to offend ninjas, and other ninjas were not qualified to meddle in other people's business. What's more, this kind of thing is also very common in the ninja world. But this guy Ling Ian stared at the ninja angrily. It's so hateful that he bullied a little girl like this. Speaking of this, he turned his head and said, Phew. However, Phew was no longer beside him. Ring Ian was stunned, and turned her head sharply, and immediately saw Phew walking over with a frown. Phew seemed angry, and hurriedly followed him. At this time, looking at the forehead protector and the red-haired girl, Phew was also full of doubts. The Kyuzagakur. Red hair. Kana has been in the rain country for a long time, so where did the Uzumaki clan come from in the Kyuzagakur? And she's just a little girl. But seeing the arrogant Kyuzagakur, he was still quite upset. You know Kana and Nagato are also from the Uzumaki clan. Shut up. That thing is not for you to look at. The strong Kyuzagakur saw that she dared to talk back, and was about to raise his hand to slap the little girl in the face. Bang! The body flew out directly. Everyone was stunned, and then they were very happy. I had seen this guy unhappy for a long time, but who was so bold? Turning around, I saw a black-haired guy squatting in front of the little girl. Rich boss? Everyone was shocked. Is Rich boss so strong? However, Rich didn't pay attention to the others at this time. After upgrading, his physical quality is not comparable to that of ordinary people. A grass ninja can be kicked away with one kick. Looking at the little girl in front of him who was curious and a little scared, staring at him, frowned, hesitated, Uzumaki clan. The words fell. The little girl was slightly stunned and just nodded, but quickly shook her head, then lowered her head and whispered, No, no. After hesitating for a while, she said, You leave quickly. Lord Yamazo is a ninja. 197 Konoha is too dark. Phew nodded in understanding. It seemed that it should be. He immediately touched her head, especially under his Sharingan. The huge chakra and vitality could not be wrong. He absorbed so much of Channa's chakra. Too familiar. Don't be afraid. Phew said gently, I know other Uzumaki clan members. What's your name? There are also Uzumaki clan members. The little girl blinked her eyes, seemed a little excited, looking at the suddenly gentle black-haired big brother in front of her, but after a while, she lowered her head again. I am a ninja from the Kyuzagakur village. The words fell. That's right. This guy is a ninja from the Kyuzagakur village. Damn guy. The ninja who was kicked away walked over angrily, Get out. Bastard. How dare you fight in Konoha? Phew frowned, looked at the Kyuzagakur ninja, didn't care about him, and looked at the little girl again. It's okay. From today on, you are not. After the words fell, the little girl was stunned, as if she couldn't figure out what happened, but as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she could feel the kindness in the big brother's heart. This was something she could no longer feel after her mother died. After her mother took her to escape, she only felt the malice of others, and could only keep running, until she escaped to the Kyuzagakur village. Then, the Kyuzagakur village took a fancy to her mother's ability and sealing technique, so they took them in, let her mother seal the box of bliss, and let her mother use chakra to feed the box of bliss. However, later, her mother died soon. She took over her mother's task of providing the box of bliss. As for why she was asked to come out this time, it seemed that her perception ability was needed. "What's your name?" "I Hoenokuo," the little girl said with red eyes, lowered her head, and whispered, "Uzumaki Hoenokuo." After the words fell. "Damn it! You stinky girl! What are you talking about?" The guy named Yamazo's face turned pale. "Do you want to die?" At this point, he rushed directly to Fuyu, "And you bastard! Do you know that this belongs to the Kusagakure village? Damn it! Even if I kill you now, Konoha can't say anything." Holding a kunao in his hand, when he was about to hit Fuyu's head, Fuyu quickly stood up and pulled Hoenokuo behind him. This time, he remembered who this girl was. Inoka, the ghost of the sea country. Later, Naruto, under the leadership of Red Bean, went to a place with a mutated summoning beast and met a girl, the girl who could not speak, and sealed the summoning beast with her life. But how did this girl run to the Kusagakure village? Looking at the Kusagakure ninja rushing over, he was about to kick him. At the same time, Suzune rushed over and posed the soft fist of the Byakugan clan with a serious face. When he was about to attack, suddenly, swish! Several figures rushed over. Then, bang! Another loud noise. The ninja named Yamazo was directly pressed to the ground by 3 figures and could not move. The clear fan behind him. Konoha Guard. Uchiha Clan. "Master Fuyu, are you okay?" An Uchiha ninja looked at Fuyu respectfully. "When we were patrolling, we found that this guy wanted to attack Master Fuyu. He probably coveted Master Fuyu's money, so we immediately stopped him. I underestimated him. I guess these Uchiha had been watching from the side, waiting for this guy to make a move, and then they could stop him in time." Fuyu suddenly found that he had underestimated the Konoha Guard. Although these guys were expressionless and arrogant, their means of blaming others were amazing. I nodded seriously. "No wonder I always felt that someone was following me. It turned out to be that greedy person. Thank you for stopping it in time." How could the Kusagakure who was being held down not understand? Master Fuyu? Coveting money? Officials and businessmen colluding? The largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha, is so dark. It's obvious that this guy is trying to steal the ninjas from their Kusagakure village. Yamasa was so angry that he was about to roar to vent his dissatisfaction with the darkness. "I suspect he is not just greedy for money." Fuyu suddenly looked at him seriously. "This foreign protector? I suspect this is an organized and premeditated criminal activity. He should have other purposes and accomplices. They must be hiding in the dark, preparing to secretly carry out terrorist activities in Konoha. Justified. Well-founded. It's just..." The 3 Uchiha in the crowd twitched their mouths. How can a Kusagakure village, a ninja village that is even more third-rate than a third-rate village, carry out terrorist activities? Will the village be destroyed? The captain of the Uchiha Guard team quickly lowered his voice. "Master Fuyu, no one will believe this." "Really?" Fuyu sighed regretfully. "Yes." The captain nodded seriously. "But it's an attempted theft, and it's probably not possible for a ninja from another village to be locked up for a few days." "It's okay. Isn't it up to us to decide how many days he will be locked up in our guard team? I'll ask the brothers to treat him well and use all kinds of torture. It's probably hard for him to die. It's not good to abuse lynching. I'm not that kind of person." "Then what do you want to do?" The captain's mouth twitched, and he hesitated for a moment when he looked at the rich master with a face that said, "I'm not that kind of person." No wonder the rich master can make a fortune. This kind of face ordinary Uchiha doesn't have it. Then how about not using it? Indeed. The reputation of Uchiha is only a few days. It's better not to abuse lynching. After the words fell, Fuyu shook his head and looked seriously at Yamazo, who was being held down, and tried to speak but couldn't make a sound. He frowned and said, "The safe in my office was opened for no reason yesterday, and 100 million cash disappeared. When I saw this thief today, I suspected that they stole it. But I don't know where the huge sum of money is now. Can the Konoha guard help me find out where they hid the money? That's the wages of all the migrant workers under us." When he said this, his eyes showed sadness. It's all the hard-earned money of everyone. This shouldn't be considered lynching, right? Not. That's good. Otherwise, I, an ordinary businessman, will feel guilty. The Uchiha squad leader looked at the rich master with a strange look in his eyes, nodded, hesitated for a moment, turned his head to look at the grass ninja, and said angrily, "They even dare to steal the wages of migrant workers. Are you looking down on our Konoha guard? It's too hateful. Today, our Konoha guard must seek justice for all the migrant workers in Konoha." Woo woo woo. Yamazo stared at the bastards in front of him. Officials and businessmen collude. Konoha, is there any justice? Dark. Too damn dark. But come here, take them down. The Konoha guards waved their hands with great righteousness and led them down. The people who had been unhappy for a long time clapped their hands and cheered, and didn't care much. After all, this is also a ninja's business. If he bullies such a cute little girl, if he wasn't a ninja, I would have killed him long ago. Fuyu rubbed the dazed, blinking eyes, looking at the front, and said with a smile, "It's okay now. Don't be afraid." The words fell. When Hoenokuo raised her head and still looked at him confusedly, not knowing why he did this. "Boss, pack up that fat nine-tailed beast, how much is it?" "Okay. It's free. Consider it a gift from me to this cute little girl." "Thank you." Fuyu didn't say much, and took it with a smile, but he made a note in his heart that when the boss went to get the goods, he would ask the people behind him to give him a discount. He handed the fat nine-tail to Hoenogo directly and said with a smile, "For you." "For me?" Hoenogo looked up at the strange big brother in front of him, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Warm. Very comfortable. Just like mother. After hesitating for a while, he took it and pinched it, and the nine-tail made a strange cry. Hoenyo laughed suddenly, very happily, with curved eyes, especially happy, looking at Fuyu. "Thank you, big brother." Sun Yin beside him also smiled at Fuyu. Fuyu is still the same as before, very loving. She thought of that day again. She was sitting alone by the bushes, and a boy came over. "You're welcome." Fuyu rubbed her head again, looked at Hoenogo, who was holding the doll tightly, and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Just as he finished speaking. At this time, a green shadow rushed over. It was not the god of takeout, Might Dai, but the second on the takeout rankings, also an excellent employee of Fuyu, like the smaller Might Dai, Might Guy. "Boss Fuyu." Might Guy looked at the little red-haired girl in confusion, then looked at Fuyu and said quickly, "Someone in the rain country is looking for the boss. The leader is called Uzumaki Kana, who is registering at the door." After the words fell, Fuyu was immediately delighted, and pulled Inoka, who was holding the nine tails, and said, "Let's go. Kana will be very happy to see you." He walked forward with Inoka, who had not yet recovered. Only Suzune was left standing behind. "Kana? It sounds like a woman's name?" And Fuyu called her so familiarly. Suzune smiled and narrowed her eyes at Fuyu's back, and there seemed to be strange black lines on her body. "Hat. Boss Fuyu, what's wrong?" "No, it's just a chill. It's just winter, and I feel cold from time to time." 198 Poor hospitality. Is this Konoha? Zionin looked at the busy village entrance curiously. There are so many people. It looks so prosperous. After all, Konoha is holding a mahjong competition now, and people from all ninja villages are coming. Kana looked at Konoha in front of her and sighed. When she was wandering, she also thought about escaping to Konoha. What a pity! During the war, Konoha would not easily accept ninjas from other ninja villages. For example, Nagato's parents died in the hands of Konoha during the war. Therefore, Konoha was not the best choice at that time, and she could only keep looking for a place that could accept her. Finally, in the most difficult time, she met Fuyu. Then, until now, Channa seemed to have thought of something, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, her fair and soft face with a warm smile. She murmured to herself, "That's great. Why hasn't Brother Fuyu come yet?" Zionin beside her muttered with a face full of resentment, "He's so slow. Sister Channa came here with expectations, shouldn't Brother Fuyu come right away?" After the words fell, Hanzo, who came with her, said calmly, "Your brother Fuyu is a member of the Uchiha clan. He is rich, and he probably forgot about your poor relatives a long time ago. Damn it! Brother Fuyu is not that kind of person." Zionin glared at Hanzo, "It's because of you, a bastard, otherwise we would have entered. The demigods of the ninja world came to Konoha. Therefore, their entry procedures are more complicated than others, and they must get the signature of the Konoha Hokage before they can enter. What are you doing here?" Old man, I came to see what's wrong with my little brother." "You are the leader of the Rain country, how can you be a relative of Konoha?" Zionin rolled her eyes and looked at Hanzo in disbelief. "Don't lie. I'm telling you. I will definitely keep an eye on you." Although she didn't have a good impression of the 5 major ninja villages because of the Rain country, she also didn't like Hanzo, who also started the war. Especially when Brother Fuyu said keep an eye on him. However, after the words fell, Hanzo sighed in disappointment. His face, with only his eyes exposed under the mask, was slightly melancholy, as if he had a lot of feelings, shook his head, and said softly but with longing, "We used to have correspondence and planned big things, until one day his worth was different, and he stopped contacting me. This kind of person who ignores you when he has money, what's there to see?" "Little girl, you don't understand." "What don't I understand? Brother Fuyu is very rich, right? But Brother Fuyu would never be like this." Zionin stared at Hanzo, and was about to say something. Suddenly, "Fuyu is here." Sister Kana's gentle voice sounded, and Zionin didn't care about the salamander, and quickly looked up. When she saw the familiar figure, she immediately waved her hand happily, "Brother Fuyu. Here. You girl, you didn't even say you were here today." Sister Kana said not to disturb Brother Fuyu. Zionin stuck out her tongue, blinked playfully, and then stared at Hanzo, and said angrily, "I didn't expect this bastard to follow us, and we almost couldn't get in. Uchiha kid, you are indeed a member of the Uchiha clan." The salamander Hanzo ignored the temper of Zionin, snorted coldly, and said lightly, "Even a dangerous person like me can be brought in directly. Aren't you afraid that I will cause trouble? Think too much? If you dare to cause trouble, your little pepper will probably be caught and made into fish soup today." Fuyu said casually, not caring, he had already asked someone to tell him. "I think Minato will send someone to keep an eye on it later, and now Konoha, an old salamander, can't cause trouble." I ignored him, lowered my head and looked at Kana, who was holding Inoka with red eyes, and sighed with emotion, "What luck! He just met a little girl from the Uzumaki clan, and Kana came right after him. Maybe this is fate." Even if he didn't take action, after Kana knew about it, the little girl who replaced Kana would eventually be saved by Kana. The Kusagakure village is so hateful. Xiaonan also raised his fist angrily and looked at Huanokuo. "If I was here just now, I would definitely make them look good." "Okay. Now they have been arrested for burglary, and the amount involved is huge, and they can't get out for a while." Fuyu rubbed the head of this thrifty little girl, and looked at Chana, who was still blushing and holding Huenokuo. Let's go. After such a long journey, let's go home and rest first. Just. Where is Lingyan, who followed just now? Why is she gone? She left without saying a word? Did something suddenly happen? After the words fell, Chana smiled gently, touched Huenokuo's head, then stood up and looked at Fuyu, her eyes full of tears, and said softly, "Thank you. This time I troubled Fuyu again. Haha, I have also been annoyed with those grass ninjas for a long time." Fuyu smiled lightly, shook his head, looked at Huenokuo holding the fat nine-tailed fox, waved his hand, "Let's go. Let's go back." Then he led the three people to walk home. As for the salamander Hanzo, he had to follow the Konoha ninja to meet Minato first. After all, he was the leader of a country, and there were still some things to do. Therefore, it would take a little longer to come, so he didn't care. Along the way, the two also sighed at the prosperity of Konoha. There was no way. Konoha, as the largest ninja village in the ninja world, still had some confidence. Looking at Zionin, whose eyes kept turning and who was curious about everything, Fuyu waved his hand and said generously, "I'll take you around later. As long as you want something, just tell me." "You're welcome. But I'm just curious." Zionin stuck out his tongue and raised his fist, "It's here. There's also in the Rain Village, why buy it randomly? It's not good to waste money." What a thrifty and good girl. Soon they arrived. Looking at the house in front of them, Zionin, Kana, and Inoka all quieted down and looked at it curiously. Especially Kana. Suddenly her eyes sparkled, looking at this house that was slightly more luxurious than the one in the Rain country. Of course, she was not concerned about this, but this was Fuyu's home in Konoha. What will happen? Is it big inside? Will it be troublesome to clean? Will the children bump into things if they play around? The more she thought about it, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and her eyes were a little blurred. "We're here," Fuyu said, and then looked at the dazed Kana in surprise. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm just a little tired." Kana came back to her senses and smiled embarrassedly. "Really, what was I thinking about?" "Really? Do you need a medical ninja?" No need. Just take a rest later." "Okay. That's right, he is a medical ninja." Fuyu opened the door directly, then turned around and looked at everyone. He didn't finish his words. Suddenly, "Are you here?" A gentle voice sounded from the door. "Sorry, I'm not welcoming you. Please come in." Fuyu was stunned, and turned his head suddenly, and he really saw Ling Yan kneeling in the entrance with an apron on. This girl came back by herself? She didn't even say anything first. It's just, why does she seem to have changed her clothes? And that smiling smile and the delicate face that seemed to have been specially made up. "Little secretary, what are you doing?" At this time, Fuyu couldn't help but tremble all over, and for some reason he felt a little cold on his back. Suddenly, "Of course. I feel that it is still early. Why don't you go out and eat ramen first and come back?" 199 line below base. Time moves forward a little. Now. Noon. The sun refracts through the window and sprinkles on the living room. However, Fuyu can't feel a bit of warmth, and even feels like turning on the stove. Cold. It's chilly. He looks in front of him. Ryan, who is wearing an apron and bending over to pour tea with a smile, Chana, who is smiling a little reluctantly and holding the teacup, and Konan, who is beside her, with a calm face but a hint of ferocity in her eyes, keeps taking out detonating talismans. What is this little girl doing? Why has she been taking out detonating talismans and stuffing them into Chana's pockets since she came in? You know, this is his home. Where is there any danger? What do you want detonating talismans for? And What about the thrifty little girl who feels heartbroken when she wastes detonating talismans? How did it become so sudden? As for Hui Nogo, she was also sitting quietly, but Zhao Xiao, who was hugging Fat Nine-Tailed Fox tightly, could tell she also found that something was wrong with the atmosphere. For some reason, this small living room was suddenly filled with a depressing atmosphere. It was terrible. Rich looked at the light and smiled at each other, but Suzun and Channa didn't say a word. After a moment's hesitation, they quickly coughed twice and said, "Then I'll." After the words fell. "Yet. X2. Two soft voices sounded slowly, and then they turned their heads directly, with a smile on their delicate faces, their eyes curved, and looked at Rich with a smile. Rich was silent, smiled awkwardly, sorry for disturbing. That's not right. What does it mean that a picture of Shura Field suddenly appeared?" He was shocked all over, looked at Suzun, and said, "This is Uzumaki Kana, the relationship between you and me is the same." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Kana, "This is Hyaga Suzun, the relationship between you and me is the same." After saying that, the two were stunned. "So, what is the relationship between you and me?" X2. They were directly confused. The two couldn't help but narrow their eyes and stared at Fuyu. However, the awkward and depressing atmosphere just now seemed to be resolved by his words just now. They are innocent relationships, why make it so weird? Fuyu nodded with satisfaction, and was about to continue to say something to pull the atmosphere. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Fuyu stood up in confusion. "I'll go open the door first." He ran out quickly and looked at the Anbu ninja who suddenly appeared at the door. "Boss Fuyu, the Hokage asked you to go. Now?" "Yes." "Okay." Fuyu nodded helplessly and shouted to the inside, "I'll go to Minato first." "Well, Fuyu, please help." X2. Two soft voices came out. "It seems that everything should be fine." Fuyu smiled slightly, then shook his head helplessly and walked towards the Hokage building. What does Minato want to talk to me about at this time? Could it be about the Kusagakura village? And at this time, in the house, Suzun and Kana looked at each other again, and as they looked at each other they both laughed together. Especially Suzun, when she thought of what she had just done, her face immediately turned red. She is not Fuyu's girlfriend yet. So bold. The innocent white cheeks instantly turned red like a buttock's. And Kana also smiled helplessly, she was also a little bit wrong just now. Looking at Suzun gently, "Uzumaki Kana." Hinata Suzun. Suzun was stunned, then lowered her head softly, but finally took a deep breath and raised her head seriously, "I won't give up." But it fully showed the restraint and determination of the Hyaga girls. After the words fell, Kana was also stunned, then, like an older sister, she smiled gently and nodded, I don't know." Turning her head to look at Konan, she shook her head helplessly, put away the detonating talisman. "Do you really want to blow this place up?" He, I'm just trying to scare Brother Fuyu. Let's see if Brother Fuyu dares to be unfaithful." Konan stuck out her tongue, "Otherwise, I'm also heartbroken with so many detonating talismans." "Really? Brother Fuyu has a mistress in his golden house. If Nagato knew, he would definitely come directly to Shinra Tensei." Kane looked at Suzun and said gently, "I'll trouble you these few days." "No trouble, I should do it." Suzun was relieved to see Kane didn't say anything, nodded, her full chest trembled slightly, and then seemed to remember something, hesitantly said, "How about we add a ninja?" After the words fell, her eyes suddenly flickered, and she blinked her crystal eyes, as if she thought of something. And Kane also blinked her eyes, and thought of something as well. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly. At the same time, after chatting with Minato about the Mahjong tournament, he came out. That's right. Minato didn't have anything to do with him, just the matter of the demigod of the ninja world and the mahjong tournament. As for Kyuzagakur? What Kyuzagakur? It's not a big deal, Minato. The door and the rich don't care, anyway, the Uchiha guards will not kill them directly. If you really want to kill, that's fine, just charge them with the crime of coveting Konoha's 1.25 billion. Anyway, no one doesn't covet Danzo's body. It's just a matter of whether they will do it. When the time comes, just say after the interrogation, this group of people came to steal people, and I guess no one will say anything. As for the Kyuzagakur, this time they really came to play mahjong. It seems that the Kyuzagakur suffered heavy losses during the Third World War. Think about it, Kane was taken away. It was originally a small ninja village. There were not many medical ninjas in the village. In addition, such a tragic war. Therefore, after the war, the Kyuzagakur had not recovered yet, and the village was poor, so they thought of bringing the perceptive Inoko to see if they could get the 10 million ryo. Don't underestimate the 10 million. 1 ryo is not the smallest. There is money below 1 ryo, and 10 coins are 1 ryo. Therefore, 10 million is also a large sum for a small ninja village like the Kyuzagakur. It's just that. Now it's over. They probably can't participate in the competition. And after investigation, in order to ensure the village's combat effectiveness, the Kyuzagakur village is ready to open the box of bliss to obtain the power to protect the village. This is also the reason why Inoko's mother was left behind by the Kyuzagakur village. The chakra was sucked dry. As Kushina's husband, Minato was still quite annoyed when he heard the news, but because the Kyuzagakur village was an ally of Konoha, and the Uzumaki clan was not a family of Konoha, as a Hokage, he couldn't do it at will. Therefore, he was also prepared to give the Kyuzagakur village a hard time. They didn't tell Konoha when they met the Uzumaki clan. What did they want to do? So, after promising to bring Inoko to Kushina in a few days, he left Kyuzagakur village. This time, he will lose a layer of skin if he doesn't die. Walking on the road, the leisurely sunset made him feel relieved. Suddenly, there was a feeling of relief. Just now at home. What nonsense am I talking about? Fuyu covered his head with a headache. Think about what you said. You are all my wings? He suddenly didn't want to go back so early. It is estimated that Zionin has already pasted the detonating talismans all over the house and waited for him to go back. Just when he sighed in distress. Stinky boy, why are you so distressed? The voice of Hanzo Salamander came. What's the matter? The little girl of the Uzumaki clan found out that you hid a beautiful female secretary at home. Fuck, how did you know? The sexy story of the female secretary living with the rich boss, I just asked casually and found out. Fuyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Where is the sexy? Why is this village so gossipy? Don't you need to make money? Sighing, looking at Hanzo, what about you? Are you going back with me? What am I going to do with you? Watch the fun. What are you going to do? Originally, I wanted to meet my little brother whom I haven't seen for a long time, but was rejected. He also said that if I want to meet, I must make an appointment first. Now the appointment is for half a year later. Hanzo sighed, so, I think it's better to forget it. It's not auspicious to have a high net worth, and it's better not to meet. I'm also afraid that if we really meet, it's easy to hurt feelings. By the way, I want to ask you someone. Who? Do you know? Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, paused slightly, and showed a cautious smile. Who is Konoha Marshal? 200 Konoha Marshal. Finally discharged. Asuma stood in front of the hospital gate, his eyes moistened slightly. He took a deep breath, skillfully clamped the crutches under his armpits, opened his hands, and slightly closed his eyes, as if embracing the whole world. Uncle Asuma. I will never come here again. recalling the complicated look of the attending medical ninja when he was discharged from the hospital. "Young man, do you want to apply for a card?" "Pooh. Apply for a card? No need. And where does he have so much money to apply for a card? If it weren't for the pressure of life, why would Asuma Saratobi be hospitalized all day?" As a result, he didn't get the computer back, didn't make any money, and had to pay for the medical expenses himself. Alas, talking too much, it's all sad. The only thing to be thankful for is that he doesn't have to buy crutches anymore. Asuma angrily spat at the door and swore again, "Even if I, Asuma, die. Stabbed to death by Obito. Died under the old man's Ruyi stick. I will never come here again." After the words fell, there was no hesitation. He turned around, stepped through the hospital gate with a firm step, and walked forward with a heroic spirit. "Brothers, your uncle Asuma is back. Next. He will never come to the hospital again. After all, the mahjong competition is about to begin. As a professional player, how can he miss this grand event? Especially, it is worth 10 million taels. He, Uncle Asuma, has won it. So, there is no time to waste. Go to the internet cafe first. Take advantage of these few days to study hard." As the leader of the new generation of ninjas, he certainly knows the importance of learning. Ninjas not only grow up in blood and fire, but also insist on learning at any time. Learning can not only enrich oneself, but also allow oneself to learn new knowledge, master old knowledge, and expand your horizons. It is an indispensable part of being a ninja. And he, Asuma Saratobi, is he not a ninja with a bright future? So, he never gave up learning. Asuma frowned and muttered to himself, "Then, find a reliable Byakugan, watch from the sidelines, and then give me feedback through the reflection principle of several mirrors." This should not be considered cheating in his ninjutsu. After all, he just glanced at it accidentally. How is it cheating? Sure enough, learning is still very important. This not only uses the knowledge of mirror reflection, but also involves the design of angles, calculation of ranges, adjustment of light intensity, and many other knowledge. If Asuma was not an excellent student who was diligent and inquisitive in school, he probably would not have thought of this complicated method at all. You know, in the reading comprehension questions of the Will of Fire that year, he answered one correctly. He has defeated more than 50% of the students in the class. At this time, just when Asuma was feeling proud and wanted to go to the internet cafe, planning to study hard and play a few rounds of mahjong, suddenly, "Konoha's handsome guy." A deep voice came from behind, as if full of care. Today, an online friend met offline, and the result shocked the medical ninja. Sure enough, meeting in person is dangerous. Nothing, I just feel that the internet is full of risks. Fuito looked at Kana, who was puzzled, shook his head, and said with emotion, "A bad fraud happened some time ago, and now the online friend met again and was in danger and went to the hospital. It's terrible." At this point, he looked at Kana and Konan seriously. "Remember, there are too many false information on the internet, and everyone wears a false mask, so you must be careful and don't be deceived. For example, some bosses are the founders of the internet on the surface, but secretly they are the leaders of pyramid schemes." "I know." Zionan waved her hand and said casually, "I don't have any money, how can they cheat me? I really don't understand those guys. They actually charged money to a bunch of fake things. Wouldn't it be better to buy a few steamed buns with the money?" Blinking her sparkling eyes, she looked around. Konoha is so lively. Especially these days, there are more people. Indeed, there are more and more people. Suzune next to her said with Huenokuo, "It's worthy of being the first ninja village in the ninja world. Only the 5 major ninja villages have the ability to let so many ninjas from other villages in at the same time. In fact, the village has been in a mess these days. I heard that several friends pretending to be Danzo have jumped out and wanted to meet Danzo, and several guys who sneaked into the Root Ninja base have been caught. If Danzo hadn't sold his shares in exchange for the protection of other shareholders, so that the village had another batch of ninjas, otherwise, it is estimated that the work of protecting Danzo would not be so simple. During this period of time, it seems that Danzo will not come out. And I heard that Danzo is preparing to start a business again. This time, it seems that he is planning to set up a cinema chain without him, because he thinks he earns too much. Alas! If he goes bankrupt this time, he will probably have to sell himself. Fuyu sighed, why is it so hard to spend this money? Kana looked at Fuyu in confusion, then pondered for a moment, why didn't I see Suzun this morning? Oh, Suzun. Fuyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he smiled and said, there is a family meeting in Hyaga today, so I went back to the family first. That Hyaga clan leader is really jumping. Why hasn't Kakuzu come yet? If he's late, he won't get paid. Konoha Kakuzu, who has been simply disguised, sneaked into Konoha. As a man who has lived longer than the god of ninja, he has his own way of survival. So, arrange for him to come in? No need. He just needs to take down the target's head, and then ask for the remaining money. And 10 million. How could Kakuzu miss such a competition? What a pity. The 7 ninja swordsmen who came to cooperate with him at that time disappeared. He hadn't seen them for a while, and he hadn't even played ninja for a long time. Could it be dead? No. If the 2 of them cooperated, they might be able to do something. Just now, he was going to pretend to be a brother of Konoha's 1.25 billion to see the money he had deposited in Konoha, but he was rejected. He was also told that if he wanted to meet, he had to register his information and make an appointment first. Now Konoha's 1.25 billion has been booked until the autumn of next year. It's really abominable. I can't even take a look at my money. And I heard that my 1.25 billion was split into 10 parts, and only 1 billion was sold? What qualifications do others have to sell his money? If he was there at the time, at least 1.25 billion would have to be sold. Of course. Now he has other things to do. Kakuzu walked into the internet cafe calmly and said in a flat tone, turn on the computer. Okay. There's a vacant seat on the 2nd floor. Please go up to the 2nd floor. You just arrived and you must be starving. Do you want to order takeout? You can get a discount if you order through the internet cafe. No need. I'll give you some instant noodles. Then. Go UPI went to the 2nd floor, came to my position, turned on the computer, logged into my ninja account, and directly found the ninja called Konoha Dashuabi, and quickly typed a line of information, I'm here.